Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, sound for Manchester. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Manchester for leg number 2. The sound everywhere. We'll just change the sound now. We don't want to listen to ourselves. You know when you check the mics, that's exactly what happens.
Good afternoon, everyone.
How are we doing, Jay?
Really good, Tower.
What's it been like since London?
It's been alright, Just been on the cash game grind, really.
Yeah.
Not been the best, to be honest with you, last few weeks or so, but it happens, you get used to it.
It does, the swings, they do happen. It's one of those things when you play a lot of cash for a living, but it is one of those things. Hope you guys tuned in to us over in Dublin last week for the Dublin Poker Festival. I know a lot of you guys out there realised that the team were over in Dublin. 18 days of poker, including this week's Unibet Open. So good to catch up with everybody over in Dublin. Good to see Dara O'Kearney and David Lappin, who were joining the comms for a bit, and that was a great experience for me. And some nice words as well from Dara. We'll put a little bit of a tweet up, realising the long days that we do. It's very nice and some good reaction on there. So good to have those guys over there. But we're back on terra firma in the UK after sailing across the waters by heck. I tell you what, Jay. I tell you what, I'm glad them ferries have got stabilisers. Jesus. Oh, it was a bit windy and a bit rough, but we managed to get back. And Manchester, we are here. As you can see, we can't start until we get 3 people. And we've always said, and I asked the exact same question to Dara last week and to David Lappin. How can you stop short-handed tables to start with at the start of any tournament in the world? And he said, you can't.
There you go.
Late Reg Open all day long. Late Reg Open for 6 hours. People don't play the first level. I says, does 25.50 make a difference? He says 1-1, and it was a little bit different last week, because obviously last week's we were in Dublin for the deep stack, which started with 1,000 big blinds, which is exactly what it is. It's a deep stack, but they start at 1-1, 100, and we played some crazy levels last week. There was 20-30 minute levels during the day. It was basically the same structure as a GUKPT, 10 hours of poker plus breaks. Finished at 12:30 midnight, which is exactly what we do. So we finished. We started at 12 live. Live streams on at 12:30 for 12 hours. That's exactly what it was. We started with 1,000 big blinds. Yes, the deep stacks would be different, starting at 100.
Was it a 3-day event? The deep stack,
yeah. Thursday, Friday day ones, and then Saturday, Sunday. Exactly the same as the GUKPT. He says, and when people realise they've got 1,000 big blinds or 500 big blinds like it is for GUKPT, they don't want to sit down at 12 o'clock. They don't want to come out. They don't need to. You don't penalise the players for turning up late, which you shouldn't, because you want people to have a late reg. You want people to come in whenever they want to, and as late as possible. So he says, and he just said that there's not a lot you can do. He says 1-1 starting on a normal comp, if you've got 20,000. Brings more players to start with. He says because the second level the anti's coming. Yeah. So then he goes 1-1-1. He says that helps. He says, but obviously a deep stack with 1,000 big. We were short-handed for a long time because you could. But some of the levels last week, 3-7. We played 300, 700. We don't know why, but we did. We played
one of them 1800 and stuff like that.
Yeah. We played 1,500, 3,500. Honestly, if you looked at the structure for last week, there were some crazy levels. Don't think you don't play these levels because somewhere in the world you will.
What was old Lappin like to have a drink with? He seems like a great crack on Twitter.
He is. He's a good lad. He just says it how it is. He gets himself into a few situations, I'm sure, with his gob, but no, he's a top lad, and I really enjoy working with him and Dara as well. We put in some good shifts. So really enjoyed it. But now GUKPT Manchester has officially started. Good afternoon everybody in the chat box. You've got your YouTube option, we've got a Twitch option, and we have got the GUKPT website as well. So afternoon Gary Clark, afternoon Mark Pennington, and afternoon to Mum. Hey Gail.
Yeah, afternoon Mark, Gary and Mum.
So,
and we're just starting now. We're free-handed.
we are. So as you can see, a quiet card room. In the background, there ain't a lot we can do about it. Players will come through. The numbers this week, by the way, have been incredible.
Yeah, they have. I've had a little look.
Over 500 runners for the mini, which was just amazing. Yesterday we got here and there was nobody in the room. The lights were off. And we thought, hang on a minute. So we set the table up, got it all sorted out. The seniors started at 4:30. And by the time the 4 levels of late reg had finished, it ended up with 71 runners. So very, very good for the seniors. And somebody called Ali Malou won it. He might be alright in this game, that Ali Malou. He gets around a bit. Ali Malou won the seniors. But the Omaha started at 8. I'm just going to say 8 o'clock. 113 runners. 113 played the Omaha, which is just amazing. Just absolutely brilliant. It started at 8, £165.
Is that 15 tables for the Omaha, yeah?
20,000 starting stack and 113 runners. Brilliant stuff. What a turnout. What an absolute brilliant turnout. Really good. So we have just started. We're here for the full 12 hours, 10 hours of live poker, plus the breaks. Gives us a fabulous 12-hour day here in Manchester, Berryman Road. If you know where we are, we're about a 10-minute walk from the Manchester Arena, which is at the end of the road, and a 10-minute walk to the fabulous Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons?
Don't say Wolves Tim Hortons, please. Please, just keep that bit to yourself.
All right.
Just keep that bit to yourself, all right? Tim Hortons, best coffee and donut franchise in the world. Originally started in Canada and are now franchised out.
So fourth player going to take his seat now, slowly filling up the table. Got plenty coming up as well in terms of 25s and deep stacks. Next week, 4th to the 8th of March, we are in Glasgow for the 25-25. Plenty of deep stacks next week as well. We're in Thanet, Reading, South, Coventry, Huddersfield and Liverpool for the deep stacks next week. All details that can be found online on GUKPT. Currently four-handed start of the day, and Peter just elects to limp the King 9 on the button and go in freeway to the flop. Ace Jack 9 Rainbow. And Andrew with just 6 higher, going to come out firing here. Expect Peter to call once, but going to think better of it with bottom pair. As we see Kevin Charalumbus take his seat in seat 3, now 5-handed. Kev's in with the A7 in the cut-off, makes it 1-2-5. Button gets out of the way. And Richard here this deep, expecting to just flat the king queen in the small, and does. And Peter going to get out of the way in the big. Flop a king, a 5-6, 2 spades, top pair for Richard. Kev is going to come in for a continue, but Richard not going to be going anywhere here after flopping top pair. Going to probably just call. Nine of hearts on the turn, so Kev does pick up a gut shot to go with his ace high. Probably going to check this one behind here. No need to be coming in for a second barrel here, but it looks like he's going to be firing. Try and target some 5 and 6x our opponent can potentially have. Not ever getting king x to fold. Straight draws on this turn either make a straight or a pair of 9, so they're not going to be folding either. Sometimes do fold out some flush draws, but Richard with top pair going to have to call again. And ace on the river, so Kevin gets there now, and down to him whether he thinks he can come in for some thin value here. Does look a lot like now that we've been called in 2 spots, our opponent can quite easily have a king x type hand, 9x type hand, 9-8, 9-7, those type of holdings. So really nice thin value bet this on the end. A lot of players may just check this back, wary of the flush, but Kev now aware that he's ahead and gone for a very, very small size, try and get called by a king or a 9. And Richard does make the call, and Kev going to take that pot.
Early stages, Manchester, GUKPT main event, 200,000 guarantee, belter of a tournament, biggest turnout for 10 years last year. Fabulous turnout last year. Remember when we got to the heads up stage, 2 fantastic players, Ben Marigeds and Rich Kellett, just went, do you know what, shall we chop it evenly? And they did. And literally a one-hand flip for the Super Trophy. And they chopped it exactly as it was. Fraser McIntyre bubbled the final table last year. Not seen Fraser for a while. I wonder if he's going to make a presence down here in Manchester. I know we started relatively quiet, and we were just talking about having short-handed tables around the room. But it's just part and parcel of the game. Boots. I don't know if anybody was watching last week, and I know it were in a different country. We were over in Dublin, but doing the first session with David Lappin, and we had aces 7 times in the first session. 7 times. Afternoon logs in the building, early stages of Manchester. And it's we're also saying, do you want aces at this stage of the game when the blinds are like 25, 50? How do you even get paid unless it's an absolute cooler? It's nearly impossible. So good afternoon everybody, wherever you may be this fine Thursday morning. Started the stream at 12:30 and we finish at 12:30 in the morning. Good to have plenty on board on the Twitch, over on YouTube and the GUKPT website.
Price 200.
Yeah, late reg. Late reg is the thing. You don't want to stop people playing. Remember the days 10 years ago when if you weren't in the building, you weren't getting a game. Times have changed, money's changed, the situations have changed. A lot of places wouldn't be able to put on a big guarantee without having a late reg. It is part and parcel of the game now. You don't have to be sat down for the first hand. We know that. Is that Muller in seat number 7? It's only in seat number... No, it's not. I thought it was Muller. It isn't Muller. So 4 days of fun and frolics here in Manchester. If you want to come and get involved and play the side events, full schedule is on the GUKPT website. Today's side event is a super satellite. It's not a side event as such, it is just a super satellite. 6 seats guaranteed, £60 re-entry. Six seats guaranteed. That starts at 6:30 p.m. I'll get quite busy going on to the way the side events have been this week. Absolutely amazing, the side events this week. So busy, and 113 for the Omaha is just insane. I don't think I've seen anything outside London with 113 runs.
No, not for PLO. PLO.
Logs is going to satellite into the Edinburgh GUKPT. There's the thing. Hope to see you up in Edinburgh, which is our next stop. The train is already booked. Done.
Fly up. It's the quickest way.
You're flying up?
Yeah, always fly to Edinburgh.
First class?
No, you don't get first class on domestic. Can you imagine that, first class on domestic flights?
You should be treated as first class, son. You should be treated first class.
A bit of extra leg room. That's
What's that then? Stansted?
Yeah, it's Stansted to Edinburgh.
Stansted to Edinburgh?
About an hour. Then you
oh, wow.
I'm only 25 minutes from Stansted, so it works out nicely.
I know we can't see Action Tracker Dave anymore, as he's now headsetted up to the dealer, so he's not needed to be in shot to hear all the action. But he had to work yesterday, and then he came down to Manchester from Edinburgh. He decided
He went out, was it?
He decided to just drive down after work. He said, "I'll be there about 10 o'clock, lads. Where will you be?" So we said, "Yeah, no, just having a local drink, you know." Yeah. 7 hours later, when he's stuck on the M6 because his car broke down, he gets into Manchester at 5 a.m. Needless to say, we weren't out. we were in his pit by then. So yeah, Dave had a bit of a struggle getting to Manchester, but he did make it eventually.
I like what we've done with the table this year. We're not at the feature table where we usually are, like position-wise.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you do know Manchester, there's a stage, a raised-up stage with a barrier across. I think the barrier was the reason why they wanted to move it, because you can't watch as such.
Yeah.
Because if you stand up at the barrier, you need to be like 6'6" to actually see over the barrier. So if you are coming into Berry New Road's card room, it's down the bottom corner on the left-hand side, but it's against the wall. So a little bit of a location change for us. It is good. And in the top right hand corner, as you see, seats 1 to 5, you can see the table where it used to be. Yeah, it's good. It's all set up and all perfect for us. Good setup yesterday of 4 or 5 hours. Gary Clark, did you look at my link you sent me? Maybe good for golf trips. Yes, I did actually. I did. Like a bit of golf in the sun. I want to go back to the Algarve actually. I played in the Algarve about 4 years ago with one of my mates, who plays off scratch, by the way. My God, that was a lesson. But he can cook bacon and eggs as well, so that was alright. Bit of a bonus. He can cook bacon and eggs, but so we went golfing. We went to the Algarve, plays off scratch, but walking around some of the golf courses in your shorts, 25 degrees, just beautiful. So yeah, I checked that out, get it. Good places for a bit of golf. At the moment, unfortunately, Britain's underwater, so all golf courses are closed. It's been horrendous. Hope everybody's been staying safe. Not really nice out there.
No, it's not. It was.
And for once, the south's had it worse than the north. You can keep that north-south divide. You can have it. Hassan Gold, good afternoon on YouTube. Wish you was there. Might come up tomorrow if you get somebody to cover him at work. Well, fingers crossed, Hassan. You can get yourself to Berry New Road. You've got all day to Late Reg. Late Reg is open till the start of day 2 on the Saturday if you want to flick in about 16 big blinds. It'll be good to see you, Hassan.
Is that Kali Sadhu who's just sat down? No, that's Kasim.
Yeah.
You've got Steve Warburton coming to this table as well.
No,
he's already regged.
Steve's not turning up on time. We might not actually see Steve Ward. He is registered, but I'd be very surprised if we saw him before.
Yeah, before the end of the first session.
Yeah, before the table change on level number 3. Very surprised. But you never know, he might be watching and think, you know what, I'll go and entertain everybody. We are just balancing the tables, so Alex Walker is on the move.
Nice water, please. 800.
So more players come to the tables as you see Yanis balancing all the tables, opening more. That'll carry on all day. As we said, Late Reg open for the duration.
So that hand over on the turn. And you know what, Richard didn't want to call this guttable. 2 overs.
So C5 is on the move. Andy back. He's moved over to table 11. So balancing the tables around the room. It just happens. Part of the game. I like players that like a table change.
I don't know many people that like a table change.
I know players that like, oh, this table's rubbish, get me out of here. It's the dealer's fault. No, it's not. Nothing to do with dealer. Quick table change.
It can be quite frustrating at table change because you're building up that information all like for the first couple of hours, profiling everyone how they're playing, and then the next thing you know, you get moved and you got to do it all again. And yeah, I see where you're coming from. If you're on a really tough table, you know most players on there are all very good players, very competent, then you're happy to get off of it. So
Stephen Moss says, is the stream off? I hope not. I really hope not. No, mine's still, and mine's working. Doesn't mean it's yours, but the stream doesn't seem to be off. It's working on Twitch for Jay, and it's working on YouTube for me. So we'll just go to the GUKPT website and see if that's working. Hopefully it's not. I mean, hopefully it is, and it's not off. So I'm not too sure if Stephen's the only one that's having a few problems. I think he is. I don't think anybody else is having problems. It's on here. Hopefully it's on everywhere else. Just on a quick F5. Normally helps.
Neither player with a flush here. Thomas is going to get the check mark with 2 pet. It just comes down to whether Kevin thinks he can credibly rep a diamond here, the way the hand's played, and the fact that he's betting. He's going to try and rep a flush here. Bet a 750 into 550, so he's gone well over pot here. Very hard for this to be a bluff a lot of the time here as Thomas, but the fact that Kevin's actually elected to go this size, he's basically only really repping the ace of diamonds now, because he puts himself in a horrible spot if he gets raised with the king of diamonds.
One ding.
Like king of diamonds here, probably go a bit smaller, but it's basically now polarised himself, Kev, to 4-5 of diamonds and the ace of diamonds, and because of that reason Thomas may choose to call it off. Very polarising bet on the river, and there's the call, and it's a good call, and he's going to take it down with the 2 pet.
So early stages of the GUKPT leg 2. 4 days of fun-filled action. If we get a final table like we did last year, then we'll be pretty pleased about it all. It's Rich Kellett and Ben Marrigedd's heads up, even though it didn't last long heads up. Doesn't really matter. It was a great final table last year. Superb numbers as well. Up to a 10-year high last year.
Afternoon, Wayneo on Twitch and that poker dude, Wayneo75.
Wayneo.
Crusher. The old micros online.
So ace on the turn. Andrew in seat number 4. Andy back in seat number 4. Kasim's just ordering his drinks. Gets out of the way, so very quiet and steady, as we'd always expect on the first stages of level number 1 of any day ones with the blinds so shallow. Stephen Moss's live stream has been fixed, thankfully. It was his end. Always have a refresh or an F5, or always try a different platform. No, we always keep multiple open just to make sure that things don't go off. Yes, they do go off. Yes, it happens to everybody. I remember the first time the Sports Personality of the Year tried a live feed when they were giving out the trophy to the winner, and it cut off. And we thought, if it happens to the BBC and there's 10 million people watching, it can happen anywhere in the world.
Can you remember World Cup 2010 South Africa when Gerrard scored the goal, and if you was watching it on HD ITV, it cut off and went to the adverts?
That's right, it did. That's right. Yeah. Somebody got the boot for that.
We were all in the pub like, what's that one here?
And of course, when you're in the pub, everybody then shouts behind the bar, thinking the barmaid's turned it over. You know, just... what are you doing? Yeah. No, I do remember that actually. ITV got some stick for that for whatever reason. It hammed it. It's just hammed, isn't it? And live streams do go off. The age of technology. Sometimes it fails, but thankfully it was Stephen's end, so he's got the live stream on. So yeah, we always have a couple open just to make sure, but we know things do go off. It's not. We don't want it to go off any more than anybody else in the world, and we hate it when it goes off. And I'm terrible when things don't work straight away. I just shout PK. That's me. That's my favourite word when someone don't work. PK, what are you doing?
So blind on blind, Kev, King 4 suited in the small. Going to raise it up to 1-2-5, and Andrew with position. Superior kicker, going to defend. 10-10-6, 2 diamonds. A lot of time pot's going to go Kev's way if he does choose to continue here. But comes in for a check, and Andrew going to check behind. Deuce of clubs rolling off on the turn. Check once more, and they are going to chop this up if it does get to showdown. And King High and King High.
Let's have a quick look to see if it's all working on that there thing they call Facebook.
Ace-9. Kev really involved, early stages. Maybe trying to make the most of this short-handed play. Going to be getting involved a lot, trying to take pots down uncontested. Flopping top pair, top kicker helps on 9-8-6. And comes in for a continue. A quick fold. If you are tuned in on Twitch, make sure you do hit the follow button. You'll be notified every time we do go live. Got 4 days of coverage for this event. Day 1B tomorrow, and then Saturday, day 2, and the final day on Sunday. 200k guaranteed.
Ali Malou won the seniors last night. Roy Cyphers from Sheffield came second. Well done, Roy. I had to comment on his social media post. He posted gutted that he only came second. The expectations are too high.
Only one person's happy in a poker tournament.
Yeah. It was.
Nice.
Great effort.
It's not John Ames, is it? Remember this?
Nope,
this
that's not John Ames. No. Nope.
This event last year, he dyed his hair pink.
That's definitely not John Ames. Johnny 147. Johnny 147 online. Because he's hit 35, 104 maximum breaks in snooker.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. He plays at the Q schools. Tried qualifying for the World Championships before. John Eames. Great snooker player. Good luck to Chris Bartlett, 5th place Goliath winning last year and won the £135 side event. And also to Mike Huff as Phil Comben. Alright, Johnny 147. We might see him, seeing as though it's one of his local legs.
So Andrew raising it up with the A6 suited. Peter going to peel the Queen Jack in the cutoff. Heads up to the flop. 6-3 deuce. So A6 here for Andrew. Not choosing to continue here with top pair, top kicker. A lot of bad turn cards for our particular holding on this board texture. And the Queen Jack now realises that equity and makes the best hand on the river. Quick mark from Andrew there. Understand not betting turn, but I think need to be continuing flop high frequency. Yes, better board for our opponent's range, but only slightly. He's peeled in the cut-off, so I'm surprised to see the check on the flop as new player takes a seat. Slowly filling in, seven-handed now.
Yes! Players will come through the doors all day long, and it does get busier and busier.
Peter here, 7-8 of diamonds, 1-2-5. Kev definitely going to be defending the 10-6 suited in the big blind.
Heads up. Ace King Deuce.
Yeah, one of them situations where Peter should win this pot with a continuation bet. Deep stacks coming up next weekend. We are going to be in Thanet, Reading, Coventry, Huddersfield, Liverpool. 5 deep stacks going on next weekend.
Oh, I'd love to go back down to Thanet. Oh, Thanet was great. Middle of nowhere. Well, not middle of nowhere, it's the end of nowhere.
That's Swifties
It's
local,
like,
ain't
it's
it?
like the closest thing to France, apart from not being in France. Yeah, Broadstairs, or whatever it's called these days. Westwood. Is it Westwood Cross or something like that?
Oh, Westwood Cross the shopping centre.
Yeah, it's near there. How do you know about shopping?
I used to go out with a girl that used to go to Kent a bit when I was younger. Yeah, a few years back now. I used to go Westwood Cross shopping centre.
See. Let's see.
Still in the old memory bank tower.
Good lad. What shopping?
Yeah. So Kev not choosing to free bet the Ace King here out the small blind. We are very deep. It's horrible if we get 4-bet and gonna have to peel, play a big pot out of position. Just opt in with the low variance approach with the ace king, just flattening out position and playing accordingly on flops. It has checked through. Jack of spades on the turn, no player with a spade in their hand. And the 7 deuce here of Andrew, actually the best hand, and definitely the best hand now. Rivers 2 pair, and we'll want to be coming in for some value, but nor 6 high or the ace high Kev can call in this spot, and Andrew going to pick that one up.
So good to have loads of you tuning in and tweeting after we've tweeted that we are live. A lot of people coming in saying, yeah, we'll be there later. Quinton moves to the table in seat number 5. Must be a bit cold outside. It's coming the full rigmarole. Heads up to the flop, ace 8, 9, 7, 9, king 5 flop. Interesting turn card. 6 of diamonds gives Andy the gutter ball, which would give Quinton 2 pair. We don't really want to see the 7 of hearts on the river, do we? Oh, yes we do. Yes we do. John Garlick, good luck to Mike Spicy Chicken Humphries. There must be a story behind that. And Chris Bartlett, 5th in the Goliath. It's soon July.
Can't wait.
It's soon Goliath. Oh, it's the 8 of hearts. Oh, we nearly called it in. Oh, we were so close. We nearly called it in, but Quinton hit the straight instead. Quinton's got to come in for some value.
Want to make this fairly small here as Quinton. This blind on blind range is very wide, very difficult for our opponent to have better than 2 pair in this spot, so you want to sort of choose a size to try and get hero from. Potentially a 1 pair hand potentially can induce our opponent sometimes to go crazy over a very small size, but it looks like Quinton's gone very big here, 1.9, just under pot size bet. Just going to do very well, folding out a lot of hands. What's going to be going through Andrew's head now though is once Quinton does choose this fairly large size, it's never going to go that size. You don't expect with a set 2 pair, so it's just repping a straight, but just cannot call with an 8 there.
Did he manage to catch the boxing last week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were playing a game, cash game, and we stopped for like 30 minutes just to watch the boxing. It was a really, really good fight. One of the best fights I can remember watching in a long time. It was good to see Fury win, obviously. It's just all over. You watched it, didn't you, Tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just all over him, wasn't he? I know, just suffocating him.
Nice and gracious in defeat, Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Blaming his walk-on suit that he came in for his defeat. And don't come in like Iron Man. What's all about? Huh? I'm expecting Captain America to be coming round corner. Like, what was that all about? And then went on to blame it because it was too heavy.
Afternoon Carpet Catcher on Twitch.
Oi, oi.
Afternoon Tower and Jay and chat family.
Yeah, Carpet Catcher.
That quiet says Wilder can't box, just a windmill who hopes he hits something.
Yep, and that proved that last week entirely. And I put a post up on social media as why is there a third as soon as he gets a contract. If you can't beat a man after 2 attempts, you shouldn't get a third chance. There's plenty of boxers out there. But obviously, as being one of the champions, he gets a clause in his contract that's saying I can have another crack.
I don't think I want to though, Tower. I don't think.
Well, he said he's gonna. He said he's going to. But whether he does or not, I'm not sure. But he says he's going to. See what happens. I just think if you can't beat a man after 2 attempts, you just stop trying. Manchester GUKPT. I'd like to thank Tony, the best handyman in the country as well, giving up his space for the week. I know you guys normally hear background noise wherever we are. In the Vic, obviously we're near the bar, and it gets a bit loud. But this week we're in Tony's office, and it's a huge place.
Big office.
A big office, and it's thanks to him that we're here, and it's all nice and quiet behind us, so there'll be no shouting and screaming, unless it's us.
Yeah.
Later in the week.
Hopefully it will be. Big some hands.
He's the top lad is Tony. Helps us out whenever he can.
So Nathan on the move.
Ta-ra, Nath. Can't wait for Tower versus Jay at the Rico Arena in August. Imagine that. Oh. I'd have to be dressed head to foot in body armour. Can't upset these looks.
So first big hand of the day makes an appearance in seat 5. Quinton with the Kings, facing this open from Kev with 8-7 suited, and should be going to the flop here, no matter how this plays. Even if Quinton does free bet, which you expect him to do, Kev should be peeling this deep. 8-7 suited, very good playability.
550. What? How to get rid of what's happening here?
Peter's got Kings as well.
I'd love a flat.
Are you sure?
He's not going to flat. Oh, he has done. Yeah.
And Kev just.
I like to see the 8-7 call in this spot.
Yeah, we got a call here, Tower.
He's got the value.
He's actually got nearly the same equity here as both Quinton and Peter. But closing the action, very nice price on a call, very good playability of the hand, 8-7 suited. So Kev is in as well. So can he crack not one but 2 pairs of kings here?
No.
Not with that flop.
Not with that flop. Who's got the redraw? Quinton.
Looks like Peter now going to come in for a donk lead, and
yeah.
From Quinton's perspective here, it looks a lot like a 10 here from Peter once he comes in for a donk for 1k. It really does look like he's got some sort of 10x type hold in, maybe a flush draw in there. But we speak about donks a lot, and it's very rare that you see anyone donk a hand that's 2 pair or better. It's always 1 pair or a draw. It's very rarely a set or 2 pair. So if Quinton's aware of that here, he could actually come in for a nice little thin value raise, try and extract some value out of 10, chance for draws, but does make the call.
Makes the call. Spade on the turn and be interesting.
Ooh, that's going to slow things down, Tower, for sure. And Peter now coming in for the second barrel here.
That's 1.5. Oh. Let's check.
Well, I think Peter's got a check here for sure. Once we're in 2 spots, if we get raised, it's just horrible for us. But if he's coming in for a lead, we're just going to have to snap this off here as Quinton. And there's the snap.
Yeah, snap it off. Got kings. Yeah, me too. Look what I've got. Look what I've got.
Yes, went for like a smallish bet there on the end tower, so I think it's betting small to let it go if he gets raised, because he's going to hear about 10. But how about that? Kings and kings, early stages.
Under 10 minutes to go until the end of the first level. Saw Tony Ringe in the bar.
Yeah, he's sat down. He's actually on the. You might be able to see him in shot. He's on this table here.
Said it's his first game of the year.
Could be, could well be. I mean, we didn't see Tony at the Vic. We saw Gerald, his brother, but.
He said, I played. I said, how are you doing, Tony? Yeah, I'm alright. He said, I drove up yesterday. He says, I need to drive up yesterday just to chill out. He says, I jumped into the old, he says, the old geezers competition. Right, okay. He says, I got to stage 4. So what's stage 4? Stage 4? Yeah, I got to stage 4, and then I bust out. I was going to re-enter, but by stage 6 I couldn't. What stage?
Blind old, yeah.
Stage 4, what is it? Tour de France? Yeah. So might see Gerald as well. But, good to see Tony if it is his first event of the year.
He's due though, Tony. He is due one. Deep running one. He's been playing them a few years now. Always used to get on my table when we used to play them. I think see him have a deep run at some point this year. Could be Manchester. Plenty of time to get yourself in. Late reg open all of day ones. You can actually register before day 2 starts on Saturday.
So what deep stack are you playing next week?
Reading maybe?
Reading, that's close by to you, isn't it?
Yeah, Reading's not too far. We've got Thanet, Reading, Coventry, Huddersfield or Liverpool.
Well, that's a fair choice.
And then the 25-25, if we fancy it, is in Glasgow.
Glasgow.
Four-way action here.
Ace King Queen. 2 pair for Alex in C number 2. Top pair for Peter in 6. We've been pretty active. Not the best flop for 7s. So Cassim will get out of the way.
Wouldn't mind seeing a flat here from Alexander. Looks like he is going to raise, but we've called in the big blind here rather than squeezing, so by flatting, we just keep our range a lot wider. We can have some gut shots, backdoor flush draws in there, but now that we come in for the raise, like value-wise... Oh, that's a dirty turn for Peter, this. He's most certainly going to do some money in this pot. He's going to think he's got the effective nuts here. Alex just calling out of the big blind, didn't choose to come in for the squeeze, so in Peter's head here, we're only behind to Jack 10, really. Jack 10, flop straight, which may not raise on a rainbow board, so most certainly we're going to do some chips here as Peter with the ace 9. Ace from space.
Yeah. The absolute brick of a 2 of hearts on the river.
Yeah, so now going to want to come in some value here as Alex wants... Sorry, Alex out of position, just comes in for a lead of 3k and Peter just snaps it off. That's just a call up. Not much to say about that one, just a terrible turn card for Peter. Looked like gin for him, but made him lose. A few more chips in that pot.
I got a bottle of gin for my birthday. I've never drunk gin ever. Where does that come from?
You never drunk gin?
No. And I randomly got a bottle of gin for my birthday.
Weren't me, Tower.
No, I know that. I know that. I know that. I was just quite surprised that this bottle of gin came up.
So blinds are shortly going to go up, move us into level 2 of the day.
I'm guessing Joe Saunders is one of your friends.
Yes, why is that?
Yeah,
what's he putting?
Is in the GUKPT chat box, the deep stack crusher.
Yeah, he chopped deep stack Luton last week.
Oi, oi.
Yeah.
Oi, oi. Nice one, Joe.
Yeah. No, he's walking around town and telling everyone he's a crusher.
Did you play it?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? You like Luton?
Where was I? Oh, I was at PK's wedding.
Oh, congratulations, PK, Mr. and Mrs. Kennedy. Kennedy! He's been part of our team for 12 years as PK, the man that does it all. And there you go.
Yeah, deep stack crusher, Joe Saunders in the chat.
Oh, tired or not? So you had to give everybody else a chance in Luton.
Yeah, yeah. I said to Joe, go on, mate, you go do the job.
Absolutely. Alex, Queen, Jack, flops top. Kassim, unaware of his holdings in seat number 9.
Afternoon simulation game up on Twitch and Ashley as well.
Afternoon, everybody, on Twitch. If you want to watch the crispest stream, Twitch seems to be that place to watch it. The pictures are incredible.
Kev final tabled it as well, actually.
Kev, well done.
In the chat, should probably mention that.
Kev Jackson, well done.
He's on the FT of Luton as well.
I'm alright a minute. So blinds are going up. Next hand or the one after. We'll go to 5100. Yeah, I think you can change, David. I think you can actually change the in the settings on YouTube, the cog. I think you can actually change what playback quality you want to play it in. You've got the 360, You can go to 720 HD if you want to, or 480. If you scroll your mouse over the pictures, see the cog, click on it and settings, and then you can go to 360 to 480 up to 720 if you do fancy. I don't very often have YouTube pictures running, to be fair. Twitch is incredible. But if you've got it on your 720, fingers crossed it should be good. Top 2 for Cassim. Top pair again for Andrew. There goes a quick Queen of Spades on the turn, so it's checked. So the blinds are up. As we say, 5100. Have a quick scurry into Facebook. See if anybody's watching. Neil Wolf is in Portugal. Oh, yeah, we're not as good as you, obviously. Neil Wolfie, bom dia from very sunny Portugal. Hope you're having a fab time, Neil.
Hey then, Neil.
Get yourself on that golf course. Supposed to be a mare. Never been to Portugal.
I've never been to Portugal, actually. One of the places I haven't been.
I've been to the Algarve, and I've been to Madeira, which is next door to Portugal, little island off Portugal, but I've never been to Portugal itself. I never get an invite from Neil Wolfrey, that's just you.
Me neither, Tower, me neither.
You know, sat on the balcony just drinking sangria and enjoying life. Yeah.
Be nice to get an invite once in a while, wouldn't it? A65.
Yeah, Ace King again. This time Alex has got the Ace King.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Alex should be continuing, and Quinton do have a very nice float candidate, but probably a lot better float in position. But check behind from the Ace King.
Nice, when you check behind and you...
It's checked again.
You've already got the check mark at the side. Yeah, hard to get any money off Quinton in the slightest. Quinton's given up. So good afternoon Facebook, afternoon Leon, Leon Elliott and Roy Cyphers watching on Facebook. Well done yesterday, Roy. Second to the Maloo. David Green's watching from Spain. Even better than Portugal. John Cooper's in Great Yarmouth.
Oi, oi.
And he's not quite Rotherham or Rotterdam. Yeah. Great Yarmouth is closer to Rotterdam than it is to Rotherham. There you go. So good afternoon on Facebook. You're watching the live coverage of GUKPT Manchester, leg number 2, live as it happens. Lines are 5100. Great quality on Facebook as well. You take a look at that. That's brilliant. How good is that? All around, overall, superb feature table, superb HD coverage from cardroomdirect.com. Yeah, new dad John Cooper in Great Yarmouth.
Been a new dad for a while, John, isn't he?
He has.
Since I started this job.
The lad's 11. He's had to change his name. Not so new dad John.
Old dad John.
Mark Byro Hiya Tower, watching on Facebook, living in Huddersfield. Is there any snow around? I've not noticed it's got a little bit colder the last few days.
There's some snow down south I've seen on some of my pals' stories this morning.
A little bit of, I know Tony said he drove up in a blizzard.
Yeah, it's, I'll show you.
And then got to Birmingham and it seemed to have stopped. Well, a little bit of sun, a little bit of snow here, there and everywhere. Stay safe wherever you are. Well, a bit of snow around. But not in Manchester.
Yeah,
the actual sun was shining.
2 years ago when no one could get here because Emma, weren't it? Storm Emma.
That's right.
Storm Emma.
It was that the beast from the east.
The beast from the east, yeah.
They called it.
And the old taxi. We had the taxi driver on Facebook Live. Remember?
Did a Facebook Live because all the roads were clear around Manchester. That was good.
So cut off open from Andrew A7 off. Quinton going to peel 9-8 on the button, and both blinds come along as well. 4 to the flop.
David Green says he does miss the cruel British weather while he's living in Spain. I don't think so. Somehow, one of my good friends has just emigrated to Benidorm and bought a caravan. Bought a static, got himself a caravan and living the dream over in Benidorm. John Bonadies. Hi boys, great to be watching another stream. We're in wet and windy Dordogne. Where's that?
I don't know.
Where's that, John? In front of the cosy fire. Keep up the great work, waiting for Towers treble.
He was on it. Like, I remember that at the bar. You was in there telling me, get on.
The best bet of the day tomorrow is Port Vale. Port Vale, stick it in every leg.
It was Grimsby yesterday.
And Grimsby. We've already got a massive double. We're on it.
We're just going to get back to the action because we've actually got a big
We've
pot.
got a big hand here
that's going to happen.
Just rivered the boat,
and Thomas has rivered the nut straight. So 8 on the river is action, and Thomas here with the Queen 10, unaware of turn action here, so not sure he's got the betting lead, but gonna come in for a bet here of our straight. 1700 into 2.9. Yeah, now Quinton with a boat here, no other option but to raise. I'm assuming he opened the button pre-flop. We have the effective nuts really. Well, Jack 9's in there, I guess, out the big blind. Only 3 remaining combos of that with a 9 in our hand. So nothing really to be scared of here. As Quinton, Jacks should be free betting, facing a button open pre-flop. So it's all down to now what are we trying to get called by. Has our opponent got a 9 as well? Has he rivered some sort of straight and needs to deduct the best size to go for him to get a call here? Missed the action on the turn, so unaware of how this hand's played, but we've got no option here as Quinton but to come in for a raise. It's just down to what size we want to choose.
Makes it 7.1.
So he's gone big.
He's gone huge. Are we just going to flick it in and sigh?
Well, the thing is here is Thomas, yes, we have a straight, very strong hand, but one of them situations when we're faced from this size, we've gone just under 2/3 pot on the river and our opponent's now raised 4x that size. It's like...
That's a great one.
Yeah, that's a really good laydown
from
Thomas.
That's a very, very good laydown from Thomas.
I think may have had something to do with sizing. over 4x our raise on the river there from Quinton. Is he really going to do that as a bluff? Is he ever going to do that with a straight? I don't think so. And Thomas makes a very, very good fold.
John Bonadies is in the southwest of France.
Southwest of France.
Beautiful.
It's nice there.
It's, I get you. Oh, you're on the ball. Yeah, Long says if that was him, he'd be out the door. It's yes, it fills up, but does somebody automatically have the 8-9? Not always, but obviously this
level.
Day
yeah, first session of the day, you don't really see people tend to bluff, especially raised bluff rivers for chunks of big blinds. Like in that situation, he's 70 odd big blinds he's raising on the river. It's very difficult to be a bluff, but very good fold from the man in C8. And a raising take for Alex under the gun, A8, no action.
Yes, I've already got Towers treble ready and waiting. It's already there. Grimsby, for some reason, are 15-8. Don't ask me why. Port Vale somehow at 8-5 at home, and Exeter can't lose. It's a 12-1 treble. You don't get many 12-1 trebles with 3 homes. But Grimsby, Port Vale and Exeter tomorrow is 12-1 on there. And we'll be using Grosvenor Sport to check out all details of the betting. We like a good Towers treble while watching the live stream. So we'll get on Grosvenor Sport and we will flick up the treble. But I'm not changing my mind. That is my treble for Saturday. And we said for tomorrow. It's not. See, I'm that far ahead. It's not even tomorrow. It's Saturday. Not even tomorrow. Because we're only on Thursday. It's massive. Get on there. Get yourself on Grosvenor Sport. Get yourself a bet. It's huge. So wherever you are in the world, we've got Southwest France, we've got Spain, we've got Portugal watching. Great Yarmouth. Even got Sheffield watching because Osh Vaughan's in the building. Afternoon, Osh. Hope you're well, pal.
5-way to the flop. And I think Thomas has got the best of it here. Top pair with the King Jack. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw for Kevin. Not much else for anyone else.
Not forgetting Perth in Scotland as well. I do intend to bring the golf clubs up to Scotland this year. Me and one of my mates, I think we're going on a bit of a road trip. Hopefully we'll play some beautiful courses in Scotland. That's the plan.
So Alex with an unknown hand here, coming in for a lead out the big blind for 800. Kev's going to call with his gut shot backdoor flush draw. But Alex here in the big blind, going to have all the 2 pairs. Jack 6, Jack deuce, 6 deuce are all hands he can actually have in this spot. And in fact, he's led here a lot of the time. It's never going to be a bluff on this board texture. There's just no draws here really, so he's most certainly going to have a piece here in this spot. Alex deuce on the turn. And looks like he's looking down at his chips. Nope, comes in for a check. So now Alex's hand here, once he checks, a lot of the time it's just going to be a jack, like a raggy jack that's defended out the big blind and then came in for a donk lead, and now we've been called in 2 spots, so we've just got to put the anchors on. But then again, he can also have some boats here, as Alex checking to see what our opponents do on the turn, what type of holdings it looks like they have. Jack deuce and 6 deuce are most certainly still in there for Alex as hands to have in this spot. Obviously sixes as well, quads as well, can't rule them out, but once he comes in for this check here, it's almost always just a Jack X type hand or a boat. But we will find out, because Kevin now gonna bet 3.6 with his gut shot, and Alex, action back on him, can't fault Thomas for folding here. Alex betting 6 players, I think, or 5 on the flop, been called in 2 spots, so very rarely our King Jack's going to be good in that spot. We also have a player behind who does have boats in his range, so although we can see he has folded the best hand against Kevin there, most certainly get behind that fold from Thomas there on the turn with the King Jack. Now, I feel like he's strong here, Tower Alex. We can't see his cards, but I feel like he may have 6 deuce or Jack deuce in this spot.
He could have the Sheffield nuts, the old 6 deuce.
So checks to Kev once more. Want to potentially allow him to bluff it again. Kev with the nut low here on the river, so intrigued to see whether he does go for it. He knows he's not going to be good at showdown. But we've got to be aware that Alex can still have boats in this spot. He can have 6 deuce, he can have Jack deuce. That choose to check the turn once he boats up. But then again, a big proportion of his range is also just Jack X hands, like Jack 3, Jack 4, all them raggy jacks that you can have in the big blind. So got to deduct, Kevin, whether we are going to apply the pressure to those Jack X hands, or whether we're going to give our opponent credit for strength here in terms of a boat. But I just think early stages, like, you don't need to be taking these sort of marginal bluff spots on rivers, and
It looks like half pots.
it looks like it's coming in, and
8,000.
so near a pot, 4/5, nearly full size pot. Now Alex is in the tank, and the way he's posturing here,
It
so
sounds
we
like
can,
it looks like a one pair hand.
yeah,
doesn't
it's just
the
the way
jack.
he's posturing here.
Yeah.
It's not a boat, and a very nice play from Kevin there. I'm guessing Alex had one of them hands we mentioned, just one of them raggy jacks in there, and Kev there with 4 high does the
Yeah.
job.
You're not going to get many pots win this week with 4 high. Well done, Kev. Very good pressure indeed.
Trust me, it was impossible for you to do behind. However, my position looks like an over there. Looks really hard.
Lines, please, gentlemen. 5100. Small blind.
Very nearly gave out.
So whatever you're watching, thanks for tuning in. Dave Green says the graphics are on the ball. Well done to whoever is operating them. That's our action tracker, Dave. Dave the man. One of the hardest jobs there is out there.
Yeah, I think
it's so hard to concentrate on every single hand all day long.
2 hours straight, and then get 15 minutes and then back to it. It's,
Every hand. Yes, he's got the headset, which makes the job a lot easier than listening to the screams. But it's a tough job, and mentally it's a tough job as well. Because if he's late, we know he's late. If he's, if he misses one, we scream and shout at him. But he gets a lot of credit because it ain't an easy job. It's tough goings. But so thanks for that, David. Much appreciated that you see that the graphics are there. Ray Richards, hello to all you at Grosvenor Poker. Good afternoon, Ray. Watching on Facebook. Wherever you may be in the world. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Manchester calling for the next 4 days. 4 days of fun and frolics around the tables. £200,000 guarantee tournament. Last year was the biggest attendance for 10 years, and we chopped it heads up. So literally split the money straight down the middle and played on for a hand. It was a good final. And a decent start with the blinds so low as well. We had some big pots with the blinds being sort of low, 5,100 the blinds. So I'll keep nipping in and out of Facebook, Twitch, YouTube and GUKPT as well. So I'd like to shout out to Bex, Rebecca Roston, going to be playing the GUKPT tomorrow. It's her birthday today. Do you want a rendition?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Rebecca. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Bex.
I think she needs a bigger TV tower. God, it looks massive on there, don't it?
Have a great day today, chilling. And then your birthday weekend will finish by winning the GUKPT Manchester.
Imagine that, yeah.
Imagine that as a
nice.
birthday present. Imagine that, eh? Imagine that as a birthday present. We'll just take down the GUKPT Manchester. David Green's talking about the action tracker, and then he says, and of course Jay for dissecting the hands like a pathologist at an autopsy. Brilliant. Oh, fantastic.
Good afternoon, Mitch on Twitch, MitchVilla89. Thanks for tuning in. This is the early stages, level 2 of the day. We've got about 40 minutes before we head out on the first break. Very deep poker. Don't tend to see too much action unless there's a caller dealt out or you have a particular few players at the table. Been fairly quiet this particular featured table. Thomas going to be opening this hand. Jacks makes it 300. And Kev here not going to be going anywhere. 7-6 suited this deep on the button. Last option for me in this spot is going to be to muck this hand. Probably not really going to be leaning towards 3-bet either. 7-6 suited on the button, very nice hand to play in position. So just going to make the call, and Quinton wants to flick in the defender with Queen 5 off, getting an attractive price, going 3-way to the flop. Top and middle and bottom for Quinton takes a big lead in this pot. And Kev here with just 7 high. I think if there was 1 heart on this board, he may elect to take a stab. Going to have some Broadway holdings after peeling on the button. But once Kev checks behind, that's just a give up from him. And now as Quinton with the Queen 5, we've got pretty clear lead here. Once the flop has checked through, yeah, can be wary of kings that open early position and check flop on a rainbow board, but can't be scared of monsters under the bed. Want to start extracting some value from some worse holdings. And Thomas just gets out of the way with the jacks, and Kev does the same with the 7 high.
Still impressed with Thomas's fold. This stage
What,
of the game.
the Queen 10?
Yeah.
He seems like
You're losing to one hand, really. All right, yes, there was a jack down there, but you're just losing to one hand.
I think it's all down to size in tower at this stage. Like, is Quinton really going to come in for a 4x raise bluff on the river, and then we're only really chopping like Queen 10. He might have Queen 10 as well. I guess that's what we're hoping to see when we call, but. And just a second ago, he just snap folded the jacks with the overcard and a gut shot. He did have a gut shot and just snap folded them correctly. So obviously, very aware at where he is in hands. Thomas in seat 7 or 8, I should say. But this time, he's not going to be going anywhere.
Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Bets 400. Gets pulled in 2 spots. Kevin gets out of the way, and so too does Andrew. Kevin's not in hand yet. Kevin folds. Andrew folds as well. The turn. The king of clubs. Interesting for Alex, who's picked up a bit more equity.
Now sizes it over half pot. Here Thomas trying to get the second street of value from some worse ace-x that can be in there, and particular hands like this as well, the Broadway draws that snag a pair on the turn, they're not going to be folding. And 3 clubs on the river. So I'd like to see Thomas come in for a 3rd street here with the ace-queen. Can't really give our opponent too much credit for a backdoor flush. The only backdoor flush in there is Queen X of clubs. So want to be coming in for another street of value, which he has. Bet 3.6k, so going around the 2/3 pot mark here on the river. And Alex here with just 2nd pair. Got to think Thomas has opened under the gun. This board is just a board that smashes the under the gun opening range and still pays it off with just a pair of kings. And the ace queen for Thomas is good.
Indeed it is. John Bonadise, the trouble's on. Let's bash them bookies. Yes, indeedy, indeedy. If it all goes to form, it can't lose. We know football's not like that. But the form just says, why are these prices so big? Form should never be... hopefully, the form just carries on. And we bash the bookies.
Kasim hasn't been too active. Comes in for a raise to 275 under the gun, and Quinton ace 10 on the button. It's going to call. Thomas got an easy defend here with the Queen 10. Wow, he hasn't defended. Really shocked to see that.
894.
He has defended. He's got cards in front of him.
He has. Well, they're just about to bring them back. You know the David Green who says the action track is on the ball. Dave must have read that. Dave must have read it and thought, here we go.
I'll put a stop to that. Let's see who's on the ball now. Thomas should be calling once here with 2 overs, gut shot to the nuts. Jack on the turn would be just ace of diamonds. So Kasim here. Shouldn't really be a bad card, this ace rolling off. Doesn't really improve any hands that Thomas should call on the flop other than like the ace 9, ace 8, ace 4. So fine to come in for a second street here. But Thomas just lets the gut shot go.
Afternoon, Harry. Harry Chapman dissecting the 8-9 hand and the Queen 10. Good to have you on board, Harry. Hope you're well. Is he going to be playing in Manchester?
One of our National League top 5 just takes his seat. Haresh coming in at seat 7.
Did Harry Chapman get himself a package?
Not from the league. He might have been one of them guys that won the playoff. Yeah, this 77.
I'm sure Harry got himself a package.
Maybe through. I think he did actually through that. From memory now. Yeah, he did.
I think I remember the hoodie.
The fluorescent.
The fluorescent hoodie.
Yeah.
So that means Harry's going to be on his way tomorrow. Has to be. Unless he's sat at the tables texting away. 30 minutes to go until the end of this session. Harry Stacker just comes to the table.
What's Milkman?
I don't know. Maybe it's something we need explaining. What's milked? Who knows these things?
I'll have a look. Joy of the internet.
Absolutely.
It's not Quinton, it's Quentin.
It's Quentin, is
Obviously,
it? That's our
one of his friends in the chat. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much. Just a misspell from the tracker. Maybe we'll try and get onto the case.
That is Quentin in the chat. He's obviously on break live and.
Oh yes, they've just gone on the break.
Yeah.
Sorry, Quentin. Listening to us, very nice Queen 10 fold indeed, but I
checked because we missed the turn action. We was in chat and he actually checked back the turn with 2 pairs, so it's very hard for him to have a boat, so it does actually make the sizing a lot more reasonable. You should expect all 2 pair to bet in position on the turn. Well, your opponent should, so shouldn't really have too many boats, if any.
Good to have you in the chat, Quentin. We can't change your name on the stream because unfortunately you are now live on a break, so not a lot we could have done. It was just a misspell, that's all.
Was it an I then rather than an
N-E.
Sorry.
Quinton.
Cam, I apologise.
Yeah.
Because he didn't sit at the start of the table.
Yeah.
Start, we'll just
You're fine for a jog?
I'm just sticking out the 2 hours into the
Yeah, I thought it was a very good fold. Other people saying that it was.
I just remember looking down and seeing the river and just seeing a boat versus a straight, and couldn't recall the action up until then.
So Quentin sat in seat number 5. Tom, who made that call, who made the fall with the Queen 10. 4477 is the board. 2's been counterfeited. So the 2's are now playing the board. Any bluffs? Not from Peter.
Fine to come in for some thin value now as Thomas here making a flush on the river. It is a double paired board, but expect Peter to let us know if he's got a 4 or a 7.
And the nut flush is good, but the ace was even better. Just under 30 minutes to go until the end of this first session. Been pretty active for the first session.
Yeah, it's been alright, Tower. It's been alright.
It has indeed. A good old defend with the 8 deuce.
It's suited.
I don't care. They shouldn't be there. They defend. Sometimes they defend. He's just leaking chips. And here we go. We're now repping a big hand and he's going to win the pot. What do I know?
That's the thing, like, you can, I don't mind a defend with 8 deuce suited against a min raise, to be honest with you. I think it's fine, getting a very nice price, and if you think you can have a post flop edge against your opponent that's doing the raising and we can potentially pick some pots up uncontested, then by all means. But if you're just going to play honestly post flop and only going to bet when you hit, and then it's better to just let it go. And this ace of spades on the turn is quite an interesting card here, actually, because one of Andy's bluffs here should be flush draws, and Kasim now actually turning top pair. I think he's got to throw the anchors on here, Andrew. The fact that this ace is a very good card for Kasim's perceived opening range.
There he goes, check, check. There's the 7 of spades. So 4 to the flush on the board. Andy probably thinks he can only win by betting, so he might have to fire out. Maybe something like 2.1.
Now this is an interesting spot here for Kasim.
Yeah, that's 1.8.
The thing is here, once Andy now comes in for value on this river, like he's repping, only really the king or jack of spades, maybe the 10 of spades he might come in for some value with. And now what hands does Andy actually have in his range that have those cards in? And it's only really turn flushes. And why are turn flushes not going to come in for the second barrel, try and build a pot after we turn a flush? Like if he's got king X of spades, yeah, it makes sense, but they're going to a lot of the time continue barreling on this ace turn.
Yeah, it makes the rest of it fold.
Does get the fold, but story doesn't really check out too much there. The way hands played, I guess he will have some flushes that he decides to check on the turn, but a lot of the time it's only really going to be nut flushes. But interesting hand that. I would have liked to see a hero on the river, but couldn't find one. Very hard to call on a 4-liner to a flush.
So Harry's on his way down tomorrow. See you at the tables tomorrow, Mr. Chapman.
Kev makes it 250. It looks like it's going to be raise and take, but no. Quentin is going to defend the 10-4. 8-5-5, 2 diamonds. And I expect Kev to see bet this paired board. Especially if you're aware your opponent's defending this wide, like they're just going to have so many whiffs so often, and there's the continue from Kev, and that takes it down.
That's why I went so big, because I took...
The guys are now talking about the 8-9 Queen 10 hand. Because it's just obviously come back to them that they've had a couple of mates watching.
The thing is, Tal, about that hand, I didn't actually realise it was paired board on the turn. I thought the board paired on the river, so there's actually a lot more boats out there. There's most certainly boats can check turn for deception. But still, nevertheless, great fold from Thomas.
Hey! Oh, do you know what? I'll just do 10 seconds.
You would have called like 5,500, something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Bet 300. Fold. Fold. 3. Fold.
7.
Raise 7.
Maybe we get to find out soon if you were really bluffing in that hand. So you said you had
7.
I was
3-4 suited.
3-4 suited.
Not even 5-4 suited. Feel like I had the best hand in that one.
Yeah, well, you was easy to get out of the park. I think once he checks the turn.
I had a pretty good hand.
Yeah, but my hand's pretty polarised.
Maybe I can have some twos.
Yeah, if you call the turn.
500.
Pretty convinced I had the best hand. I think I had
5.
Yeah, yeah. I gather that.
Yeah, but did you beat him though?
Huh?
Did you beat him?
I think so.
Yeah.
I just thought so.
King Jack. King Jack. Yeah, definitely.
Race 18. Fold.
So Quentin back in a hand with Alex, who's initially raised pre, and we'll just get to the action. And the ace king gets out of the way down to the last 15 minutes of the session. A decent session to start the day.
No side event this evening. We're just running a satellite, super satellite.
Last chance saloon.
6 seats guaranteed for tomorrow's.
They run one in London, it got 13 seats.
Yeah, the one in London
was mental.
Yeah.
13 seats and about 900 quid. It was impressive down in London. So I'm expecting the last chance saloon satellite to get quite a few numbers today. The side events have been excellent here in Manchester.
Ace King for Daniel this time. UTG +1 makes it 300 to go. No action from anybody. I'm sorry, Peter is going to call with the King Jack on the button. Queen 7 deuce rainbow. As dry as they come in terms of board texture. So Dan should be c-betting this flop almost always, and gets a quick fold from Peter.
So last 12 minutes to go. It has been a good session, and the guys are now talking about it on the stream. A lot of the hands are being played. But good to have everybody on board. We've realised where everybody's watching from, or a lot of people are watching from today. Thanks, one and all, for tuning in so early on this GUKPT weekend.
Love them. Always look forward to the old GUKPTs.
Yeah.
Seven, 6, 4, 2 spade. Paresh turns top 2.
9 of clubs. Here's a good shot for Kasim.
What platform? Oh, of course you were on the Twitch for the... Was you just on Twitch for Dublin?
Twitch and YouTube.
Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, this Twitch is pretty decent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hopefully this year we'll see it grow more as well. We see a lot of people either tune into GUKPT website or YouTube. Not too many have tried out Twitch, but hopefully it will grow throughout the year. Most certainly we'll be using it for the Goliath again. Worked very well last year.
Oh yes. Have you let Patrick know that Joker's Wild's on a Monday this year?
I'll text him now, Tal.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll drop him a text now.
Excellent. Just be aware, Joker's Wild and the Goliath this year is on the Monday. Full schedule is out.
Are you going to be?
We're on the decks.
Are you on the decks?
We are on the decks. You need a co-commentator for Monday evening.
I'll get Patrick in again.
Give Patrick a text.
Drop him a text. See what he's up to.
Absolutely.
Jacks with Daniel in the beak. Just course doesn't choose to come in for a squeeze here. I'm not really sure going to be wanting to go four-way a lot of the time with Jacks.
Yeah. Not very confident when you do end up going four-way. Not a bad flop. 7, 9, 10.
Yeah, best of it. Alexander is up and down after limp call in the King 8. 3 of clubs on the turn, so we've got a pretty clear lead now. There's Daniel with the Jacks. Does come in for a better 1k. And quick folds all round.
Mirang Patel's watching from Coventry in his uni lecture. Oh, good afternoon, Mirang. Hope Coventry's well. We'll be down there for Goliath, if not before, at the end of July, beginning of August. We will be down at the amazing Ricoh Arena. Looking forward to it. See, Coventry City are doing really well, playing at Birmingham City's ground. They managed to hold Rotherham United to a draw on Tuesday. First versus second in the league. Yeah, we'll be down in Coventry for Goliath, end of July, beginning of August. Make sure you tune into that one. That's going to be a busy old week. We love it.
I can't wait for the Goliath.
We love it.
We've got to go one better in the tag team this year.
We have. We bubbled last year. We bubbled it last year. So unlucky.
So Kev continuing here. Alex gut shot, Kasim bottom pair. And called in both spots. Five of hearts on the turn. Kasim up and down to go with his bottom pair. Alex now actually increasing his outs, turning a double gutter hit. And this one checks through to the river, which is a 6, so the 8-9 of Alex making the nuts on the end. Probably going to get a little bit of value as well, because seeing River in 2 pair here with the 6-4. Kev going to be done with the pot, facing a bet from Alex.
So less than 5 minutes for the first break. The first break's 20 minutes. I think it was to help with the dealers, give the dealers a break as well. So a 20-minute break for the first one, and then the end of level 4 will be the 60-minute buffet break. Good session to start with. I really enjoyed it. We have a full ring.
Yeah. We was actually 6-handed after like 20 minutes, weren't we? It was,
we were talking about it, weren't we? That they do tend to come in pretty sharpish. It's never too... only first few hands normally. New table when we return. We did say we'd not see Steve Warburton, didn't we?
Spot on, you were, Tower.
Yeah.
Spot on. He's probably still asleep.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Far too early for these poker players who grind a lot of cash. Nines for Kevin on a 7-3 jack flop 2 diamonds, and checked all the way around. 6 of hearts on the turn. Yes, king not getting too giddy either. C2 missed a lot of his cards today. Don't know why. I have to keep his eye on that, because C2's at the moment not showing too many cards.
So Tom going to have to get out of the way now. Kev rightly so, calling with the 9s here.
10 of hearts on the river. Yeah, I'm not too sure it's Alex's fault, to be fair, regarding the box. Looks like he's strayed over the circle, so we might need to have keep his eye on that for the next session. We are coming towards the end of session number 1.
Yeah, we're going to have to let this one go here, as Kev can't see Alex's hand, but just 9s here. We like he can credibly. He's calling a small blind. He'd have hands like Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited in there. So can credibly have a lot of Jack X here, and then coming up with some bluffs that he's supposed to have. Only real bluffs are looking at diamonds, like 8, 9 and 9, 10, those type of hands we block, and a lot of the time they're going to shut down on river, the gut shot hand. So yeah, if I'm Kev here, I'm just getting out of the way with the 9s. A lot of the time we're just going to call, and he's going to spin over King Jack, Queen Jack, that type of holding. Oh, he is going to call. It looks like a good call.
Well, we just announced good call. Alex has just announced good call. Well, look at that.
Must be
He
a
doesn't have to
diamond
show it if he
draw.
wants to. Yeah. Not too sure why they're not showing him that Alex. I think they're just trying to decipher what the cards are.
Yeah,
The
maybe
guys
so
are
we can see.
Yeah. Was it a diamond draw?
No,
King
just
4.
air balls.
Air balls with King 4.
Absolute air balls.
So the last hand of the session. So the last hand of the sesh. 15 is it? The break is 15 minutes, not 20. So we will be back at 2:45.
We're going to get a walk last hand of the session, Tower?
No chance. Are we?
No, if Alex is peeling King 4 in the small face in EP Open, I think he's going to be playing the button, whatever he's holding is, well, Ace 4 suited.
Well, there they go. The Ace 4 of diamonds is showing in box 2, so it's not the boxer's fault. Which we didn't think it ever would be. We are. We're going to quickly get one more in.
Did we start a couple of minutes late today?
I'm not sure. I didn't think so. But we have slightly gone over the 2:30 mark. Very surprised if we did. But players starting to stand up. This could be the last hand of the session. It looks like it is. There, once you finish the hand, Dina's just shouted. Last hand of the session, 15-minute break. And a new table. And a new table.
Alex is in with the old Jack 4.
Yeah. Just a call of 100. Once the flop with Jack's 4 has been Quentin's final hand of the sesh. No Queen Deuce gets a free flop. So the two premium hands, Jack 4 and Queen 2, do battle. Yeah, you know you're limping with Jack 4 when it comes Jack 4. You just know, don't you?
You got to know.
Checks it. Brings it up and down straight door for the Queen. So this will be a better call. No, Chris Ford in the YouTube box says, where can I get a link for the English commentary? You don't run with Yorkshire. No run with Yorkshire at all. You're alright, you'll stop laughing. So raise to 400. A bet, a raise and a call. The Queen, Jack 4. Stays in front.
Yeah, now it's just going to go check, bet, fold. And that will be that.
Absolutely. See you back in 15 minutes, guys. Great first session. See you in a bit.
Is that break? Yeah.
cards in Love Island, should be fine, just in case, right? Thanks.
I'll bring him in.
Ryan and Ali.
Can I have attention please, players, in today's main event? You're welcome to start retaking your seats. You have just over 3 minutes on the break. That's just over 3 minutes remaining on the break. All players, please retake your seats.
So 6-5, yeah?
Sure I have. More than that. About 15. I have 15. I didn't have 13 and that.
Floor on future, please.
Whatever you had,
Now 15,000.
well, whatever was on the table, that had to be more over.
15.
So 13, 4. Let me see there. Definitely we need. How many? 5.
Right.
There you go. That must be the
That's
reason.
the reason. That's
That
the
must
one.
be the reason.
Yeah.
You'll see 3. Yeah, that's that one there.
Yeah.
See 3's there.
Have I moved?
You'll see 2.
That
Yeah.
explains.
14. So that must be the reason why.
Yes. Got the wrong seat.
That's what I said. It's been more correct.
And we are back, second session of the day, just about to start. Players taking their seats. This session will bring us up to the hour dinner break. Going to run you through who we got for the next couple of hours. In 2 is going to be Luke Marsh. In 3, Sabji Kula. In 4, Richard Horton. In 5, Paul McCauley. In 6, Steve Warburton. In 7, Paul Jackson. 8 is Rinchin Tashi. And in 9 is Chris Bartlett. Room starting to fill up a bit more now. The card room, more tables opening, players coming in, waking up. And we're off. Blind 75, 150. And looks like Steve's going to get us started. Opening middle position in the hijack. Ace Queen of Spades. Raised to 400. Paul's going to make the call in position. And Rinchin's in as well. Got to put his cards in the box. See what he's playing. There we are. And Luke, first hand, finds the kings in the big blind, comes in for a squeeze to 2.8k, so 7x. Steve's open, sizing fine here, out of position. There's three callers before us. Now action back on Steve here, ace queen suited. Tough spot this. Steve wants to see a flop. He's going to make the call in position here. Luke is representing a very strong range of hands though. Once all this action occurs in front of him, and then he still comes in for a squeeze out of the big blind. But then again, he may choose to squeeze hands like ace 10, ace jack there, facing Steve's hijack open. So our ace queen can still be good here. 10, 7, deuce, rainbow, and Luke should be coming in for continuation bet here. Don't need to go big, somewhere around the 2k mark. Expect him to choose a smaller size than his original 3-bet. Very dry board texture, heads up pop. Don't mind just going around 2.5k here. Yeah, like it, 2.4. And Steve here, ace queen suited, is going to call once in position. Does have some backdoors, backdoor Broadway, backdoor flush draw. 7 on the turn. It's a good card for us here, as Luke. Steve should not have any 7x in this spot, and it makes the likelihood of a flop set less likely, so probably going to come in for another smallish bet, sizing up a river jam somewhere like 4 or 5k now, just so we've got a nice shove on the river if Steve does make the call. Really target jacks, queens, some 10x in there. Won't be too much 10x after Steve does peel our raise. Only really ace 10 suited, you expect, but we can really put jacks, queens in a spot. And just a quick fold from Steve, facing the second barrel. Shows the king. Paul makes it 400 to go with the king queen. Chris free betting in position, and Paul is going to peel the king queen, and we're going to go heads up to the flop. 10, 9, 5, 2 hearts. Gut shot 2 overs for Paul. Unaware of Chris's holding here. So Chris going to come in for a continue here. It's one of them boards where you expect the free better to have a lot more checks than continues. 10, 9, 5, a lot better for Paul's perceived range perhaps. 9s, 10s, 5s all in there. 10, 9 suited perhaps as well. But Paul not going to be going anywhere. Gut shot to the nuts, 2 over cards, 10 of hearts rolling off on the turn. And now this is a card that very, very rarely you're going to see Chris come in for a second barrel here. So much changes in terms of board texture now. Flusher's got there. If we have an overpair, 10x, we're now well behind 2. And there is the check. So to the river, which is the 6 of hearts. And if I'm Paul here, most certainly going to be coming in for a lead. We have king high. It's just never going to be good at showdown in this particular spot. So comes in for a 4.5k bet. And these are good spots to take because you're looking at it from 4 hearts on the board. The chance that Chris actually has a heart in his hand is about 2.5 to 1. Looking at it from a random perspective, but the fact that he's free bet, he should really only have sort of the Broadway hearts in his hand. So very nice spot to come in for a bluff there as Paul. A lot of the time we will just pick up the pot, and unaware of Chris's holding there, but nice little pick up from the man in seat 5. Plenty coming up as well, guys, in March. Next week we have 125-25, that's up in Glasgow, and then we have 5 deep stacks taking place next week as well. Location for those: Reading, Coventry, Huddersfield, Liverpool and Thanet. So 5 destinations to choose if you fancy playing a deep stack next weekend. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Paul going to check behind with the ace-10 after his continuation has been called. And it goes check, check, and the ace-9 will take the pot.
T-boy's here.
Oi, oi.
T-boy's here.
Lovely.
I know we praised Tony earlier on for his use of his room, but by God, he could put heating on, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think it'll take a while to warm up this run.
You're not wrong. It's enormous. It is enormous. Welcome GUKPT Manchester, well underway. Hope everybody is good. Oh, we got the Towers treble that was already inputted. It's Thursday. Towers treble's already on. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. It's already on. Good luck, one and all. That's some good names around the room. Nice to see Paul Jackson playing. He was on there. Oh, there he is. There's Warburton. There's the Warbs. He's got the coat on.
Tweeting from they were suited. Watching the stream just now. Can't make it to Manchester, so hopefully someone is going to show up with tunnock/shortbread. We'll try and get some tablet through to you for Edinburgh.
Oh, well, the shortbreads were very nice at the last leg, and we look forward to Edinburgh.
The Goliath's the best. We get everything from it. Don't we have this? Put on a stone in the Goliath, don't you, during the Goliath?
Right, Gary Clark, ding ding. The bell's somewhere.
Yeah, it's somewhere.
It is somewhere. I don't know where it is. So blind 75 150, as Jay has said. Queen 10-7, the latest flop. No redraws.
Chop it up.
Yeah, very small pot. Let's chop it up. Oh, Slinky's watching. Wonder why. Paul Jackson's on table number 7 and Slinks comes in. Good luck, Paul Jackson. How are we doing, Sylvia? How's Sylvia's travels going at the moment? There's always something. Missing a train, missing a bus, running for a flight.
Afternoon, Sylvia.
Never on time. How are we doing, Slinks? And good afternoon, whichever portal you're watching it on. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or the GUKPT website. No, Sylvia's a bit under the weather. We'll just get the grapes out. They're actually honey sweets for your throat. That's what they are. Looking after you, Jay. Looking after you. Good to see Steve Warburton playing his local leg. Oh, the Manchester boys turning out. Doing a Vegas schedule to cheer yourself up. Well, the plan is to get out to Vegas yet again. We've got to get on a rail. We've got to get on a British rail sometime in June. Hope to see you soon, Sylvia. Look after yourself. Get yourself better. Paul Jackson will see a flop with ace 5 in the big blind. And a flop of Queen, Jack, 8. All clubs.
I'd be surprised if Richard came in for a continue here. Obviously, the 4th club is bad for our hand, but it's one of them flops where it's just fine to check behind, play accordingly on later streets.
I think Richard Orton's already cashed this week. I think I remember seeing his name somewhere on the cash list.
Set on the river, but no good.
No.
Well, still good, but
Still good, but
not going to be able to.
lose us to any club, any nine.
And Paul now going to have a little stab at this.
About 500.
So this is good from Paul. Just understands a lot of the time. Richard's going to see bet with a lot of his ace of clubs, king of clubs hands without a pair in them, or at least delay continue them. So very difficult for Richard to have a flush the way the hand's played. So Paul just going to try and fold him off of like a one pair hand in this scenario though, sitting here with a set, and lets it go. It's a nice little bluff from Paul.
Well done, Mr. PJ. Gary Clark says, do I need any chili jam? Always. Yes, please, Gary.
I'm alright, Gary. You can bring me some korma sauce.
So we go out for an Indian last night. Always meet up and have a bite to eat. Last few times it's been the old burgers and American kind of food. See, east is east, straight across the road. We thought we'll just nip in there. Jay turns up halfway through the meals. Would you like it? Jay, jump in, get yourself something to eat. Okay, can I have a naan bread and some korma sauce? And that was it. It just like he was dipping bread into custard.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I always set the table up and have a meat. That's what it's always about. That's what it's like. We're good like that. So Steve Warburton raises the button and gets it through. Level 3 of the day.
That was your food last night anyway, nice.
Beautiful. Very, very nice. It was a good one.
The bar was good as well where we went. There was good little
karaoke. Singing away. No, all good. Good preparation for today. Get us in the right spirits. GUKPT team in Manchester last year chopped heads up with Rich Kelly doing the business, and he went on to win the National League by a country mile. Got himself for a package, so Rich will be playing this leg for sure. Came back from Australia to play London, didn't he, Rich Kelly? Team Mushroom in the chat box. Afternoon, Roger. Roger Brealey.
I've just realised who it is now in seat 9, Chris.
Yeah,
he was the one giving a stick in the tag team event on our table.
It was, yeah. fifth in the Goliath.
I remember now. Oh.
Fifth in the Goliath. Craig Bartlett. Good to have you on board. The Goliath is on its way. Schedule can be found. GUKPT.com. Tonight's side event is a 6 seats guaranteed event. The Last Chance Saloon. Ace Queen for Luke. After getting 3-bet. 4 bets to 3,000. And then Chrissy boy. Sat in seat 9. Gets out of the way.
They've not been going up in price as well. So 500. I know. 500. This is sold. Sold it for like 4 months.
283 was the flop. Ace of Diamonds on the turn. Check call from Sargent in seat number 3.
It's an interesting river, this, because from Richard's perspective here, hands that we're going to get called by, like on the turn, we're trying to get some value from some 8x, perhaps some 3 and deuce x, but very difficult for us to actually get called by a 3 or a deuce here, coming in for the third barrel. And Sargent most certainly does have a lot of 8x in his range, but then you sometimes level yourself as Sargent, saying this is a lot better card for my range, what's my opponent doing, still barreling. And he has actually got the hero from Sargent with just a deuce. Just a deuce. Good afternoon, Roger. Sorry, just seen that in the chat. Jackson suited for Chris and the hijack. Makes it 3-2-5. And Paul going to defend the ace-9. Not sure what Sarjeet's up to in the small with a 10 tray, but he's in.
Flop time. 9 Queen 4. Check from Paul. A bet and a call. Oh, pairs the 9 on the turn. Mr. Jackson. Oh, no, sorry, not Paul Jackson. It's our other Paul, Paul McCauley, in seat 5 against Chris Bartlett. And the up and down draw. And the Jack of clubs on the river. So 2 pair for Chris. Paul will bet out on the turn.
Paul now coming in with a bomb, 2.5k into 1.9. So well over a pot size bet here. And Chris has rivered 2 pair. Paul has called flop. Like the only real hands we're now in front of as Chris are like diamond draws. Paul's going to have some Queen X in here. He's going to have some 9X, like his gut shots, the Jack 10. Like they all now make a pair or a straight, and we chop with Jack X anyway as Chris. So basically, it's just missed diamonds that, but he is going to pay it off, and it's a big bet as well. So maybe Chris just thought it was more polarised to trips or better. But the way that hand's played, it's really only diamond draws that we are now in front of by the river. And we are behind to a whole host of hands after the defend out the big blind. Nice little pick up for Chris. Sorry, for Paul.
So that's happened the last 2 nights?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah?
Adria in seat number 1 comes in for a call with King Queen suited. Unto-minded a raise. Unto-minded a raise with the King Queen suited to put your opponents to the test. But because that'll bring Paul along with the ace-7, that'll bring Steve along with the, the ace-jack.
Steve's going to squeeze here from the looks of things. Counting out a whole host of chips, and in they go. Very nice hand selection, ace-jack here. Obviously it wasn't open under the gun from Paul, but I'm sure Steve's played a lot of poker with Paul over the years and doesn't necessarily have to have it. So has come in for the squeeze, unaware of the amount at the moment, probably Looks somewhere around the 2k mark, 3 greens.
Is the guy in seat 1 a coach for Upswing Poker? Says Anne B. I don't know.
I don't know.
Adria. Sees a flop of King King 2. Is it Adria Dalmau? Could be. We'd have to get a full name, I think.
Well, there's only one Adria on the database, so I'm guessing it's the man from Spain over here.
Adria Dalmau. We'll try and find out for you if it is. Afternoon, Sean. Sean Johnson, UK Poker Room, back watching into UKPT.
Good afternoon, Sean. Any good flops about?
Yep.
Trip Kings for Adria and Steve. Just ace height.
Handbrakes on. He knows he's behind.
So this 7 rolls off on the turn, and as Tower just mentioned, I think I'm going to throw the brakes on now. Like, thinking about hands that we're targeting to fold out here as Steve, like, there will be some King X in there, but coming in for the double barrel, we're sort of targeting the pocket pairs that our opponent would open and then peel to the 3-bet, try and flop a set. So I'm just going to come in for the check. I don't actually mind a check behind here, as Adria. A lot of the time we will have our opponent drawing to either 2 outs or drawing dead, and we can have a bit of a deceptive factor here. We can represent them hands like 8s, 9s, 10s from checking behind here, but he's going to come in for the bet, try and target the pairs that Steve will have in his range. Obviously he squeezed out the big, he's going to have aces, queens, jacks, but ace jack in this scenario just comes in for the snap fold, and a nice pick up for Adria there with the king queen.
Don't forget to check out the Poker Live app.
Yeah.
If you want to find out all the details regarding every club in Britain, we can click on Berry New Road right now, and it will tell us that live in the GUKPT there are 51 runners. 51 playing level number 3 on 200,000 guarantee. So it's needing a big chunk of late reg and a busy day tomorrow to hit the 200k guarantee. All details regarding any events, Super Satellite at 6:30 p.m, 30-minute clock, 10,000 starting stack, that's on there. When we leave next week, it goes back to the events in your local club. Make sure you click down and get on the Poker Live app. It's great finding out what's on, and cash tables are there as well. Good information. Free app, Poker Live from Grosvenor Presents. It is a good addition to anybody who wants to find out what's happening in your local Grosvenor casino. Afternoon, Mr. Keith. Have you won yourself a seat into the
Afternoon, Keith.
have you satellited yourself into the GUKPT? Normally does.
Oi, oi. Hi guys, we'll be here later with your treats, yum yums for Boovie, Bakewell tarts, chocolate, donuts, etc, etc.
That sounds like my kind of diet.
Cheers, Keith.
Yeah, he's not won himself a seat just yet, but there is an event at 6:30. 6 seats guaranteed. So might be some good value. £60 re-entry. Yums and Bakewell tarts.
I love a yum yum.
Is that a little bit like tomatoes and cucumber?
Yeah,
And
basically the same.
Basically the same. Yes, that's all right.
Same calorie count.
Flop time. Steve Warburton involved again. You've got the Cowboys. Ace 8 10 is a flop. It's always there. Always there.
Remember when Steve had Ace Queen and Main in it seat 1 had Kings? Mm-hmm. Think I'm Ace.
I didn't see it. I wasn't in the building. I was mooching around the room, bringing
on
you
the
tea.
tea run, yeah.
Bringing you tea. So I didn't see it.
So
So today I'm 1 for 1.
All right.
Four of spades on the turn as it's checked. Chris Bartlett. That's 1.1. Steve Coles. 3 spades on the board. And the 2 of clubs.
Interesting to see whether Chris is going to come in for the double barrel here. It looks like he is.
Mm. $1,000. Oh, 2.1. 30,000. Good call. Good call. King's shown for Steve. And the slide of the cards into the muck. Nice call, Steve.
Yeah, nice call from Steve.
Nice call, Mr.
Didn't even
Wallace.
need more than 5 seconds. Flicked it in. Guess that comes down to frequency. He expects Chris to bet the flop. He just flattered the kings like a lot of ace king, ace queen, ace jack that he's going to open under the gun and just going to bet that flop a lot of the time, not going to get too trappy.
Ace Queen is made.
So early stages of GUKPT.
Back to you.
Yeah.
Yes, all. Make you a better person.
Did you do it once or not at all? No, I did it because you found out you couldn't well, nobody messaged me about walking specifically.
Yeah, you remember that? And then
Yeah, but he I was always going away and dismissed it. Like it couldn't come.
It's quite funny getting tied from a fucking double.
if you had the 6-9, you wouldn't
Nobody wants
do that because you want to call, right?
No one was swiping the right way.
Did you see my profile? I was laughing right.
I didn't actually.
I didn't have to write like a little bio and stuff.
What did you say?
My tagline was relaxed dog haven. You into that?
Relax what?
Dog haven.
I wonder no one replied.
Yeah, a bit creepy that. Would have put me out. Do you look after Rachel's dog as well?
Only when she's there.
Oh, yeah. I usually go away together, don't you? Do you not look after them at your place?
Alright. Yeah.
You can't?
Yeah, they're fucking
Like 9.
never stop.
When she messaged me about that, I was like, I'm not sure I'm cut out for that.
Is it just been happening at night? Put it over.
Yeah, the first one was tonight. Yeah, the side that time.
Quite rough, quite rough.
Yeah, if you go like down the road.
So back with the game. Nice steady start in Manchester. Jay Harwood, just Jay on Twitter, and the Tower in the building, and the Tower 68 if you want to join us on Twitter.
Yeah, get your tweets in.
Yeah.
Hashtag GUKPT.
We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, we're on GUKPT website, it's on Facebook as well. Everywhere. Everywhere.
Nine 8 suited for Chris in the cut-off makes it 3-2-5. And Sub-G with ace-4 in the big, going to be defending. Jack 9-4, rainbow. So both players catch a piece, bottom pair for Sub-G. Chris with middle pair here chooses to continue for 5-2-5. Sub-G not going to be going anywhere after catching a piece. We'll see a turn, which is the 6 of diamonds. Like to see a check here from Chris. It's very, very difficult to extract value out of a worse hand twice here with our 9-8. So nice decision to check back on the turn. 7 on the river.
So object needs to bet to try and pinch it.
Bet 1.5k. We've come in for some value with some Jack X on the river. Obviously, you're going to have plenty of them in the big blind. Potentially some turn 2 pairs or river 2 pairs in 9-6, 6-4, 4-7, those type of holdings. So, pretty tough spot this for Chris, facing a near pot size bet. However, we have seen Sub-G show down some fairly dubious holdings already this session, so
Bit of a decision for Chris Bartlett in seat number 9. Dropped half his stack. I think on starting stack he calls us. Feels like they get involved in quite a lot of pots. Does Chris?
yeah, it's a really, really marginal one, this one, Tower, because it's coming up with the bluffs. Sub-G's meant to have here. You don't expect him to turn a 4 into a bluff. Queen 10's obviously in there. 10-8 gets there. So it's a tough spot with a 9 and can't fault him for folding.
So Keith Singleton's on his way down for the Last Chance Saloon Satellite at 6:30 p.m. Anybody want to get involved? £60 re-entry, 6 seats guaranteed.
Sarjeet just not letting this one go. Facing the second barrel with the 5s. Going to make another call. And an ace of spades on the river. And Luke checks behind.
Good numbers so far in the mini side events. Chris win the 150.
Yeah.
Chris in seat 9 has already got himself a trophy this week. Ali Malou's got himself a trophy this week, winning the seniors. We've got deep stacks and 25-25s next week. Jay's going to have to choose which one he's going to be playing on the deep stacks because there's half a dozen of them.
Yeah, there's a lot going on next week.
And the 25-25 is in Glasgow.
I don't think I'll be trekking up there, Tower.
No, be a bit too cold for you, Southern woofter.
I think if I do play, it will either be Thanet or Reading.
Yeah,
one of them two.
I do like Thanet. I think Thanet's great. Reading, Coventry, Huddersfield, Liverpool and Thanet. Some great places for the deep stacks. Always get a lot of money. I have noticed that the last few events of the deep stacks down in Portsmouth have been taking like 30k. Mental down in there. I don't know. Obviously they're decent tournaments, but they absolutely smashed the deep stacks to Portsmouth.
Not as cold down there, is it?
No, you're near the Solent. It's actually quite warm. Tell you what, they've had it rough down there with the weather in the last month.
Yeah.
It's been so bad down south, and I know Tony Ringe was saying that he was driving up in a blizzard last night.
It's snowing down south
to
tonight.
Get here early. Pictures look lovely. They can keep it.
So Luke has just up the gears a bit in the last couple of hands. Opened King 8 and now 10-8 from late position. Obviously wants to get involved in lots of pots, and Sarjeet here just calling twice with the old King High.
Jack of Hearts peels the river.
And he checks it behind, so float. And then once our opponent does check to us, just chooses to check back with the King 5 suited.
34,000 chip leader is Luke. Start with 20. 60-minute clock. This is level number 3.
Adria, Jack 10, under the gun +2. Makes it 350. And action on Paul in the big blind, not going to defend, raise and take. Ain't seen many of them today. So we've got 5 minutes left on the clock for the level. Take us into level 4 of the day, and that will be the last level before we head out on that hour dinner break.
See, Neil Wolf has been posting on Instagram. Looks like Exeter, that, doesn't it?
Is that Exeter?
No, it's Portugal.
I was about to say that's definitely not.
It's about 25 degrees. Good old Neil enjoying his golf, getting himself better and better. A 4-club wind. My Jesus. That means you have to use a club four club bigger.
4-club wind?
Yeah. A 4-club wind is ridiculous. So 150 yards with a 9-iron will be a 5-iron. Wow. I wouldn't play. It's not for me, that.
You're better on the minus 4-club winds. If that's a thing.
I'll tell you what. The winds in Blackpool in the last couple of weeks, I could have hit a drive 520 yards.
Tell me about it.
Cool.
So Adria opening the King Queen, called in 3 spots, and it's 4-way to the flop, Ace 9 5 Rainbow. One of them situations where you've gone 4-way to the flop, may not elect to continue. You want to lower your c-bet frequency, multi-way. Situations like this, it would be a slam dunk c-bet heads up, Ace 9 5, but multi-way, it's a lot more likely that someone can have a piece to continue. Obviously, some ace-x are going to be out there. And we've also got Sarjeet as well on our left, who has been doing some unorthodox moves, and they're just raising with a 6-high, no draw, gets it through.
So good to have you on board, ladies and gentlemen. GUKPT Manchester is bang on. End of level 4. Here's the 60-minute dinner break. Hiya, Barry Sweeney, 9-2, Fury by knockout seems massive now. It does seem enormous. To 2. It was 50s for the round 7. Tyson Fury. It was good.
50s for round 7?
Yeah.
Oh, imagine having that on.
50s.
One on that.
You're not wrong.
Bet a few people had it as well. It would have been a few. So Sarjeet 3-bet Ace Jack gets it through.
Side event tonight, 6:30. Here's a 6 seats guaranteed. Satellite, no side event on a Friday. And then Saturday. Saturday's side event is a beauty. Love the Saturday afternoon side event. The £275 no limit starts at 4, 3 hours of late reg, 30-minute clock all the way through on a 20,000 starting sack. It's a great one-day event. And then come the Sunday, the ladies event at 2 p.m. Yeah, Sunday there's 3 side events. The ladies at 2 o'clock, the £100 no limit at 3 o'clock. It's actually got a 7,000 guarantee on that as well. So a 70 runner guarantee for the no limit hold'em at 3 p.m. on the Sunday, and then the bounty at 4. £165 total for the bounty. So 3 side events plus the main event going on when we crown a champion. I like the guarantee on the Sunday for the players. That's very good. Come out and sport it. 7,000 guarantee on the Sunday. Should be well attended.
The king on the turn. 9 high still for sub G. After continuing, Chris doesn't complete his wheel draw, so pulls 5. Still the best hand here. And double barrel, no equity, bluff into 2 players, and it's gonna work. About 2.5k. And thought Chris was going to sniff that out. It's so hard to sniff that out. It looks so strong from Subjeet there. Opened, continued into, I think it was 4, maybe 5 opponents, and then once called in 2 spots, still fires again, repping that king on the turn, and it gets it through. Ace on the button for Chris. We'll raise it up. Makes it 3-2-5.
I think the Muffin Man wins the name of the day so far.
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man. I am the Muffin Man. Half a Plymouth on the way to Joker's Wild. Ha! Awesome. Lies up next hand on the 4th level of the day.
I think that's everyone's favourite event, the old Joker's Wild. Old Tower putting on a show. For the street people watching the stream, we're putting on a show for them as well in the background, all can hear you.
Yeah.
He must have thought last year, old Patrick, what on earth is going on here?
What have I come to Coventry for? Eh? I've come to Coventry, what on earth's happened?
So blinds are now up. Last level before the hour dinner break. Finishing up today around 12:30. 10 levels at play today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, expecting it to be, as always, a lot busier for the Friday. Can register for this event all the way up until Saturday around 11:45. So Paul with the deuces under the gun.
And that happened in Dublin last week, and there were only 4. On buying on the Saturday.
Oh, on the Saturday,
yeah. Only 4.
What was the, how many blinds did you have? If you bought in?
14.
14. It's a bit different with the GUKPTs. It's 16 off.
Yeah.
A bit more margin for error. It was actually this event last year that we started incorporating in the day 2 buy-ins, weren't it? And Ludo and Fraser McIntyre both bought in on day 2 and both final tabled. It can be done. Rich Kellett last year when he chopped Leeds, he bought in on day 2. So Adria ace 4 suited, raises it up. King 4 3, 2 spades. So we're going three-way to the flop here. I know ace 4 of clubs is one of the holdings. Unaware of Sarb and Paul's hand. Oh yeah, Paul with the deuces. Sarb with the jack 7 and ace 4 for Adria, and it just folds and the deuces are Paul. Take it down. Surprised the ace 4 didn't peel one off. Middle pair, nut kicker. Thought better of it.
So just raised to 400 in the cut-off. King Queen off. Called him by the blinds. 3-3-5 is the flop. 2 spades. Paul checks his trip threes. Seven of spades hits the turn after a check call from Paul with his trips.
Yeah, we have to.
Surprised. Oh, he's checked again. I would have thought he might have had to fire them, but
just playing in flow tower, checking to the aggressor, and Adria here cannot be double barreling this turn. It's just one of them where smashes pretty much every hand that Paul has, calling out the big blind here. Spades complete, straights complete. And 6 of clubs on the river. And I don't mind coming in for a small bet here as Paul, try and potentially get called by some overpairs, but Adria snap folds the King Queen as expected.
Eights for Paul. Mr. Jackson getting back involved, raises to 525 under the gun.
And Steve can't even defend the 7 tray in the big. So 8 sixes, Queen Jack, Queen 10. Some potential action flops. That is one of them. Top pair for both Luke and Adria. Paul comes in with a continue for 800.
So we go to the turn, the 7 pairs up. It also brings the flush draw. Paul Jackson checks. Adria in seat number 1.
I'd be surprised if any chips are putting on this turn tower.
Yeah, he does check.
Very dry board, texture Queen 7 deuce, no straight draws out there. So once this 7 rolls off here, there's plausibly some 7x out there as well as flush draws, which now have completed. So be surprised if Luke bets here. I guess he's going to bet very small, just to get a free showdown on the river, assuming opponents are going to be playing in flow. But I just think it's much better to check here. We could potentially get raised, but he has come in with a bet of 1k. Yeah, so if we are going to bet, I really like this size. Basically, just try and get some value out of some pocket pairs, and then we get the snap check back river as well, and that's what's going to happen, you expect.
Yeah, so clubs.
They'll chop it up.
Well, choppy. Adria checks again. Luke in seat number 2. I think once the kicker doesn't play, or he thinks the kicker doesn't play, then it should be a check.
Now Luke might be thinking levels here, and maybe the way his hands play, just try and potentially bluff his opponent off of a queen, but does go check. That's all down to that bet on the turn. And they're going to chop this one up.
Logs is on the mobile now. How are we doing, Logs? Oh, Logie Bear. I'm watching on YouTube. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to GUKPT Manchester.
Manchester.
You want to know where we are? We're in the void.
The void.
It's called a void for a reason. Because it's void of any heating. So level 4, which means the dinner break will be with us
45 minutes
at 4:45.
No dealer.
Much love, Frankie.
Frankie in the building.
Simon's in the building. Oh,
that was brilliant. That was funny. So blind on blind here between Steve and Paul. Paul has him slightly pipped, but this one's going to end in a chop more often than not now. Paul coming in for a bet. Steve blind on blind here. Going to have to make the call. He does have the worst of it at the moment. that's one of the
We
cards.
might,
Yeah,
we might not be chopping at the moment.
And Paul coming in for a second street, and Steve once more makes the call.
So the aces mean that the 7 players.
Yeah.
500 bet from from Paul.
This is actually really good from Paul here. Finish you like. In terms of hand strength, literally Steve has the next hand down from us. 2 pairs with the 6 kicker. We got the 2 pairs with the 7 kicker. And this is wafer thin.
Steve says if I had King 10 I call.
The thing is, if Steve folds here, it actually means that we've gone way too thin here as Paul, because Steve, like I said, he's got the next hand down. Like, we're never ever getting called by a worse hammer, only getting called by better, but if Steve does call, it turned out to be a very, very good value bet.
I want to see what you've got. On the 7 players.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. The old poker tourist in the building comes empty-handed. Well, it's coming in disguise for a start. What's this? The milk tray man. If we'd only got picture in picture, ladies and gentlemen, we could show a seat one. It's looking like the milk tray man.
The milk tray man, that's old school.
Look at that. He's got the black bolo neck. He's got the hat on. He's got the glasses. Are you playing?
Do you think I am?
No.
No.
Not in the slightest.
No. Well, there you are. So you answered your own question.
Are you going to play the satellite?
I am.
Good
I
man.
am. And I brought about 14 boxes of samosas.
Yes.
And they're in the reception.
Oi, oi.
And the keen reception said, "Oh, you're not allowed to take them into the casino." And then obviously I wanted to argue the
Proverbials.
Proverbials, yeah. I'm using the political. I'll pause and you can use the political language here.
Yeah.
Right? And the manager come out and then gave me the, this is health and safety. And I thought, since when? I've been taken to all casinos all over the world, everywhere, doesn't matter whatever language they were, do you know? And nobody's complained. And here, because health and safety. And then, anyway. So they're sitting out there, and if you want them, you'll have to go out to the reception and get them.
It's samosa day.
I know. I've just picked them up. I had them made whilst I was standing there.
Jay, how long you got? Your legs are longer than mine.
I'll go to get the samosa.
Your legs are quicker than mine. They're not longer, they're quicker.
He's starving, so yeah.
Yeah, son.
I better go with you.
Go on then, YC4. Nice to see you.
The thing is, I don't know if they're going to let you eat them. You might
I
eat them
don't
outside.
know. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of anything like this?
The C4 is going to be playing the satellite. Good lad.
That's 1,500.
Luke's 37,600. Oh, get the nudie. Rake at the end of this level. Good to have you on board, ladies and gents. GUKPT can be found on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, and on the GUKPT website as well. $200,000 guaranteed. Tournament. 200,000. 6, Jack 10, 2 clubs. Bottom pair for Paul in seat 5, Paul Macaulay.
You know, all the chat on in that last time where you owned yourself. You love it. How are you so confident to beat King 5 and King 3? You just knew. I didn't think you had a king to be honest. Not when I bet you. I mean, after all really what I'm thinking. When you think about it, I'm just going to fall asleep, but I'm not so sure.
300 rest. Fold, of course. Fold.
What's that?
400, yeah, fold. Fold.
If you thought it was a bluff bid, I'd probably call it a 6, but well, you know I wouldn't do that.
8-7 for Ardrey, rounding seat number 1. Should be very nice. Going to see a flop after initial race from Luke under the gun. Nice to see a flop with 8-7. 9-4 deuce.
Not allowed. Not allowed to bring in.
Did you have one?
No.
Well, you should have done.
You have to walk. I'd have to go outside in the cold and eat it. Oh, you heard Joe Saunders in the chat.
Have we got a microwave in the room?
He's having a hard day's work. Watching the poker. Yeah, you have to go sort them out, Tao. See, you're the man.
I am the man.
Go on, sort her out.
I am the man, but if it's a no from you, it's probably a no from anybody else. But what I will do is bring the teas in, because you came back empty-handed. But don't worry about it, I'll bring them in. I'll bring them in, so don't worry about it. Rinching in the cut-off. Raises up, gets a call from Luke. King Jack 8 is the flop, top pair for Luke. Rinching bets 750. Luke should call at least once after hitting top pair.
So Rinchen here, coming in for the third barrel with the old 10-3. Luke going to be in a bit of a spot here. Rinchen opening pre-flop, continuation bet, ace on the turn, continue betting his ace-x hands, and now going for thin value on the river. Story does check out, but against an opponent that has these type of barrels in them, like 10-3, just random. I know we pick up Broadway draw on the turn, and it's actually a good card to represent, but against certain opponents, you may be more inclined to hero here. But I just can't see how we can call heroes Luke and does let it go. I know he has the best hand, but would have been surprised to see him call that off.
So where have you been so far this year, Mr.
Nowhere really.
Nowhere, Australia?
Well, yeah, we did go Australia.
Oh yeah, we did Australia. You were normally up to
We
the
did go
tennis.
to, excuse me, I have been to Shanghai
So you've been nowhere, but you went to
Shanghai.
Australia and Shanghai.
To pick up the virus.
Awesome, good lad. That's it. Thanks
Bring
for
it
coming,
back, yeah.
Thanks for coming to see us.
And then I thought, well, I won't go back via Shanghai, and I chose to go via Bangkok, which really isn't that much.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, we went to Madrid.
Yeah. The fair for the final
Tell you the
MPN.
truth, I just went for a social to go and hang out with
Yeah,
them,
yeah.
because it's so much fun.
There was over 30 qualifiers, weren't there, for Grosvenor?
Yeah, well, there were.
Very good, very good.
No, the whole thing was like, the thing is that with the MPM tour recently, I think also it's got to do with, Diver's got her ladies group.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's encouraged a lot of people ladies to want to go on tour, and then they all want to get together and have a meet-up so that everybody's trying to qualify. So I think there were more, definitely more females that I, know from the poker world, and I know in general from the UK at a foreign event than I've ever had before.
Oh, right.
Seen her before, So
well, if they qualified and got in for a fraction of the price.
Well, that's what's happened, because that's what I think Divers encourage people to do, because she said that everybody can, do it.
Yeah, it's a shame the MPN is now just about to finish.
It was just building up now, because it was just. I think it would have gone to a new level in this next year itself.
Yeah.
Because the numbers were just increasing, and everybody's recognised that it was a fun thing to do, and it is a recreational tour, and that's what you want. You don't want. Okay, obviously it's great to go and qualify Poker Stars and blah blah blah, and you meet all the dealers and the floor staff, which generally at most of the events, so it is a friendly place, but it's not the same as the MPM thing.
Yeah. It was building and
just
building.
can't be.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I hope somebody takes on the mantle when the migration takes place, whenever that's going to be.
Well, I think iPoker will take it over, so we're going back to iPoker.
The migration will be sometime in May. Not heard any news of exactly where they're ending up. So
they're going to run the satellites for the Vegas on the current site, and after that they will be. I've been told anyway.
Right, okay, nice one. You know more than us.
I ask questions.
You do. You do. There's nothing wrong with being nosy.
I want to know what I'm going to be playing on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But we assumed that it was going to be iPoker anyway.
Well, when we get confirmation, we'll let you know when the migration takes place in May.
The thing is, you see, when you have the lower buy-ins, people can go and have as much fun.
Yes.
Doing all the partying, the drinks, meeting everybody.
Yeah.
Hanging out, chilling out. And then, okay, so it's a 200 buy-in, but who really cares? You're having exactly the same experience.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't get such a long
and as much
block.
fun.
Yeah, and you're probably having more fun because you're not going to be stressed about doing a couple of buy-ins and stuff like that. Whereas, a normal recreational player, are they really going to go and do multiple bullets? And this is a consideration that I think companies have to look at as well.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed if somebody does take the mantle of the MPN that Grosvenor get involved again, and we end up going over to the events. They were really good.
There's enough opportunities for pro or wannabe pro type players to play anyway in other events.
Every week.
And they still, obviously, they still want to come to the recreational events because they think it's a softer field. So the idea that pros wouldn't go to a lower buy-in is a bit of a misnomer.
How many big players play Goliath? We know that there's hundreds because it's £100,000 to the winner.
Because they know it's soft as well.
Absolutely.
Relatively, it's going to be soft.
Yeah, that's the idea.
I mean, the idea of poker is to go and play against players that you can beat, really.
Doesn't mean they're always going to hit the final table. You look at last year's Goliath final. Was it 5 of the 9 didn't have a cash over £500?
Yeah.
And
that's what it's all about.
And we have the master of that, Mr. Hills himself.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Hills goes and plays a lot of smaller buy-ins.
Because
where
he can pick and choose, yeah.
Where he's got a massive advantage because he's a better player. Well, he is a better player. I mean, he can hold his own in all fields, but in those fields, he's, you know.
Yeah, he's really clever in the way that he does it as well,
Yeah.
Andy. He looks at what events are on,
Yeah.
like everyone's going here, so I'm
That's
going
right.
to go San Remo or
That's
something
right.
like that.
That's
It's
right.
like-
He's using the normally, you know,
Because and that's because he classes it as a job.
yeah.
That's his income.
Well, he's doing very well out of it.
He
I
is.
think we'd all like a job like that.
Absolutely. Or just win seats and flog them on and then end up in Shanghai and Bangkok
What
and
can we do?
Australia.
Actually, the cupboard's been bare this year. I've not won a GUKPT, but that's mainly because.
Well, you're going to win a seat tonight. That's my
if
prediction.
you win the seat, you selling it?
I
No,
think we'll have a dilemma.
No.
I might actually play it.
I think you'll play it this
I
year.
think
this
I'll play
week.
it 'cause,
I think, yeah,
Yeah, why not?
yeah. So
Yeah. Problem is, you see, you can't play poker online abroad. And since I've been abroad all the time,
you are abroad
That-
everywhere.
that's the biggest downfall for living in Australia, because you can't play online poker there,
Ah.
and yet they have the
There's
biggest.
always a downside to something.
Well, you can't play online poker. There are some unregulated sites that you can play on, but they're not. I wouldn't know what they were. And these days, the big companies have very sophisticated software. Even if you're playing on a VPN, they will spot it, and they will then, 2 months down the line, sort of send you a nasty email threatening.
Well, you remember when I walked through them doors without the teas and you
Yeah.
went, right, I'll go and get them.
All right, all right,
You walked out, you come back in,
right.
no teas.
All right.
Are you allowed to bring teas in from the casino?
Shut up, you. Come with me.
Isn't that health and
Come with
safety?
me.
So, 3 deuce is the flop. Back to the action. Cheers for a safe popping in and saying hello. It's overpair for both players here, so more money is definitely going to be put into the pot. Sub G coming in for a bet 1.6, and Adria here expect him to make the call here with the 4s. We are ahead of parts of our opponent's range after they 3-bet us. The ace king, ace queen, ace jack, some 3-bet bluffs in there. Let's see a turn, which is the 9 of diamonds. Shouldn't really change much for the 4s. It's one of them situations, if we were behind on the flop, we're still going to be behind now. Shouldn't really have too much 9x in his range, Sub G, after 3-betting our low jack open. So once again, we're going to check call, and this is where the spot's going to occur for us on the river. 7 of spades rolls off, and Sub G not actually going to come in for another street of value, checks behind and takes a nice pot as we approach the end of the session. We've got about 25 minutes left, guys, and then we do head out on the hour dinner break. Side event tonight, no side event, we just got the Super Satellite 6 seats guaranteed, so if you want to get in for a fraction of the buy-in, that kicks off tonight at 6:30. £67 buy-in, 10k starting stack, and try and get yourself a main event seat for tomorrow potentially. And over the course of the weekend, side events coming up. Saturday side, the 250, that kicks off at 4 p.m, and then we have the ladies event on the Sunday, as well as a 7k guarantee and a 75 bounty comp. So plenty going on over the course of the weekend. I've noticed a cash table already running in the room as well. If you do fancy it, Berry New Road, Manchester, G Casino. So Chris, under the gun +1, opens the ace-9 off and going to get some action on his direct left. Actually, with 2 options here. We can either call or we can 3-bet. Either is a fine, facing UTG +1 open from Chris. Looks like he is counting out 3-betting chips here. and does come in for a free bet. Don't expect it to be no more than 1,300 hit at 1.4k, so around 3.5x, and should see a snap fold from Chris here. Just cannot be peeling the ace-9 off out of position. Shouldn't really be opening it full ring. I guess if you feel like you're one of the better players at the table, you're not going to make too many post-flop mistakes, and obviously can open a bit wider, but we'll see a lot of players just mark the ace-9 pre. And free bet from the jacks takes that one down. Chris getting involved again, this time ace-deuce suited. Paul makes a call with the 8-6 suited. Like we are going to the flop 5 away. Paul coming in with the ace-6 off in the small, and Rinchin defends the big, and a flop of 4-3 deuce rainbow. So Rinchin with an up and down hit, backdoor flush draw. Chris gut shot and bottom pair. Paul has a gut shot, backdoor flush draw. So everyone's pretty much with this. Chris actually with the best hand in terms of hand rankings here. A pair of deuces out in front 5 way, and it's check through. It looks painty on the turn, so that's not going to hit anyone either. So the ace deuce of Chris still the best hand. We'll see a river cut.
T-boys, mate.
Oi, oi. Lovely.
I look after you, I'll tell you what.
Well, no, it wasn't that.
I look after you.
When I went,
your mother every single day you like till you come to work, and then it's me.
When I went on the Samosa run, I came back without the teas. I got a grill in, then you went on the run and you came back without the teas.
Afternoon, Asset. Asa McGrath. Or is it McGrath? I had a friend called Ian McGrath at school. I don't know why I remember his name, but I do. Ian McGrath. And then I went to secondary school, and there were a John McGrath, and it was spelt same. How are you supposed to learn this language? How are you even supposed to learn this language if same surname is spelled said McGrath or McGrath? Well, what's that? I don't know. Anyway, good afternoon, Asa. Watching the live stream on the GUKPT website. 30 minutes to go until the end of the session. In fact, a little bit less now.
Yeah, got about 20.
20 minutes left. Just over 20 minutes.
It's Pokemon Day today, National Pokemon Day.
What on earth is that? That's something I've never, ever been interested in.
What, Pokemon?
Ever. And how does it have a day?
Don't know, everything's got a day now.
Fads. It was a fad, wasn't it? And disappeared.
No,
a bit like...
What, Poker Go?
It was a bit like...
No, Pokemon Go.
What were they doing with the app? Didn't they used to chase Pokemon into woods and stuff like that, and you had to go and collect them with your app? What's it all about?
People enjoyed it.
Bonkers.
Got people out the house, didn't it? So Hamburger in here between Robert and Sub G. Robert with the ace king suited. Sub G with sevens. So expect him to peel the 3 bet, see if we can flop a set.
Flop. Jack Queen 6, no flop set. Overs for Robert with a gut shot. Goes check, check. Turns a 4.
Your eyes are good.
Good guess, that one. Good guess.
So, Sub G now going to come in for a bet at 2.5k and just a quick fold from the ace king of Robert.
Yeah, Ace McGrath says, crazy, isn't it? He doesn't care either way. And good luck to Rinchin, who's playing on the table. And Harry Chapman says, not interested in Pokemon, my opinion of you is Drop Tower. I'm double the age of you, Harry. Pokemon for a 50-year-old man doesn't know. How many 50-year-olds have even heard of? I couldn't even name one Pokemon.
Couldn't name one?
Not one.
I reckon I could name probably...
Yeah, but you're half the age of me. You're like into it.
I reckon I could do all no, not all 150. I reckon I could get 130 out of the 150
10
original.
years ago, when it was a thing, like, you was in your teens.
To be honest, it weren't really a thing when I was in my teens. It was more a thing when I just turned 20, when that Pokemon Go came out.
Well, there you go. I think Pikachu's one.
Yeah, Pikachu is one.
That's it. That is it. End of Pokemon stories. That is one I don't even know why I know these things. Connor Kelly says he got into poker from playing competitive Pokemon card games and meeting people who played poker and that professionally. Wow, that's interesting. Am I saying that? Jake Quincy does something like that now, doesn't he?
Jake Quincy, Yu-Gi-Oh.
He was a fantastic poker player.
Yeah, he was.
And then all of a sudden he went to go and play Yu-Gi-Oh all over the world.
He plays Yu-Gi-Oh for a living
Yeah.
now, yeah.
He's like world champion and he gets into the worlds all the time and travels all around the world playing this game that I don't even know exists. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that like Pokemon?
Sort of, not really.
Yeah. Well,
Not
Connor
really.
Kelly was playing competitive Pokemon and he's now playing poker.
There you go. It's
awesome.
All the card
That's
games.
a great story. I like that. Yeah, so there you go. Connor Kelly says Jake Quincy is one of his good friends from both. So there you go. And Harry Chapman could name the first 151 in order. 151, he can name them all in order. Harry Chapman.
Do you know what? I actually expect that from Harry. I'm not even surprised, to be honest.
You ask the poker tourist if he can name a Pokemon. He ain't got a clue.
Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Me and him, we're the same age.
I've never played.
Me and the tourist.
I've never played a video game apart from the old
Space Invaders.
Space Invaders.
Yes.
We like that. Oh, no good at that either.
Oh, excellent. Connor travels and plays cash with Jake, as well as playing the old card games, the Pokemon card games. And
Jake Quincy,
nice one, Connor. Yeah,
He's good at the poker.
Yeah, he was good at
Like
he
when
was
he
good at
played, he
poker.
was like, yeah, win.
Yeah, it was very good. Good stuff. Good to not see Jake around the tables for a couple of years. He was in one of our team events, wasn't he? Jake, we hired him. Team Grosvenor, we hired him.
Oh, I wasn't there, but
the APAC.
yeah,
the APAC team event. Yeah, we had to hire somebody better than you. Then he realised once we've all had a drink, we're all the same.
I used to play a lot of poker with Jake. I've totally just forgot he went off the scene. He used to always be a regular.
He did
on the circuit.
Obviously, got this skill with card games.
I think he gets to travel a lot more as well. And I think the companies pay for him to travel.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, yeah, he's a sponsored player.
He's like invited as well.
It's just like being a sponsored poker player.
He gets absolute cake for some of the winnings as well. We're talking 400 or 500 grand. Some of the top players. Yeah,
I know.
The World Championship one that he posted, it must be about 6 months ago or something. I'm sure it was like $500,000 for first, like the big one.
I think we need to get into it.
Yeah.
Anybody got a pack?
Do you get how do you play it?
Basically, each card, like you get your monster cards, you get your magic and your trap cards, and then
you know far too much.
You have an attack and a defence, and then you can apply magic trap cards and stuff.
You know far too much.
It's like
we'll go back to the tables because we've got Cowboys for Paul. We've got Paul McCauley in seat number 5. Any action?
It went off on a bit of a tangent then after the old Pokemon day, but back to the poker.
But he does get a call. Steve gets out of the way, so too with Mr. Jackson. Rinchin also with the Queen 6 gets out of the way. Chris Coles with an ace. Oh, 7-6 gets out of the way in small. So heads up. 7-4-9. 2 hearts.
We've actually got really probably the best float candidate here, Chris, that we can possibly have. So be interesting to see. I know our opponent's got kings, but I actually don't mind seeing a call here on the flop. It's actually a really good hand to float with. We've got position. There's so many good turns for our hand, and potentially if Paul just has one of them hands that he opens and he c-bets, we can potentially take it away on the turn, and that's what Chris is thinking now. But once this queen rolls off, we're going to be done with a hand facing a double barrel. If it is checked to us, probably want to come in for a bet after floating here.
Shouldn't be checked, to be fair.
Yeah, now we're just going to have to get out of the way as Chris. Completely understand the call with ace high on the flop, but facing this double barrel, there's just not much we can do but fold off of our stack size.
So we are live on Twitch, on YouTube,
Make sure you hit the
GUKPT website.
follow button on Twitch.
Yeah, you get the clearest picture on Twitch.
Yeah, we were trying to work out why, but we don't know why.
You just
it's
do.
amazing.
I think it's their software that processes it, and it reprocesses the image to make it, sharper.
Not being funny, but that's that's like just like watching TV at home.
Well, it's the same when I'm watching it.
So and so many people do. So many people stick Twitch on and stick it on full screen on the TV.
That's it. That's what I do.
Rebecca's birthday today, watching the live stream.
She's playing tomorrow, I think.
Yes, she is. 15 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then their complimentary buffet in the bar area for all players.
And 14 packs of fresh samosas available in the
We'll have to smuggle them in.
reception area.
There you go. So, Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is basically chess, but you pick your own pieces. Queen and a rook and a knight. I'm into it.
That's a good way of putting it, actually. That's a really good way of putting it.
I was amazing at chess.
Ali Malou won the seniors last night.
I didn't know that.
Oh, didn't you? Have you not seen the post?
If you turned up on time, you might have been, or you'll listen to the stream now and again.
I only got up at 2:15. Seriously, we were out till about 6, and I got up at 2:15. Took Gerald for a curry.
Oh, nice one.
Last night at 3:00 in the morning.
Excellent. How did Gerald do in the seniors?
He was 6th, I think.
All right, okay.
He was 6th. Ish was 5th. Paul Jackson was 4th.
Oh, that.
I
The
don't
form
know
going
the
up.
guy who was 3rd, but I remember he doubled up 3 times by shoving.
Awesome.
And then it was Roy Sif. Is it Roy? I don't know.
Roy Cyphers.
Cyphers.
Yeah, he came to second, didn't he?
He was 2nd, and Ali Malou was.
Excellent.
And I negotiated the heads-up deal.
Why?
Believe it or not, because they were arguing what they should do and how much they got to play for.
Oh, right.
And I said, well, just play for 100, and Roy was willing to take 2-2. So Ali, they agreed that, and then the next hand they shoved.
There you go. Then.
I think Ali shoved 8-7 of hearts, called by ace-5.
Fairly shovable hand, a fairly callable hand.
Flopped a straight.
Awesome.
He flopped the straight and rivers the flush as well. So
Good old Ali Malou. Good to see him back in the card room after his winter away, back with the family. Oh, good. 10 minutes to go until the end of the session, and then a sprint to the
samosa bar,
the buffet area, and then a 60-minute break, and back with the new table on level number 5 all the way through to the end of level number 10. Live stream finishing about 12:30. So still plenty of time to get involved. 6:30 is Last Chance Saloon, 6 seats guaranteed. Satellite.
That's going to be mayhem, though.
It's going to be busy. The side events have been very well attended this week.
They have. It's actually a massive improvement on the previous.
Yeah.
Years
Wasn't the mini up something like 50%?
Well, it's crazy to me if you think about it. And the guy who won it's just a recreational player. I'm pretty sure I've seen him around. I don't know his name, but I've seen him around. And took on. He must have all the chips because first prize was 28,000, and he negotiated 25 at 4 players left.
Nice one. Yamo says, "Will I really be sprinting?"
I've given him a piggyback running through the car room with a tower on my back.
Absolutely not. And if anybody can piggyback me, they've got some good
quadriceps.
Absolute quadriceps, biceps, quadriceps, any ceps. Let me tell you, Jesus, wouldn't miss out on anybody. God, dear.
Does that? I wonder if the no food applies to cakes as well.
I don't know. So 1-2 with a 2, level number 4. Yeah, Mo reckons he could carry me. Jeez.
It's a free bet from Robert. No action from Adria.
Got pretty stacked tables here, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah. 35,000 chip lead after nearly 4 levels. Started with 20. 500 big blinds, 400 big blinds. Starting stack. A little bit different from the 1,000 big blinds last week at the deep stack in Dublin. 1,000 big blinds.
I know, it still doesn't stop them punting it off in the first couple.
Well, to be fair, first elimination was 2 hours 40 minutes, which is a long time, even for 100k. Because you normally just think somebody's going to punt you in. Somebody's going to punt you in.
That's the thing, like 1,000 big blind poker, like it's going to favour the cash game players a lot. They'll be the ones that are used to playing at that sort of stack depth.
But it's confusing for the recreational player as well. You know, when you're used to 30 or 20,000, and you've got these extra chips.
Yeah.
It actually makes it doesn't really. People think it helps them. It actually doesn't. Because it makes you confused, you know?
Yeah, like they're like, oh, it's all right if I call here and I'm wrong because I've got X amount left
They do a similar in some of the local casinos, and what happens is, so there's a raise, say, to 400, and it goes call, and then someone raises it to 5,000, and it goes call. So now there's like maybe 35,000 the pot. Nobody's even got a pot size bet left, and there's so many callers because they've called, and it actually makes the whole thing a farce.
Quickly back to the table as Robert flops the nuts.
This is action.
And Adria has got top pair with a redraw.
Yeah, I like Adria's decision to check this flop with the Queen Jack. It's one of them good top pairs that we can have in our check range. There's not really too many bad cards that roll off on the turn other than a Jack, but
an 8 would be pretty ill on the turn. It's a 6 of clubs, so it brings a flush draw, so a bit scary for both.
Shouldn't really be too worried about many flush draws peeling on the button here. Robert, he's only really going to have 7-8 suited, 10-8 suited, the Queen and 9 of clubs out there. Obviously nut flush draw is a possibility. The pill is suited ace-X as well, facing a low Jack open.
I'll see you later, lads.
See you later, see.
I'll have to go and protect the samosas.
So a check call of 1.6. The 4th club, even though it brings the straight for Adria.
Yeah, it's going to go check now, Tower. Robert can never get value from a worse hand you don't expect.
Yeah, it goes check. Any Blackpool lads in the main event today? Not too sure. I've not been out on the room floor too many times. Try and find a few of the lads and see if we know some recognisable faces from the main event, but as Yanis has just said, in 5 minutes' time there is a break, which will be our 60-minute dinner break.
What's happening with that? Have you got to wait to find out what the punishment will be?
Let's wait till we're not on stream.
Changes because I was only going one way. Yes, and I've changed it. No, I changed it to both, and I was always struggling to go that way. I use my right hand. I'm like covered in a bit. I just found out last night when I sat in the car, when you're running back, you can move them up and down. Oh, what? You're running back, you can move your running back.
Oh yeah, when he gets the ball, yeah.
You can do that. I said to the right receiver as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you bouncing outside to run down the line.
Yeah.
Watch, when it's all get the ball in the shot. Cool.
So Steve not giving anyone a walk. We're going to complete with the 8-3. Paul checks his option.
When a guy got 8 Rochelle, scored like 28 touchdowns in 10 games. No disease touching him at all, man. How much did you get him for?
He was my first round pick.
What's this one here?
That's the one.
And pot goes Steve's way. The old complete small lead, any flop does the job. So we've got 3 minutes just over on the clock, so probably 2 or 3 more hands and then we will be out on an hour dinner break. We'll be returning at 5:45.
We will indeed.
Session 5 and 6 of the day.
Got to go and find out what they're going to be treating the people. Complimentary buffet as always, GUKPT. They've kept it going all years since we started. Nikaso Ochain says, any Romanians in the tournament? I'm not too sure, Nikaso. We'll try and find out for you. Could do with some flags at the side of the players' names, couldn't we?
Yeah.
To find out where they're actually from. So the last couple of hands of the sesh. Six, 7, queen, 2 diamonds. Bottom pair for Luke, top pair for Sargit. Doesn't mind a bet, does Sargit?
Yeah, he's been very active, been fun to watch actually. We've seen some moves you wouldn't usually see. A bit out of the box, but it looks like Luke is going to let bottom pair go correctly.
So should just sneak in one more hand. 34,000 chip leader. Nice increase from the starting 20. So out come the cards, possibly for the last time this session, and a 60-minute break on its way. Yeah, we really could do with flags at the side of the players that we get to see in the box. Obviously most of them will be living over in Manchester or close by. But if there is anybody, we'll let you know when we come back from the dinner break. $10-9 suited for Adria and Paul Macaulay. Paul Jackson's got the 0-9-6 and brings along Chris with the nut low. Oh, ho, the nut low, look at this. Inside steel wheel. Oosh. Chris is check calling all bets. There's a bet of 800 from Paul Macaulay. There's 2,200 from Chris in seat number 9 and a snap. Will we get one more in? Players standing up. No, that is it. We'll see it in 60.
Players in the main event, once you finish the hand, there is an extended buffet break. Futures up in the bar area, that's all players. And now have a 1 hour buffet break.
Yeah. Gives a headset, I wouldn't charge a battery, mate. Thank you.
Football tips. Two.
Jeffers doesn't have tips. Jeffers doesn't have tips. Everything I've put on that he's gave me has been a loss. Everything.
Dennis has a tits and tips. Okay, 2,000.
That's rude.
2,000. 2,000.
Rude, yeah.
Yeah? 2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Check less than the money.
Can I have your attention, please, with the owner of a white Peugeot van, registration CX16QKL. Please make your way to reception. That's the owner of a white Peugeot van, registration CX16QKL. To make your way to reception. Thank you.
you have any food, Dave? No. Yeah, you did.
It's curry and all that, but it looks shit. Just do a deck as well.
Yeah.
That's class for a pound. It's, you get loads of fun with it, you know what I mean? We're going to be good play each other, but
Yeah. 9 and 1, 9 and 8 and 2 I am.
how many points? How many? You go 31? How many seasons you in?
Second.
No way.
Yeah. I've not been spending them.
I'm grading my coaches.
Got lots of my offences 4-star, man.
How'd you get that then?
Just getting good players. Drafting them. Cutting someone and fucking getting picks from and picking better players. Look at the state of this guy. Look at his speed. Fuck me. Arnold. 18 touchdowns he scored in 10 games. That's probably back. Yeah, that's more.
Shit. That was fucking 3 and 2 or something like that. What's done? Still got chocolate left for the PQ?
Yeah, go for it.
Ian's always got chocolate. Ian's got chocolate.
is funny as fucking hell. Some guys just flicking through.
Didn't realise I follow over 1,000 people on Twitter.
I've started fucking unfollowing fucking like, see poker shit, I'm just kind of bothered anymore.
Most probably 90% of the people I follow is Celtic related.
Some fucking absolute fucking wankers bothering it.
Some guy, he says, can't understand people who think Celtic are going to get beat. He said, we couldn't be playing Real Madrid tonight and I'd still think we'd win. It's fucking massive though, this game. Imagine if we drew Rangers in the next round.
And the best thing ever, by the way, see the fucking panwing in fucking Scotland, it'd be fucking class, mate, honestly. I'd love it. It's an 81 shot. I'd love it. I hope he's getting my into the rules, but.
Wolves? Aye.
Because you fucking spunk them.
Yeah, I hope we get Man United or someone like that.
That's what I mean, my into the rules are Arsenal. Fucking spunk the few of them.
I've just got to get free first. See that stat about Edward? See his goal against Copenhagen?
No. I did see the 6 chances you missed.
No, I didn't. But he's saying on the
First
podcast.
half he's destroyed them, the second half they destroyed you, but that penalty seems massive.
Seeing that he's saved out of 22 penalties Forster's faced as Celtic goalkeeper, saved 11.
Wow. Rangers have missed 6 out of 11 penalties this season.
Yeah, he's saved at half the penalties he's faced. And
that's mad.
Craig Gordon faced 21 penalties, saved 1.
How is he still there?
Can't get rid of him. Seen him today. We tried to get Jordan Rhodes in January.
Yeah, I told you that.
Sheffield Wednesday wanted $1 million to loan him for 6 months, and we had to pay his 40 grand a week wages. 40 grand a week. That's the last Jack at Hearts as well. £40 grand a week. Why do we say no? We could have just went, oh, we just got rid of Sinclair, so yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, I was saying, he's got his goal against Copenhagen was the first away goal Celtic have scored in a European knockout game since Henrik Larsson scored against Boa Vista in 2003.
No way! Really?
Yeah. But it's not often we get to the knockout stage, is it? But that's it now. That's that one. What the fuck?
I'd like if you fucking Rangers played Celtic the next round. Means you get one team in the last 8. Imagine that in the first night, fucking game, man, it'd be fucking carnage, wouldn't it?
Tickets would be selling for fortunes, wouldn't they?
Aye.
Is that box? This one not in a box?
No, that was a deck.
It's not, there's a deck there.
That's the one you sat down, didn't you? How many's left?
Players?
No, how many? Time?
23.
Well, I won't be able to play like that.
Bill did.
I thought I'll be.
Make it up for last week.
The food you had was absolutely unreal. It was class.
What, like a tenner?
15 quid. Andy bought the Thursday. I bought Friday, he bought Saturday, and I bought Sunday. I did spend a fortune, but I spent about 200 quid. Food and drink. The one in the bottle of cola was class, but
What?
the one with the bottle of cola was class.
wouldn't sell McGregor for 25 mil.
I think that's actually a fair price for him, by the way.
Seeing little snippets from our Leicester forum saying we shouldn't be looking at C-rated players like the played for Celtic. We should be looking at top-class players. Will he even get in their team though? Who've they got in centre mid? Oh, no, I've got a clue. They've got that Madison.
Get in the fucking team.
I know they've got that Madison, haven't they?
I didn't go to Man U. That's how they're probably just going to swap him for Norway.
He said, they said, why don't we go for John McGinn instead? It's like, McGregor's better than McGinn. Still can't believe we didn't sign him.
McGinn's better than Grealish.
Still can't believe we didn't sign him.
See, if you'd signed him, he's worth about 60 million, by the way.
Yeah, but we'd never get that for him.
No.
We'd have to
get 40 for it.
25. Like
All over
McGregor.
50 grand, eh? Fucking bonkers.
We should. There's no one who should go to the Premier League before they've been to us, or probably Rangers as well. Like, you know, from a Scottish team, they should all come through us, really. Like Turnbull, he played his first game, didn't he? Last week.
First touch, fucking 60-yard ping across. Glass. Places went. Fuck 2-1. We've had 1 point in the last 8 games and we're still third.
I know you're 12th, aren't you? And
aye.
Form. Aberdeen are just. They're trying to get him sacked, aren't they, the fans?
Mate, they wish they took that fucking 7.5 million for fucking Scott McKenna out. So they don't get back to fucking Hull or whatever the fuck it was.
One of the Sheffield team, Sheffield Wednesday.
Aye, it's fucking shit as well. That kid we had, kid Scott we got, James Scott, sold with fucking Hull for 1.5 million. Fucking second week, fucking done his cruise ship. Never even played a game, second week in training. Fucking grim that, innit? Who's banging you, by the way?
This kick-off better hurry up.
Yeah?
This kick-off time better hurry up.
I think I need a table and just sit there and think, I can do that. No, not really.
What was all that about Andy saying to Phil? I said 10 past 2 and...
I don't know. Must have been a clip, somebody gave a clip.
Phil told me about Andy forgetting to turn the camera on. And then turned it on, he didn't have the mic turned on.
And fucking first night, I forgot to put the fucking batteries on charge for the fucking headsets. Last level, fucking with the headsets.
Did you?
Forgot about it.
How'd you manage that then? Like, how did you do the job?
It's fucking, the guy had to shout. Not shout, but just speak loud, because you're sitting next to it anyway. Because you're watching the action, so you know somebody raise, you just try to listen for the raise number, and you can work out roughly what it is.
Yeah, you can see the chips, can't you? Because that camera's like fucking miles up, innit? Decent. Yeah, imagine if I did that. He's watching at home and just looking. He says what?
I said to him, I said, I'll do it now. They said, see if I was anything else, you'd have been off your fucking rocket.
What do you say? Yeah.
I know. I said, see if it was me, I'd just say, right, Andy, thanks very much, we'll see you later, I'm away. He just laughed, because he knows. He knows he fucked up. That's still on though. Because when he gave me my thing, if I went to the bar, which used to be, because it was meant to be, I was meant to get 13.27. He says, I've rounded it up. I went, I didn't bother, I didn't ever say fuck all. So when I got to the fucking bank, I had to fucking, I just put it on, I mean, get it. I just fucking put it in. And the guy went, 13.50.
Rounded up to 50.
I went, no.
You thought it was 13.30.
I thought it was 13.30. It's going double check, I think it was 13.30. So he must have got fucking more, right? 100% he got more. He wouldn't fucking top up fucking anything, but they get an extra, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he'd still go, how come you got more than me? Honestly, I was like, fuck, were you for fucking real? What do you mean? Well, I just don't, how do you not get it? And then he goes, can you not get a cheaper flight?
Yeah, because he'd be thinking, that's come out of my money.
Aye. Honestly, he's not got a fucking Scooby-Doo.
Just stupid, isn't he?
What?
He's actually just thick.
My fucking airways are saying, I'm you coming first and you get more money than me.
An hour and a half the ferry was delayed.
Friday morning, Andy, I got a message from Andy to say, you want coffee? I was like, I need more, I don't want coffee. He does a latte. Can he be sparse from next door?
Yeah.
Well, they come through. Saturday, I says to Andy, Andy says, Andy was fucking bored, but it started at 12. Andy says, we're going to 1, I'm going to jump on. I went, I'll go for the coffees then. That's fine, perfect. So I goes to the coffees. Text Phil, you want a coffee? Yes, please. Obviously, get fucking 3 coffees. Sunday. And you go for coffees today? No, I don't work, now we got coffees. I don't go away.
What, he asked, is anyone going?
No, I says it's time to go for coffees. And fucking Phil walked away. You know what I mean? Fucking shit. These cars up, didn't they? Did you do that deck as well?
Sound.
Jackie Harsh for front. Booked for that stay, I think. I just fucking...
Yeah, this Michelin star restaurant we went to.
Aye. How did you find it with that? Did you pre-book it and stuff like that? No, or what? Did you just find it or?
Rebecca booked Rebecca just booked this hotel. Hotel was like proper nice. And then I went, there's a restaurant attached to the hotel. We had a look into Michelin star. I was like, well, we've got to be there, haven't we? So we decided on the first night, because we got a late flight, we got in around 6ish. So it's like, we'll just go for a meal there. So
Your flight was at 11?
no, 12. And then 3-hour flight, and then they're an hour ahead, so 4 o'clock. By the time we get the taxi, 5:30 we got in. But yeah, just went there. It was just. I was like, we'll get some champagne. I was like, because we're celebrating.
Much of the bottle.
135 quid was the cheapest bottle. Cheapest bottle of wine.
I could never justify that.
Cheapest bottle of wine, 45 quid.
Did you get wine?
I do. Got the cheapest bottle.
Was it shit? Was it alright?
It was nice. They wouldn't have done any shit wine, would they? But the food, we got a 7-course taster menu. Showed you the pictures, didn't I?
How much was that?
100 quid each. Then 245. The bill come in was 310. In like 70 quid service charge.
You said you money for your
We're only going to do it once, aren't we? But like, we had 9 courses in total. They're only like little taster plates. The fucking pork was unbelievable, duck was unbelievable, we had catfish.
Nice.
Yeah. But then the last course brought it out. The woman was like, "Don't just try it bit by bit." She said, "Get some of the caramel, some of the nuts, some of the ice cream, have it in one bite." So I did it. I was like, "It's fucking disgusting." Rebecca's like, "Yeah, I can't eat it." I said, "I'm gonna try it again." Tried it again. I went, "No, I can't eat it." So the woman came straight over. She said, "Everything all right?" I said, "I just don't like it." She said, "Oh, that's all right. Half the people who have it don't like it." Sent it back. Did they give you something else? No, that was it. That was our last course. We've got none of it at it. I'm thinking, if you're the chef and half the people are sending it back, don't fucking why don't you change it to something that people are actually going to eat? And then we went on the river cruise on the second night. That was unbelievable. This is a river cruise. We're in like a little glass boat, just going along the river.
You fit there as well?
Yeah, 4 courses, 70 quid each plus. So I had a bottle of wine that was 15 quid. You could have charged me what you want. You're going to buy a drink, aren't you? Yeah. 15 quid. And then the last night she's like, I'm fed up with this fucking fancy stuff. She's like, I just want steak and chips. So we found a steak out for one and that was good. Fucking just left them there as well. What was the food like?
Sorry, edible. Rice was a bit hard, but
It's just too early for me. It's 5 o'clock.
yeah.
Of our sandwiches. You know, she said, I'm looking at the menu. Tried to order a bacon sandwich. I'll do that menu.
Obviously, she'll have to do it in 5 minutes.
It's funny spot that train the way here, but just landing and looking at that way. Steve, my best friend. Kind of funny.
So you got a last call in the airport. Yeah, so on the boarding pass it said 12:15, 12:45.
So you're getting paid to drink alcohol for 5 hours. That's pretty Davey, getting paid for 5 hours to drink alcohol, that's a dream job, that. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Like Tom should get decent compensation.
How old was he? 4, 5?
All tonight. Was in a hotel, yeah. And then he flew yesterday morning and given like private travel.
What did you call to see?
Man City drinking. Man City's a city side. Seems to go to the city for like 10 years. Maybe longer.
He lives in Liverpool.
He's supported Newcastle, his mum does. Then he started supporting Sunderland.
Yes.
And then his best mate's a Man City fan. And his best mate's dad started taking him to games and all about saying.
Right.
So he started supporting them.
It wasn't the fact that they've got billions of pounds.
No.
Thank you. Just check if you can.
Before they were good.
Hi, Greg.
You can change the layout from the table, right?
Can I have your attention, please, all players? In today's main event, you're welcome to start retaking your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining on the break. That's 3 minutes remaining on the break. All players, you're welcome to take your seats. Thank you.
I don't need that. No. Chips, please. Tip tap. Chips, please. Tips, please. One seat.
You don't remember the fit?
3. Beautiful. Let's start. Yeah.
How many chips?
Seat 3. Wasn't this one that time? Oh no, it was. Alan and he went in. Average time. Ah, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about to start level number 5. Everybody's been watered and fed. Oh. Manchester GUKPT, nice steady start to day 1 here. 60 runners so far.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
So we are going to need a big one tomorrow, that is for sure. But we will get there for the 200,000 guaranteed tournament. But we are going to need a biggie sometime later today with the buy-ins. The satellite will get at least 6 seats. That starts at 6:30. And then day 1B, we always know is always busier. Who we got, Jay, for the next session?
So in seat 3, Mark Dyson. Seat 4, Yu Wu. In 5, Warren Aspey. 6, Scott Burko. 7, Chris Cunliffe. 8, Gary Stephen Smith. And in 9 is David Greeno.
Nice one. Mark Dyson, didn't he chop it?
Yes, he did back in 2017. Chopped it with Andy Hills.
Yeah. Very nice indeed. So let's do it again.
Everyone on the phones, texting their mates. I'm featured.
I'm on feature table, Mum. New player coming into seat 2. A brand new player. Class, isn't it? So blinds are going to be 1-2. No, 153 they'll be, won't they? Level 5. 153 with a 3. Just about to start the next session. If you're just tuning in for the first time today, good afternoon. And welcome to GUKPT Manchester. That's how you have to say it. Manchester. Let's go. Whatever site stay you're watching on Twitch, on YouTube, on GUKPT website. All going along nicely. The only satellite tonight is the 6 seats guaranteed. 60 plus 7 unlimited re-entries for 2 hours, so 8:45 will be the cut-off point for the satellite. 4 30-minute levels and then 25 minutes after that. 10,000 starting stack. And that's a side event. No side event tomorrow. And the beauty on the Saturday, £275 in. 15,000 guarantee on the Saturday afternoon comp. 1 day event starts at 4. 20,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock.
Blinds 100, 300 now. Running big blind ante. Chris with the pocket 8's early position makes it 800, and Warren easy defend here with the ace 10. Ace 9-5, 2 clubs.
So Warren jumps to the lead on the big.
Yeah, Chris comes in for the continue here. So in terms of range, really good flop for EP Open. But Warren not going to be going anywhere after flopping a top pair. And the turn.
Oh, hey, bingo, bongo.
Snowman on the turn gives Chris a set, and now going to be wanting to try and get 3 streets from his hand. And now it comes in for the second barrel here.
And the call. Always going to happen. Was always going to happen. The call on the turn. Oh, the ace on the river. What's going to happen now? Warren's just river trips. Just river trips.
To be honest,
Cunliffe has just rivered a boat.
He shouldn't go broke this hand, Tower.
No.
He should just check to Chris and check call. Chris is still going to have 9s, 8s, ace king, ace queen, ace jack. All hands that he can have here. But what might be going through Warren's head here is like maybe he just expects Chris to check back too often on this river, but should still be playing in flow here, and has checked it over to Chris, and now Chris does come in for...
Is that 4K or 8K? 8,000 pot size and a call. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Yeah, good start to Chris. Unlucky there for Warren. Not much we can do. We're in a gross spot on the river.
Perfect turn card
Yep.
for Chris, and actually the perfect river card. Chris Cunliffe stacks up chips up to 25,000. Love the pot size bet on the river.
Pass. 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 27. Pass. Pass.
Once again, any players with the name on the list for a 1-2 no limit hold on cash game, tables 17 and poker.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
700.
7. Pass. Pass. Pass.
The following players, you had a cease, just Camille Kubik, Osman Zongling,
So a nice hand for Chris. Gets himself a beautiful start to the latest session. This is level number 5 if you're just tuning in for the first time today. Myself and Jay Howard, just Jay on Twitter. If you want to switch a follow on. And if you're in Twitch, in the chat box, good afternoon. Fire away the questions in any chat box. We will answer them. Be interesting to see how many of the 6 seats guarantee guess. I think it was 13 seats over in London, and I know London's a little bit different, so.
Force for Warren. Makes it 700.
Scott calls with the gappers, the old Jack 8. Chris will call as well. Ten four deuce. Flush draw.
Wow, bit of action.
Yeah, flush draw for Scott. Set for Warren. Might get some chips back here. The lot's in the middle.
Nah.
He is, he's put it all in. He's put the lot in hand. He's put the lot in.
His stack size is wrong, Tower.
Yeah, his stack size is definitely
there
wrong.
we go.
6,000.
It's still though, Tower.
He
It's,
lost chunks, didn't he?
He's still gone over 2x pot here. Want to start getting some value from some 10x and perhaps 5s through 9s are going to call once, and flush draws now, obviously they just can't call. Scott cannot call here with a flush draw against this size bet. As well, Chris can have hands, Warren can have hands like ace 5 of hearts, ace 3 of hearts here, which we've only got 6 outs against us with Jack 8, but there we go, Scott's got a fold, and Chris will do the same. But flop the set, but most certainly could have got a bit of value from his hand, but opted for the 2x pot shove.
Machiavelli. Good evening, sir. How are you? How's the football going? Is he a Villa fan, I think? Machiavelli. I think that's the badge. And a Redskins fan for some unknown reason. Must have been a Dolphins fan. How are you liking the new XFL, Machiavelli? We continue the day. Level number 5. Play 10 levels, so the live stream will be up until 12:30. Fair enough. It's not very good, says Machiavelli. In his words. Hiding in corner.
Oh.
Just a little bit of.
We're in a room, and there's only one door in the room, and some bloke's just appeared out of the corner of the room and walked out. Has he been there all day?
He's got nowhere to sleep, so he's just starting his shift at 6 o'clock.
Oh.
A 1-3 with a 3. Yeah, you're right. XFL is quite interesting. I like how they're putting it in smaller stadiums, so it looks busier than obviously a big NFL. See how it goes, eh? Watching the live stream from Manchester, GUKPT, day 1A.
It's Warren opening again. This time the Queen Jack. Thinks it's 700. Scott going to flat the King Queen suited. Mark got an easy defend with the Queen Jack and a freeway to the flop.
Case Queen would be interesting. Oh, they're both flopped up there. Mark and Warren. Likes his big bets, doesn't he? 1.6 this time.
So Scott gets out of the way. I think Scott may have elected to float that spot if Mark wasn't in the pot with position, but we still got Mark behind us to worry about. More credibility, Warren betting into 2 players. So Mark here with the Queen Jack just makes the call. And it's Warren with the free roll. He's the one with the spade in his hand.
The Ace of Diamonds. The lot's in again. Well, he's trying to get all them chips back that he lost the first hand of this session.
Interesting. Like this ace, it obviously looks like a scare card, but Mark peeling out the big blind. He's going to have a whole host of hands that do continue on this flop. The only ones that this ace really improves are the wheel draws, the ace 3, the ace 5. So still feeling fairly confident about his Queen Jack. However, from a flip side, looking at it from Mark's standpoint, Mark has to be wary of this ace because Warren can continue hands like ace Queen, ace King, ace 10 and then turn top pair and move all in. So Mark just has to get out of the way and gets him off of a chop.
And he was heading to the Coventry deep stack. Unfortunately not. If it had been any other week, I might have come down to the deep stack in Coventry, because I want to come back down to the Rico, and I would have come back down, but unfortunately busy next week, so I can't make it. Is it next week?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately can't make it. But if it had been any other weekend in the next 3, I would have come down. Ace King, raising under the gun, gets called in 2 spots. 10, 7, 6.
A complete whiff for everyone here.
Whiffer.
Yeah, it's not going to be a board that Warren's going to want to continue on here. However, Michael once checked him here. Could potentially have a stab with some nice backdoors from the Queen Jack, but thinks better of it. 6 rolls off on the turn, so the deuces of Gary still the best hand, and that's going to give Warren a chance to come in for a delay continue. And Michael just can't call now with Queen High. It's fine to have a stab on the flop, but decided to check behind.
So it's 2,000 to call with the overs. Might decide against it.
Yeah,
this
is a lot better than a raise. The problem is, Tower, we're only really repping a 6 now. Like, all our 2-pair plus hands are going to bet flop. Like, what on earth are we trying to represent with that raise? It's basically only like a 6-8 suited, 5-6 suited type hand. But with Ace King, Warren just can't continue.
Just gone if we've got the near double up. Raises to 8. Gary looks down at the hooks.
Yep. Facing a free bet here, Chris just has to get out of the way, especially against Gary's stack size as well, playing just over 30 bigs. Free betting our under the gun +1 open, showing a lot of strength. Quick fold from Chris.
$25 minutes to go, and if you fancy going to Berrynew Road and you're close by and you're watching the live stream, you're thinking, I'd love to play this tournament, the 6:30 PM side event is a 6 seats guaranteed into this event tomorrow. There's in the hijack to 800 with the lines at 300. Defend on the big from Scott in seat 6. Nine deuce. Bet and you win.
Scott might potentially be thinking about float out position here. 9-9 board. We're going to have a whole host of 9x calling out the big blind. We can credibly represent that on later streets. And as well as that, that 9 of hearts is looking tasty on some turn cards. An 8 heart will give us a whole host of equity, but thinks better of it. Doesn't want to take that.
Log says, what's the worst fold yet?
Worst fold yet?
Worst fold? I don't think there is one, is there?
Ah.
Is there?
Today?
Don't think there is. We'll let you know when there is one, though. Ho ho ho! Oh yes, we will.
I've already done that. I've absolutely already done that.
7-6 suited for Gary under the gun. It's going to come in for an open. Makes it 800. Like, it's fine to open like these type of hands, UTG like 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited. I just think 7-6 suited is a bit low down. We're not going to make many top pairs. It's just one of them suited connectors. I think should be going into the muck, but Gary deciding to open. Been called in 2 spots. And now Scott with King 10 of spades here in the small blind. Can't see him folding. Can't see him folding, but just lets it go. And so freeway to the flop, ace 10 7. So top pair for Warren here. Mark with a Broadway draw, and Gary with a bottom pair.
So a bet of 4. Mark folds in seat 3. Mark Dyson.
Oh, that's an interesting turn.
Interesting.
Gary now picks up a flush draw to go with his bottom pair. However, I can't see Warren coming in for another street. He is going to come in for another street. 8. Is that 8k?
All in.
Wow.
The lot.
8k into 4k. Another 2x pot jam here from Warren, and it just comes back to the same thing we spoke about the last time he done this. We're just never getting called by a worse hand. Like ace, we probably even fold out some ace 8, ace 9 here in this spot, going this particular size. You got to think to yourself when well, it's 7.2. It's not 8k, but it's still just under 2x pot. But you got to think what hands can I get called by if I go this size, and any hands in there that we are actually in front of. And with the a6 in this scenario, the answer is no. And it's we're not getting called by kings, we're not getting called by a 10. We saw a pair and flush draw fold there. We want those hands in.
Satellite 20 minutes away if you are close by to Manchester. 6 seats guaranteed. 13 seats in London it got. So I'm expecting a busy old side event. The Satellite, that should be busy. We'll keep you informed on what it is happening.
Evening, Poker Pierre and Goodbye Horses on Twitch.
Poker Pierre.
Yeah, it's a strange one. We've seen it already a couple of times from Warren in 5. He's been all in 3 times, I think, in the last orbit and off for some larger sizings. King Jack for Mark under the gun +2, raised to 700. And Scott with the 3-bet instant fold from Mark Dyson. You Woo probably thought it was a 2-hour dinner break. where's he gone in seat 4?
Yeah. That's not a 2-hour dinner break.
No, Poker Pierre Gary, he's one of our regulars actually on the tour, does play a lot of the events. He's quite snug, to be honest with you. I was surprised to see him open the 7-6 suited under the gun, but hasn't been getting out of line, especially what we've seen today, the first half hour of this session. For you now.
So these guys here to entertain us for 2 levels, which takes us to around about 7:45.
So Scott choosing to limp in the cut-off here. Okay, must have been a raise because both blinds have got out of the way.
Yep. So cheap leader 30,000 after 4.5 levels, and Garrett is down to 10k, and just shy off. Oh! Da, 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 da.
So Chris, once folded to him, going to open the queen line off in the cut-off. And Michael going to defend the 5 deuce in the big, heads up.
Clock time. 8:36. So a gut shot for Michael.
Expect to see Chris continue here. Fairly dry board texture, rainbow, 8 height. We're just sitting here with queen height, so we're going to come in for a bet. Try and take it down here. Bet of 800, so just under half pot here from Chris. Like, go either way with this one as Michael. Like if we're going to bluff certain runouts that are good for our range with the 5 deuce here. Wow, he's actually come in for a raise and timed it to perfection because Chris is actually just sitting with queen high here. Obviously repping like a 2-pair plus hand, 8-6, 6-3, 8-3 suited that you could peel out the big.
So 300 big blind. 60-minute levels. Steady start to day 1A. As always, don't expect fireworks. You don't get aces every hand.
Can't even remember anyone having aces one hand yet.
No.
No, I don't think we've
No.
seen aces yet today. Speaking of aces, Mark Dyson in seat 3, one of the most famous hands in GUKPT history. 5-handed, he had the aces, Turgay had the kings.
Turgay kings,
yeah.
Yep.
2 years ago at that event. The best, worst fold ever.
Yeah, if you're talking about folds.
No, it was only us two. Yeah, he was all right originally. I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is.
Poker Pierre. How's Gary been getting out of line? Like, really?
Good chance Mark won by him. Battle money.
Won GUKPT Edinburgh back in 2018, sorry, Gary. He was our Edinburgh champion.
So to connect has raised to 8. Gold on the button. 7, 8, 4. Open down straight draw against a flush draw.
Yeah, interesting. So Chris most certainly going to be continuing here.
Better 1,000 than a call. It wasn't checked, it was 1,000.
Well, a 10 on the turn. So Chris turning top pair, but Michael now with a whole host of outs. A jack would be a brutal river, because Michael can only have Queen 9 of clubs, the one combo we're behind to is Chris.
Check, check.
And it's the King of Hearts.
So the 10 on the turn will give the pot to Chris Cunliffe if he checks. We get the showdown. We're just going to have a lead on the river.
Yeah, going for thin value here, trying to get called by some 8x, 7x here. Potentially, Michael shouldn't really have any kings in this spot other than King X of clubs, so going to feel fairly confident once the turn goes check that we've got the best hand here as Chris. The only thing as mentioned that should change is if King X of clubs is in there. That now goes in front of us, but can't do anything with Queen High, but fold. Michael gets out of the way. So Mark Peel's on the bottom with the Jack 10 suited, and Warren Ace Queen of Diamonds here in the big blind. 3 bets to 2.5k. Very, very small size in this. We want to go. It wouldn't even be a bad thing, Tower, to shove off Warren's stack size here. Just over 30 bigs, the unexploitable jam with ace
He likes
queen.
to shove. He's done it 3 or 4 times when he's been miles in front.
The problem with going this size, like a lot of the time, it's we just don't fold out enough hands. Like Mark can comfortably peel this Jack 10 suited, lovely playability in position now against his sizing.
Yeah.
Expect him to 1.7k. $1.7k to win 4.5, and there is a call from Mark.
Interesting to see one and playing post flop.
Yeah, now we got to play out of position against a good opponent.
Yep, the lot. Yet again.
Another all in, over pot size again.
Getting his stack up to the starting stack of 20,000.
Regarding sizing, like out the blinds, like if someone opens and you're in a small or big blind, like a lot of the time the size you want to elect to choose is somewhere around sort of 3.5x out of position. If there's a dead call, add another big blind on, so 4.5x. If there's 2 dead calls, 5.5x. That's sort of what the solvers say to do. Not sure the complete mathematics behind it, but don't want to be going too small when you're out of position, especially against good opponents as well that may peel a bit wider, try and potentially take the pot away from you post flop. Jack 3 suited for Mark in the cut-off. Going to open this. His effective button because you is still not back from the dinner break.
Yeah, where are you?
Oh.
Is Ali Malou playing today after his heroics in the seniors?
I haven't seen him yet today, Tower.
No? They're taking a day off.
I see Kellett's in the building.
Yes, seen him.
Stato's in the building.
Tom Middleton's in.
Oh, I haven't seen him.
Yes, Tom Middy's in.
Jai with the king queen. $700. And Scott with the 4s here should make the call in the small blind.
Brad Simpson says he's having trouble viewing. We've got Twitch open and it seems perfect. And we've got our end open on GUKPT. Let's just skip to forward. Yeah, it's still running here, Brad. Sorry if you're having problems. Fingers crossed it gets sorted. But at least he's logged in now. Said he couldn't log in earlier.
One of these spots is Jai where I'd like to see it, check, like it a lot. It's just one of them scenarios on this type of board texture, rainbow, paired board. We've got the top pair. It's just one of them scenarios where we're either well in front or way behind. Chris peeling out the big blind can potentially have some 3x in there. So now once it's checked to us twice, we've got the green light and we can just go bet, try and extract some value from some perhaps turn 6x and pocket pairs. So I bet 900. Scott is going to call. And a king on the river.
Nice.
So Jai boats up. And like, Scott's hand does look a lot like what it is, so if I'm Jai here, shouldn't really have no 3x peeling out the small blind here as Scott, so his range is very weighted towards pocket pairs like 4s, 5s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, all in there, so I like choosing fairly small size, trying to get a cry call from those type of hold-ins. Does look like a fairly big bet though. Just waiting for the graphic to confirm how much it is. A really tough spot this for Scott, because from Scott's perspective he may be thinking that Jai just can't have a king here because he check back flop, but that's why it's important to have some of these top pairs in your check back range. So really difficult spot here for Scott. So he ain't got a king. Is he going to go bet with like queens, jacks, tens here, and gets the bad news? And that is one of the merits of having those top pair check backs, the deception factor. And it also protects as well, Towers. So say if we opened a hand like, say, ace queen there and it come king 3-3 and we check behind instead of continuing, like, we can still have the king x in our range, and opponents can be aware of that, and we can take it down on later streets. But well played from the man in seat 1. Got probably the maximum he could have got from that hand. Evening, Brad.
He is in.
Chef Brad.
He reckons it's Brad's fault that he can't get into the chat box.
Oh, what a show.
We don't miss you in the chat box, obviously. Hope you're alright, buddy. Man, we're working this weekend. We're coming into barbecue weather soon. Good to have everybody on board, wherever you're watching, whatever you are doing, on the GUKPT website, on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Facebook. We'll come and log into Facebook very soon. So we'll give you news of the runners from the satellite that starts very shortly.
So cut off open from Warren, makes it full 3x, and Scott here on the button, ace jack, 3-bet or call, probably against a cut off open, may lean more towards 3-bet, get the pot heads up. Okay, graphic error, guys. Warren's not actually in the pot. Scott's the one that's opened the ace jack on the button.
Yeah.
Chris is now 3-bet.
Should get out of. Should realise that Warren's not in the hand. And Chris with the ace-9, obviously in the small blind, worse position at the table, doesn't want to call, allow the big blind in, go 3-way, splitting equity 3 ways, wants to try and take it down here. He's got the ace blocker, and the times that Scott does call, we can always win it post-flop with a continuation bet. Eight, 6, 3, 2 hearts. So expect Chris to come in for around sort of a 3k bet on this type of board texture.
button versus small blind dynamic 3-bet pot. And he's gone 2.2. So very, very small from Chris here. He's gone just over a quarter pot. And I think if we saw 2 clubs on this board, we'd see Scott float against this size, but he is still going to come in for the call win position, see if Chris puts the brakes on the turn. Or just snag top pair,
just
top
snag
kicker.
top pair. What's wrong with that? You're not expecting that? Yeah. Scott's with the check mark already.
Interesting to see what Chris does here. Like a lot of players will just wave the white flag now and give up on this one, but looks like Chris is having some thoughts, and incoming double barrel now, and we're not loving this as Scott now, Tower. We just want to see Chris check this turn. This is starting to get a bit gross for us here as Scott, because if Chris shoves river, then we basically don't beat anything with ace jack that Chris is going to play like this for value. So obviously we can't fold here now. We're going to have to call Scott. Don't want to raise because we do want to keep some bluffs in if Chris does have any bluffs. We are planning on calling the river, but we're not going to love this as Scott facing this second barrel in a 3-bet pot, so does make the call. It'd be interesting on a brick like a 3 that's not a club or heart, or even a 6. This is like a brick. This is a brick now. Is Chris going to go for it? Is he going to rep the aces, kings and queens here? Story checks out. He's telling a very credible story. 3-bet pre-flop, bet, shove. It would look a lot like an overpair, and Scott's not gonna love it. I don't even know what he's gonna do with ace jack, but Chris checks. Now Scott, as soon as he sees that check, he's definitely just going to have the best hand here now. Chris is going to shove all his kings, queens, aces. He's not going to allow hands like 7s, 9s to check behind here. But he does check.
Yeah, he does check. And the jack shown.
Yeah, I understand the check back, the way the hand's played, but I just think if Chris does have queens, kings or aces there, he's just going to shove river, not allowing those hands we just mentioned to snap check behind. Wouldn't have got called anyway as Scott, so can't really be too hard on himself there. He's played the hand well, won a nice pot, and Chris down to just 12k now. It's unfortunate that for Chris, because if the jack don't come on the turn, Tower, obviously he wins the pot, the double barrel works, and it's just one of those where we chose a spot, but we're just unfortunate that our opponent snagged the turn.
Spiked it. So Brad Simpson was third in the deep stack last week in Luton and ended up not even cashing. What happened there then? Best player in Essex just managed to lose his third biggest stack of the day. Unlucky Brad, at least you had a good day the day before when you got all the chips.
Yeah.
You'd have been chirpy then. Oosh. Two cooler hands. It happens.
There they are, first time today. Jai has got them.
Boom. The boots.
Aces under the gun.
The boots. The buoys. Don't forget the buoys.
Right, Chris here, King Jack on the button. Playing 40 bigs. Looks like he's going to call in position. That's going to bring the big blind in.
Yes. Any 2. I know I keep saying you shouldn't be defending any 2, but any 2s.
going to win a big pot. There's deuce on this flop.
Yep.
Overkill. Never good to flop a set when you got aces. Just kills your action a lot of the time. Jai going to continue and should see two pretty quick folds.
Is it too wet a board to be... Is it too wet to be checking?
It's fine really, like to check or bet in this spot. I think three-way, I do prefer a bet. I think heads up, like a very small bet three-way like Jai just done there. But I think heads up, like it's pretty torn. It can be against certain opponents that will take some bluff spots if you check behind. Maybe you want to be checking more. It can be player dependent. I don't know, Tal. I've never had a set of aces. Got to get aces to flop a set of them.
Whoa, 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 whoa. There's the...
I've not normally would, but before 100%, every start even happened.
I thought you were not supposed to be in plane, so you did it. No, he's 7. I think that's a mistake, personally. Yeah. But he's not sat down yet, you know. I don't know why he's too short.
The boots again. This time Scott's going to be raising with the King 10 suited. Chris looks down at the boots.
London buses and all that.
Absolutely. Just open the grapes, is that Dave?
Just a bunch.
Any incoming cold four? Nah.
No way. We're getting out of the way with the ace
he had a little think up for the 15 seconds I was dry, but it always goes through your mind. Shot a 4-bet here, no, let's just fold.
So back round to Scott. Does he want to see a flop? King 10 suited.
I'm probably going to call here a Scott with the King 10 suited. Obviously, it's not he showed it to Chris, so he can't pilt. And just gets out of the way. A very, very well timed fold from Scott there. Would have run into the boots of Chris.
The satellite had just started.
6-seat guarantee satellite, yeah.
53 runners so far that sat down to start. 53. Nearly as many that's in the main. Great start to the satellite.
Really? We're just going to make it actually anyway. What's the job, mate?
So Scott raises to 700 with King Queen off.
Use all your time, mate.
So we flop top 2, we turn a boat. We're trying to get some action. The big side from the ace 6 from Michael. bet's 900. Should just be a call from Scott. Can't see him want to try and inflate this. Turning the full house. I think even though we're at the 9, I think we've got a bit of showdown value. Who's going to check is Michael. Scott, we're thinking, oh, you got the old King Jack, the 10 Jack, and you've hit the river. Looks like a bit of 22. Yep, 2.2. How big's your raise going to be? I thought he got ace 9, he hadn't even hit the 9. I thought he got ace 9 for some reason. It was ace 6. Any bet on the river, or any raise on the river, is going to be good enough for Scott. You're just trying to work out how many to go. But as we can see, it'll be in the end of the hand when he puts in the raising chips. Nice when he turned a monster. What's that, 52? Raises to 81. A huge raise. But he's got the goods, and as we know, he's not going to get a dime from Michael, who's sat in seat 2, because that was the end of the hand. Good to have you on board, ladies and gentlemen. GUKPT, Manchester, day 1A. Dublin last week, Manchester this week. Beautiful.
Evening, Sean. Tuned in.
Hey, Sean man.
Sean Man 4646.
Yeah. In the year 26.
All the hands are out. Scott, Cowboys.
As they were mentioned, as they said last week, over in Dubbers, referred to as the Djangos.
The Djangos.
If you've ever seen the film, it was about cowboys. And for some reason they've ended up being called the Djangos. So there we go. Cowboys to me and you. The Kings. The King Kongs.
That should be the end of this pot.
Jay comes to the table and increases his stack since he started to 27.4. Blinds, I think they've just gone up.
Yep. 2 and 4 now. Big blind ante of 400. Halfway point of the day.
There's a flop there. I don't know what. We're not seeing no action for it. There's a turn card as well, so we don't know why there's no flop on the board. Oh, they've disappeared. They should come back somewhere. 7-10 Jack, 7 of spades on the turn. Top 2 pair, well, top flops 2 pair to Jay, and we get trips for Michael in C number 2. It's checked. Turn.
Yeah, I can't believe flop's gone check tower, to be honest with you. And now Michael going to fire once his board starts to get really wet on the turn. But Jay, after checking his 10 on the flop, has to call now. Oh, right on the river, straight for Jai.
He decides to check, so I'm guessing it will go check, unless Michael starts getting giddy with trips. The flush has got there, the straight's got there.
It's a close one, Tower. I wouldn't say it'd be a bad thing to value bet this spot here, because the way the hands played, check on the flop, like you don't really expect Jai to have many 9x in there. Like his 9-8 suited, you expect him to continue flops on his Jack 9, and he did go for thin value here. Michael can't fault him for that, because he's just trying to get called by perhaps some Jack X on the turn, some overpairs that check this flop. Does get his arm snapped off, and Jai running hot
scoops in more. Quick update on the 6-seat guaranteed satellite. They're up to 62 runners already.
Only started 20
level
minutes ago.
1 started 20 minutes ago. There are more runners in that than there are in the main. 64 in the main. So a big effort needed tomorrow. Big effort needed tomorrow. Manchester.
How many in the main? 64.
Yeah. Wow. Manchester's been such a hotbed as well in the last two or 3 years. The increase has been incredible. And for the first time, the numbers are slightly down. And last year was the biggest GUKPT main event for 10 years.
Outside of London, wasn't it?
The biggest in Manchester for 10 years.
So Mark opted in for the free bet option versus Michael's cut-off open, and Michael just can't continue here. I'd be very, very shocked if he did peel the Jack 9 off. Well, shocked I am. There he does shocked make the call. So free betting for value versus this cut-off open, and actually gets the Jack 9 to continue.
Queen 6-3.
This should
whiffs them all.
Yeah, pot should always be going Mark's way here. Michael should check. Mark probably going to come in for somewhere around 1.5k. We can go that small on this board texture in a free bet pot. Somewhere between 1.5 and 2k. And should see Michael just swiftly fold. And there's the bet. And a quick fold.
What did they say?
Oh, they just asked him about, as soon as like the ban had come out about City, literally like 4 days later, he did an interview with one of the Madrid papers. He's got a City shirt over his shoulder and a Madrid shirt over his shoulder. And then they said like, would you ever like Madrid's a great club, they've won so many trophies.
So good numbers in the side event. The satellite, 6 seats, guaranteed satellite, some great numbers already. 61 playing already. We're on the main event trail, level number 6, 200, 400. 400 big blind, ain't it? We are going along very nice indeed.
And Chris has got the ladies under the gun.
Oi, oi.
Keep thinking that's Kyle Walker back from Madrid in seat 6, come back to play at GUKPT. Warren just chooses to flat the ace-queen suited.
Yeah. Afternoon, Tommy. Tommy Craig in the YouTube chat box was watching in Dublin last week. This is what they tell you. Stephen Keogh would come back and win it last week. Absolutely. Great effort from Stephen.
And Warren spikes the 3 out to hit on the flop. Chris snap checks behind, drawing's just 1 out now. Hits the wire on the turn. About 1.8k from Warren. Chris going to have to call here. Going to have to call once with queens in position. Chris raised it. So he's made it 4k. So what Chris is doing here, Tower, is just a little bit of exploitation. He's just doing this, pretty much clicking it back so he can snap check back to the river, rather than facing like a 6k river bet from Warren and being put in a gross spot. So he's basically just click turn to check back river, and there we go, check, snap.
Check.
So rather than putting himself in that gross spot on the river facing like a 6k bet, or Warren likes to go all in himself, so just take the flow away, snap check back river.
Evening, Nathan. Can't believe someone spent over £1,000 on a seat and not returned from the dinner break. And us too. We don't know where he is. If anybody knows where Yoo-woo is, let us know.
Well, he earned 2,050 chips. I've got him down as
that
coming
what
to
it
the
was?
table, so he might have fallen off. They can see him there, a little pile.
Just put them in. Come back and put them in.
Unless it was the last hand before the dinner break and he didn't want to wait around for an hour.
Yeah, he might have thought he was all in and he got a call and then he loses and he thought that he might have been out. So if Yoo-woo is around watching the live stream, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and evening,
Must have been that.
Evening, John. That's it. And evening, Moira, Miss Moira Davis.
Evening,
yeah,
Moira.
that could have happened. It could have been all in last hand of the session. Realised, thought he was going to be out, but isn't. What's happening in the latest news, Jay? Do we know?
Latest news?
Is anything going on around the world?
But I try to...
GUKPT Manchester taking over. Is that what it is?
That is it. Other than the GUKPTs, I try not to get involved with all the news and stuff going on around the world nowadays. It's just all poker.
That's alright then.
It's all poker. So Mark making it 900. Big pairs are out in fashion the last orbit or so. Seen aces twice, kings twice, queens, now jacks for Scott. Scott going to flat in the small. Mark Dyson flops best, king at 5 deuce. However, Chris is up and down here in the big blind. Does have 8 outs to the nuts. But Mark most certainly going to be continuing here on the king high board. And with Chris's stack size here, Tower, I think he's probably just going to put it in. What we've got, 7k, blinds are 2 and 4, so we've got 16, 17 big blinds as Chris here. We are actually just getting a direct price though to make the call even better now once Scott calls it. So he's just going to flick it in, not going to shove. Direct price to make our straight. Ace or a 6 for the nuts. Turn queen of clubs. Brings another overcard to the jacks of Scott. So second straight. Bet 2.2k from Mark. Scott now going to have to fold, especially with Chris behind. And Chris going to have to call 2.2 to win 7.7, so he's getting 3.5 to 1 on a call. Scott's just taking some time here, but folds and just got a pretty simple maths equation now for Chris, and lets it go. Snap folds. 3.5 to 1 on a call, 1 card to come.
So they just shouted the place through on the live stream. It is actually a £60 rebuy. Because I've just been shouted a £60 rebuy, not a re-entry.
So yeah, it's probably,
that makes more sense.
Chips being thrown everywhere.
Ooh. Any juicy pots or coolers that Kev Jackson's missed? Not really. Not really. Been pretty steady, to be fair. We have had a pretty steady day.
Pretty quiet day.
I know Jay's not been writing any action down for the action reel.
I haven't got a hand. I haven't got a hand yet. So if anyone's watching, they're on the featured table next session, and you fancy being on the highlight roll, just run something, please. We need something. Just like some free bet, barrel, all in, something like that. But yeah, nothing for the old highlight reel as of yet. But so the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes we have a session where it's just hand after hand, action, left, right, centre. But today, one of those days, unfortunately. Hopefully it's going to turn.
You'll see anyway, we are jacks.
Who said anything? Who said anything?
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Well, no, we'd already been told by the other guy as well.
Yeah, you'd be better off having a player there, though, wouldn't you?
With their money, perfect.
I've always said money, I've had them.
That's why when he said I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, he's already said it.
Actually, now it's 800 every round.
That's what I mean, it's 800 every.
Matters more for the people down there. Yeah, we pick a good handle.
Yeah, he's in the toilet, mate. Longest piss
I
ever.
could boot you under the table, but then it's too late now. So.
So we don't know what I didn't see that. I was just checking social media. But Wu Yu's chips have gone.
Where'd they go?
I don't know. I missed that. Try and rewind.
Let's have a look.
They were still there 7 minutes ago. We're just checking social media. What happened?
Mum when I was 4. So from the age of like 4 to like 17, I used to go gaming with them. Well, not 4, but like 8 or 9 when I first started.
You looking forward to Devon taking over?
I got
see you next
year.
week.
That's been happening every year.
Ancelotti's one of the decent players. Do you know what though? You'll get the players.
If you'd said this, if you'd said this like a few seasons ago, yeah, not now with the structure and setup we've got now. I think we're going to be at the top for a while.
Have you seen the paper talk today though? Salah to Allen and Son.
Yeah, I don't believe it. It's a step down for them.
Liverpool are getting their team in.
It's a step down.
We've got the reason now.
All done.
Now we know. Wu Yu stack was put on table by mistake. He was down as playing, so he's pre-registered, but he's not turned up, and it was a 20k stack, so just 4 chips. And because he hasn't turned up, he's classed as a no-show, which is why the chips have been taken off the table. He's not in the building. They were put on the table by mistake. It was 4 chips, and it was 20,000, and he's not here. So he will be playing tomorrow because he was registered. So he's literally like a no-show. But because you're a no-show, you can be taken out of play and play tomorrow.
Chris just snap folds the ace-jack in the cut-off there.
Yeah. Kev Jackson reckons he's going to be aces, kings and ace-king all in prig next, ready shortly. Thanks for that. It's what we need.
We had Kings v Kings first hand of the day.
Yeah, we did.
Second hand, didn't we?
We actually did.
Queen Jack 9, 2-spade flop, top pair up and down for David, top pair, top kicker for Warren, gut shot for Michael. Most certainly David and Warren are going to be putting some more chips in this pot. It seems like Warren's eased off the gas now with the all-ins, coming in for more standard sizings on the flop. Half pot here, just under. And David will call with position to the turn. Deuce of hearts changes nothing. So as Warren here want to potentially be coming in for another street, get some value from hands like Queen 10, King Queen, Jack 10. There's just so many hands that we can potentially get value from here. I think we probably would have heard about 2-pair plus on the flop from David with his stack size. And there's an all-in from David, and Warren will call this off. Looks like he's put around 5k in. David, it's only another 3k or so to call, I think. So, it's a bit more. Still called it off. 5.6k with the top pair, top kicker. And now David, to save his tournament, going to need to find a king, 8 or 10. And it's the 5 of diamonds on the river. One with the handshake. Up to 31k. And David going to head to the rail.
You see the clock from there? How long is it?
20. Oh no, we do.
39 minutes.
Sit up and pitch it in.
love Evans doing this summer. Sign like Ibrahimovic style players.
Say that again, sorry. Say that.
Evans sign like Ibrahimovic style players to teach Calvert-Lewin how to like get them.
The thing is with Calvert-Lewin, he was always pretty good. He just didn't have the goals in him, whereas now he's actually got the goals. So
I just think he's good on it. He's good talent, like. I just think he needs a bit more work.
So out come the cards again. Welcome one and all to the GUKPT Manchester 2020. We're going to need a good effort tomorrow by the looks.
We've only got 7 tables so far.
Yeah.
For day 1A, day 1B, obviously always busy. Plenty going on over the weekend though.
What's
If you
going
are
on,
coming
Jay?
down, we've got side events, we've got satellites. Well, satellites still going on now. You can actually still flick it into that, I believe. And on Saturday,
77 in the satellite, by Jove. 77.
that's good numbers. On Saturday, we have our 250 and no limit hold'em, 15k guarantee, and on Sunday 3 side events, 7k guarantee, 100 no limit hold'em, the 75 bounty, and the ladies event, which is £100 buy-in. Then next up we are in Edinburgh, 25 in Glasgow next weekend. There's 5 deep stacks running next weekend. If you fancy one of those, £130 buy-in. They are in Liverpool, Huddersfield, Coventry, Reading and Thanet. And I think, other than that, there's not much else going on.
Plenty going on. Plenty poker going on in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Then we'll have our GUKPT online on Sunday as well.
Yeah.
Bubbled it in London.
Did you?
Remember, we were setting up the table.
Oh,
we was in the
yes,
bubble,
you did.
And someone had a 10% free roll, didn't they? From the bounty.
Yeah, they were loving life.
Yeah, and Stone bubbled it.
2nd in chips, 3rd in chips. Yeah, I'm going up there and I'm doing all right. I've bubbled. Yeah, right, great. Yeah, that would have been a lovely free roll. One of the viewers.
So blind on blind here. Mark with the pocket 3s. Just expecting to complete.
So Mark Dyson and Warren are going to see a flop as Mark makes it up with 3s against a good old 5 deuce and hits the 5.
It's good enough against the hand Mark has. Yeah, I think we're just coming for a small bet here as Mark. Yeah, like it. Just blind on blind here. Warren's going to have loads of random hands in there. Obviously, just want to deny equity to like the Jack 4s and stuff like that. All those type of hands. And just take it down there. But now, once we've been called, I think that's going to be a shutdown for Mark in seat 3. You'll not be surprised if either player puts another chip in this pot. Apart from now.
Oh, when Mark hits the 2 outer, booty.
Set on the river. So now we do want to come in for a bet, but the way the hand's played, it just doesn't look like Warren can have much here. Like probably go like 800, maybe even smaller than that. Try and get a cry call from a 5 or an 8. A lot of the draws have bricked, so don't think we can go too large here. It's just hard for Warren to ever have an ace in this spot. Even a queen's difficult for him to have. I think Queen X is going to bet turn a lot of the time.
2.6.
No, he has gone big. He has gone big. Really polarising bet this from Mark on the river. He's never going this size with a 1 pair type hand, so it's either a bluff or 2 pair plus from Warren's perspective here. It's just too much we lose to here as Warren. Yeah, he can have some bluffs, but we're just way too far down our range here with a 5 to be calling this off on the river. It's like, other than like the 7 highs at the straight draw, it's like one of the worst hands we really get to the river with in this pot, so just lets it go correctly.
So Mark let one and choose one, and he turned over a 3, obviously. And he went, oh, that was it then, Queen 3. So the numbers in the satellites are very, very good. Numbers slightly down in the main. We need a big push at the end of today and tomorrow to hit the 200k, but we could easily end up with 200 runners tomorrow.
Could. Well, like, it's just
We could
surprises
easily
you so
end up with
much.
200 runners tomorrow. That's never out of the realms of possibility at all. $308 runners last year.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we'll get to 308 runners, but
Mark looking for his 4th successive cash in this event. Chopped it, final tabled it, min cash last year.
Yeah.
God, there's some names like, oh, remember Chris Byrne, the old Ed Byrne look-alike on the final table. Jai, pocket 8s in the hijack, makes it 900. Mark, ace 3 suited here on a button, potential 3-bet bluff candidate. Especially against a hijack open, and Jai, from what I've seen from him so far, seems to have played very well. Obviously competent in hands, and if that's the case, I just think we've got to 3-bet this more often, and then we're going to flat it. And like it from Mark, 3-bet to 2.5. Obviously not going to work on this occasion against the 8s, because Jai will have to call and play accordingly out of position on the flop. So ace 10 at 6, 2 clubs. So Mark, we've got 2 options here, bet or check. Probably leaning more towards check in a 3-bet pot here. With this ace-x hand, bit of deception. Try and rep a hand potentially like kings, queens, jacks. It's just one of them situations where we're never going to be able to get 3 streets from our hands, so we've got to decipher the best way to try and get 2 streets of value. Some will bet flop, check back turn, some will check turn and go bet, but just need to understand with this type of hand that we're never going to be able to get 3 streets of action from worse. So 2 street hand, probably going to bet here and check back turn if we get to the turn, that is, because Jai now with the 8s we don't really beat much here. Mark's not going to 3-bet a hand like 7s, 5s. We're only ahead of those Broadway holdings, which he once again isn't always going to 3-bet. Probably going to flat more often than 3-bet them. So it'd be interesting to see if he does continue Jai, but I just don't see how we can continue. We're only really ahead of the just complete airballs and the Broadway holdings. Hands like 7-9 of diamonds, like 7-8 suited. Decide to 3-bet bluff. He's taking his time with it. But eventually does get out of the way, makes the correct laid out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big one for me, yeah. Start playing today, so still have a go at all. I heard you say you're on a tournament earlier.
So down in Vegas, and people said, how'd you play this game? Americans often do it for the first time.
Never knew you were a weatherman, Tower.
Well, do you know what? 2 years ago, that's just come up onto the stream. We did a little weather. That was when the
snow was here.
The beast from the east, wasn't it? You know, it's.
Storm Emma, it was, wasn't it? I think Emma at the time.
Was it?
Walked into the satellite for it if you don't want to buy in.
Jack 7-7 rainbow flop. Looks like a bet of 1,000. No action for Warren after flopping at trips.
I've been for like 3-4 weeks at least. Yeah. We do like I say, we lose it. Driving every day.
Basically,
Walking through the casino.
So we do continue. Good afternoon, and well, now good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
7:20 in the evening. 2 years ago we did a weather forecast. Brilliant. Because of the beast from the east. Oh, by heck, that was a storm and a half, wasn't it? Who did it take 20 hours to get from Hartlepool? They were overnight and all kinds of things, weren't they? Wasn't it Chris Howden and his mates?
I can't remember, Tower.
By heck.
I remember there was one where it took Swifty an absolute age.
Oh, that was driving back from Edinburgh. Or driving up to Edinburgh. That's just.
She went round the coast, didn't she?
She's been online today. She's stopping for a brew and taking pictures of the. She's obviously come over the Woodhead, or she's come over. She can't come over the Woodhead, but she's obviously gone over to the tops and seen the mountains and thought, oh, I'll stop and take a snow picture. And just stops for half an hour, just chills out in a little smart car, and off she goes, cracks on again. So she'll be in the building soon.
So both players catch a piece, blind on blind. Jai with the best of it, 8 deuce, and Michael with bottom pair, gonna call. River is a 7, so the 8 deuce does get the check mark, and good to see Jai coming in for another street of value here. Bet 1.1k. Trying to get 2 streets from his second pair, no kicker. Is Michael gonna pull out the hero here with a 3? I think this hand's probably a lot better to raise than it is to call, but it's gonna call. Block some 2 pair possibilities, block the nut straight. And Jai continues to win lots of pots. He's only been at the table for around half hour or so, but he's chipped up from his 20k stack. It's certainly been a good session for him. 20 minutes to go until we move out onto the 15-minute break. New feature table when we return.
Just watching Chris going at this with the S6 and Scott Michael, going back to the satellite that's 6 seats guaranteed, is 10,000 chips too many? Or is it that's something that's drawn the players in?
It's not really to do with a chip, like chips, it's more to do with the structure really. Like you could give someone under 1,000 chips, but have like a structure where it's over in like an hour or so. But
I just remember back in the day, we used to have a satellite or anything like that, and we'd have 1,000 chips.
Yeah,
and I know that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But that's just the way it was.
I think just it might attract more people, perhaps, like more recreational. So like all 10,000 chips, like it sounds a lot, like in terms of a satellite tournament. But then it's always got to look at the structure, how long the levels are, what is the structure, is there like added levels, is there levels being taken away? It's all comes down to that really. But it doesn't sound like a lot.
What, 10,000?
Like did they not usually always do 10,000 in GUKPT?
I think so. Obviously this year they've dedicated the Thursday satellite to getting into day 2, day 1B. So I just wondered if 10,000 as a starting stack for a satellite was too many if it was a rebuy. Aye. Mickey Smile, Mr. Mickey Smiles, Mickey Spillane.
Evening, Mickey.
Or even Paul.
Paul, is that Paul? He said he'd be in YouTube earlier with that name, actually. He did say that. Michael, all in, 19 big blinds, Jack 4 suited on the button.
Oh, Warren, I'd love to see a flop.
Yeah, can't call here. Well,
no, cannot call.
Cannot call as Warren, but I don't need to. On this sort of structure, our clock, 19 big blinds, it's lots and lots of chips. Like, we don't want someone to wake up with 8s, 9s, 7s even in the blinds against button shove can call. Like,
yeah.
Just, I know got it through on that occasion, but got so many better candidates to be shoving off of that stack size from the button. If we want to play the Jack 4, it's fine to just come in for an open potentially as a steal. Maybe just a bit too wide there. 18 big shove with the old Jack 4 on the button. I know we've only got 2 players to get through, but on this structure, our clock, we're going to get so many better spots throughout the day to get our money in. So Jai 10's in the hijack. And Warren with the Jack 8 here gets out the way in the small and looks like action's actually on Scott. Scott makes the call with the ace deuce suited, heads up to the flop. King 5, 2 clubs. So one of them boards where expect Jai still to continue here. They're going to have the best hand more often than not. Obviously deny equity to overcards, not letting them have a free one. A lot of the time we will just pick it up here with one bet. And against a big blind range as well, we can get some value from some 5x, obviously charging flush draws, but Scott just going to have to get out of the way. Good evening, Tristan.
Good evening, Tristan. What's the game?
Evening, guys. A little check-in before the game. Hope all is good. It's got to be that Mickey Mouse Cup, ain't it? Europa League?
Are you in it?
No.
Oh, no, you're out of the
no, we're
Champions
not.
League.
We're not out.
You're out of the Champions League. I will gamble any money you want to that you won't make it into the next leg. What do you want? What odds do you need?
We were 1-0 down against Ajax at home last year.
What odds do you want?
What odds do I want? Hold on. We'll have to get this on.
And what's the game? Is it Arsenal against Olympiacos? Or is it Celtic against Copenhagen? Or is it Man United against Club Brugge? Man United are playing at home. That's why numbers might be down.
Ah.
Man United are playing Bruges.
Ah.
Club Brugge. So I'm guessing that's who it is. Club Brugge. Yeah, so Club Brugge. If you're a Man United fan, that's why there might be a few numbers missing, because that big team called Manchester United are playing at home. Be about 70,000 at Man United.
Yeah, they're all going to reg at 10:30 tonight, coming in from there.
Thursday night football. Can't beat it.
Right, you can give me fives. I'll take fives.
You'll take fives, what,
Yeah.
late off? Good lad. Good lad. One of them flops a flush draw and bets as it's. Don't think Chris is in the hand.
It's Scott, yeah.
Yeah, Chris is definitely not in the hand. So he's not even betting, so this means the pot's wrong. Which means Chris's stack's wrong. Just working it out that Chris is not in the hand and taking him out. Nice when you turn trips though. But he is up against a flush draw from Warren.
Yeah, so Warren actually limp button here, complete from small. That's why Scott's in this pot with 7-4. And Chris checked his option. Chris passed flop to a bet from Warren. And now Scott turning trips on the turn. Now comes in for a lead. Really like this lead from Scott actually. I know we're not playing in flow, but it's one of them turn cards you expect your opponent to check quite a high frequency. So we just give ourselves the betting lead here and can bet turn, bet river for value. Warren getting exactly 3-1 on the call. So 25% equity needed. And gets out of the way with the flush draw, one card to come. Not going to make the call.
Is it snowing in Manchester yet, says Mickey Spillane? I've not heard any rumours that it is. It was pretty dry today, just cold.
Oi oi, Mick the Mod on Twitch.
Oi,
Good
oi.
evening. Thanks for tuning in. We are here in Manchester, as Tal would say.
Manchester. No, it's an O.
Manchester.
That's it.
The Kings are out again, this time for Scott on the button. Cut-off open here from Warren. Obviously can mix in a flat some of the time here with Kings. More often than not, want to be getting some more money in the pot.
Yes, that must be football talk then. Who's Igolo?
Second for Man U, he's played Watford.
Alright, he's playing up front apparently. The Man United fans are going mad. Mad, let me tell you.
Good madder.
No, terrible mad. Oh my word, mad. Let us keep us informed on the football while you Man United fans are watching the live stream from Berry New Road. Call in afterwards, come and have a pint and say hello to the team.
Wacky Jackson. Just
Oi,
tuned in on
oi,
Twitch as
the
well.
Wacky Jackson won himself. Jason Glatzer, come to tune in.
Already getting told off on Twitch, spamming everywhere.
No, the old Nightbot, the stop spamming emotes. Oh, I need lessons in how to be a mod as well. Yeah, because we can put the Anybody typing comms and all that, you know how to do all that. You're the man. Yeah, right, he says with a smile on his face as if like, what are you on about? Oh. I don't think there's any snow actually forecast in Manchester this week. There is actually a storm brewing for Sunday and Monday apparently. And it's been named Storm George with a J.
Jorge.
George.
Jorge.
Jorge. George.
It's Jorge, ain't it?
No, it's not. You know that guy that plays for Man City, Jesus, Jesus. He's not Jesus.
Yeah.
Give me that rubbish.
Yeah, it is Jesus.
It's not, it's Jesus.
There we go. George is pronounced Jorge.
I'm not having that. I'm not having it. See, pronunciation George. So don't give me your rubbish.
This is the American.
Ah, okay. We have an all-in. Michael's Ace 8. The under the gun jam.
Yeah, it's
8.5k with the blinds at 400.
Same as before, Tara. It's too much. It's
45 bigs.
It's 21 bigs.
Oh, sorry, 21 bigs.
21 bigs on a 60-minute clock. Great structure, one of the best out there, and you just got so much time to pick your spots and get your chips in. You don't need to be shoving hands like this, Ace 8 off under the gun. Got a whole table to get through, and obviously Warren with the Ace Queen here has made the call, but looks like Warren is going to send Michael to the rail.
Yeah. We haven't had an elimination on the feature in the first 6 levels. This could be the first one of the day. That's how steady it's been. Does Michael survive with his 22 big... Oh! Rolls reversals.
Cruel game.
Oh, it's sick sometimes, this game.
Looking for a lady for Warren. The last one in the deck and a 10 on the river.
Warren is ruining his luck again.
All you can do in this game is get it in front, and then it's out of your hands.
The 21 bigs, get him in. That's how to get back to starting stack.
Jorge.
Not having it.
Not having it.
Did you look about that? It's a side event. I mean, there's no side event tomorrow, is there?
Same as Jesus and
No, stop.
Fajita.
That's nothing like Jorge, because that's not even spelt Jorge. I'd spelt Jorge, H-O-R-A-Y, Jorge.
Yeah, fajita's got a J in it, hasn't it?
Yes.
Like what? He.
I understand. I understand. Yes. But if anybody comes to the table and they're called George, I wouldn't say Jorge.
Yeah, neither would I, to be fair.
Cars are getting smashed into. My car's parked in the reason he came to you is yesterday, and the receptionist is from reception. You know, I don't know if you've seen him today.
Around about 8 minutes to go, 8-9 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 15-minute break and more of the same at 8 p.m. for levels number 7 and 8. If you're close to Manchester and Bury New Road and you want to play the satellite at this moment in time, there are, and I mean there are, 93. 93 in the satellite, and that's where the value is. It's going to end up with about 14, 15 seats, I reckon. 93 runners in the satellite. Late reg until 8:15 p.m. So you literally, 8:45. So you've got an hour if you want to get in and you're close by. Forget going to standing out in the cold at Old Trafford and watching Man United. Is it the first leg or the second leg? What was the score in the first? What, Man United won? Well, they're already through. What's the point in going? Get to Berry New Road and come and join in the fun with the GUKPT. Oh, Mick the Mod's helping us out. He's a star. And then you can tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah? Good lad. Good lad. Love Mick the Mod. He's a top lad.
Anything on show? No? Well, they took the other bits, obviously. You smashed when I did. You had all your bits in there? On show or in the boot?
Rule number 1. Learn how to sign in.
Well, they didn't do that. Me. Let me try and figure it out. I'll figure it out myself, PK.
So yeah, it's not snowing in Manchester. No snow's actually forecast. I think like flurries now and again, but nothing special. Won't spoil all the fun.
I'll say those during the break. Start putting all the little commands in.
Good lad.
Cheers for that, Mick. Thanks for your help. On Twitch.
Yeah, if it snows badly in Manchester, the rest of the country will be way worse. I think you're right, actually, because it's. I think it's so low down and surrounded, isn't it? I know 2 years ago when the rest of the country was. I think the M62 was blocked and the M602 was blocked, and yet we drove in a taxi a couple of years ago. Did a live on Facebook malarkey thingy, and all the roads were clear, and it helped a few people determine whether they were going to play or not. And it was clear all the way through. It was really strange that all the surroundings were absolutely covered and foot deep, but not us. But there is no problem with snow this week. There might be a problem with storm Jorge, but you never know. Aye, Wisco Baron is back in watching the live stream, and good afternoon in California. That's where Pebble Beach is, isn't it? California. One of the greatest looking golf courses in the entire world.
Where'd they have the Masters? Where'd they have the Masters?
Augusta.
Yeah, that's the one. That looks like a nice course.
California. Yeah, Pebble Beach is probably the greatest looking golf course with the best coastline in the entire world. King 5-5, King 5 on the flop, 6 on turn, 6 of spades on the turn. Any sets about?
Any Mickey Blacks about?
Unbelievable. I think the handbrake's on already for Chris. Yeah, that'll do. Thanks for coming.
Chris, who got off to a flyer on this table.
He did,
after turning a set of 8s.
Yeah, and the river perfect, giving Warren trip aces.
Now gonna be sub 10 bigs. When we come back from after the break, we have just over 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Jai with a quick. We've seen some hands this session, Tower. The last hour or so, they've all been out. Makes it 1k. Scott not going to be going anywhere in the big blind here. Ace Jack should be defending. Nels come in for the defend. Heads up. Ooh, top pair, top kicker. Could be some action here, especially on clean runouts. It's going to be one of them spots where Jai can just go bet, 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 and Scott, especially calling out the big blinds, just going to have to call down. Looking for some wet turn cards to perhaps slow the action down. A bit of 1k on the flop. Scott makes the call.
10 of hearts on the turn. Pretty dry for Scott.
Yeah, Jai wants to be sizing up a bit more now, Tower. Try and get as many chips in the middle by the river. Probably somewhere between the 3.5k remit here. Just so then we can comfortably go nice. He's checked back for a bit of deception. The river is the 3 of hearts, and now Scott is just going to think he's got the best hand here, almost always.
He could easily near pot sizes. Thinking it's pretty dry, and that 3's a good hand for me.
I think if he does go big, it's going to save him money, Tower, because this 3 on the river, we can comfortably raise for value now here. As Jai with the queens, yeah, he's gone small. Yeah, so this is bad news for us, because now Jai can come in for a value raise with just 1 pair on the river. If we saw him go nearer the pot size, I think Jai probably would have just called, but the fact that he's elected to go this small, it means that the door opens up for this.
So better a snap call to see the queens and the jack. So it looks like we'll be on to the last hand of the sesh. Oh, yeah.
Quick riffle.
Wait, get him in. Get it in. Ready? Yes. So no shout just yet from the rest of the room that the clock has. We started on time, didn't we? Jai's had enough. Everybody's had enough.
Oh, looks like Chris could get a walk here.
Yeah, everybody is going to be leaving the table, and this will be the last time before the break, which means we'll be back.
Main event players, you are now on a 15-minute break.
15-minute break just been announced from the staff. Everybody's left who's not in the hand. Here's King 10.
First bet wins. Looks like it's going to be Scott.
And that'll do nicely.
Back in 15.
Back in 15.
Which table did you say when we get back?
13.
13. Where are you from originally?
I'm okay. Yeah, thank you, man.
So take them out the racks. Thank you.
Attention all players remaining in the main event. Please make your way back to the podium now. We have 3 minutes remaining on your break. That's all main event players. Please retake your seats now. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break.
You do better for me than fucking past 5 dealers.
I hope so.
Satellite players, we have a new blind level, 100-200 with a 200 big blind ante. Final call for all today's main event players. You have 1 minute to take your seat.
Well, this is a table. Seat 2 I recognise. Oh, look at that. John Motson signing seat 2.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's Nick Marco.
Matt Lewis. No, Matt's played for years on the GUKPT team. Matthew Lewis. In 3 is Rich Kelly. In 4 is Kevin Charlambos, who was on our first feature table. Tom Middleton hit the hole, is in seat number 5. In seat number 6 is Jim McLean. Here he comes. In 7 is Joaquin Blanco. In 8 is Haliang Yu, on 37,000. And in seat number 9 is Manuel Choi. I reckon you might start writing down action hands in this level. That's what I reckon. I think we'll get something for the highlight reel in this level. Yeah. So here we go. Level number 7 of the day. 4 levels to play. So we finish around about 12:30 in the morning. Good to have Matthew Lewis on our feature table. And Rich Kelly is back in one of the places where it all belonged. It all started for Rich Kelly, playing in Manchester. Passport winner from last year. They're doing it all again this year. It's been revamped a little.
Flop a king, 8, 6, 2 spades. So flush draw for Jokin, and midi is up and down. And it's come a king high, so you might expect midi to continue here, but Opts to come in for a check, and we see a bit of 3k from Jim with just ace high. And already over 10k in the middle after it gets called in 2 spots. 9 of diamonds on the turn, so Jokin takes the lead. And checks through on the turn, which is a 6 of spades on the river, so Jokin does make the best of it. River in the flush, not going to get any action though. Midi with just 9 height and Jim with just ace height, and now Joaquin will come in for a value bet, but not going to get called in either spot.
Yeah, this is a cracking table. So welcome along to the main event of the GUKPT. The satellite is going on and the room is absolutely ram-jam full. It's a £60 rebuy. There are 100 entries into the £60 rebuy and already it's collected 9.2.
So 8 seats and a bit at the moment.
Yeah, 8.45 will be the cut-off. 8.45 for the cut-off to buying in. The main event steadily growing, 63 players in the main. 63. When we had the cold snap 2 years ago and Storm Emma, which turned into the Beast of the East, it was 70 on day 1A and then smashed it for day 1B. So we're looking for exactly the same. Yeah, we know Manchester United are playing at home, but I don't think that's too much of an issue regarding poker players and a 200,000 guaranteed tournament. But you never know.
Set on the river for Kellett. Gets there, doesn't get there, just had to fade a heart. And now going to come with some value, not going to get called. 2020, nothing changes.
Don't forget you can join us on Twitch/GUKPT.
I'm in the lab on Twitch at the moment.
You're
guys.
in the lab?
Yeah, I'm
Good
trying
lad.
to sort this out.
Good lad. You can teach me tomorrow.
I've got
YouTube/GUKPT.
The thing is, I've got all the commands set up now. It's just how I go about getting them into the chat box, because they don't come up when I write them down.
Yeah.
So if anyone knows, it would be great.
Wayno says, where is Tom Middleton from? Is it Newton Aycliffe? Middlesbrough side, near Middlesbrough? I do think he's up from Teesside way. I think. Hit the hole. He is online. Hit the hole.
So
Rich guy's a ledge
with a jacks under the gun. Comes in for a limp, and means that we go to the whoa, Kellett Kingdom. Quad jackers, not going to get any action at all, but
goes to the table and just
makes a set first hand, flops quad to the next hand.
Manuel bets 1.5. That's the only way Rich is ever getting ever getting money in this pot. He's going to call.
He's just praying that heart don't come. Going to lose a lot of chips if it does. Manuel, his 10-eye flush draw. You've got to do a lot of checking when you've got top quads as well, because it's so hard for your opponent to have something that you just want to induce some bluffs from them. You just... I wouldn't even mind Rich checking this river either tower, but he's going to come in for a small bet. It's just our opponent's range on the flush draw, it's like 7x and flush draws. So range on the flop, 7x and flush draws, and not going to get called by 7x.
just flashes over the quads.
That's all we needed for some hands. Table change.
More Armand says, yep, quads, just the quads. Oh, right, okay. Lee Vos is from Silsden, West Yorkshire. I thought he had a bit of a twang of Middlesbrough. My fault. Apologies to Midi.
So Kevin opening under the gun, called by Manuel in the cut-off, and Charles coming in with the 3-bet on the button, makes it 3.5k to go. $40 bigs deep here. I think it's fine to call here as Kevin try and flop a set.
Jack 9 King. Top for Charles Eel, who final tabled one of these 2 or 3 years ago.
C-bet from Charles, and we should see a snap fold here from the sixes.
So I'll keep you updated on the satellite that's going on. 6 seats guaranteed, being smashed. Over 100 players in the mix at this moment in time. We will keep you updated with that. Matthew Lewis comes in for a raise, 3 bets to 3.5. Charles back round, should call, and does, makes it up. 6s against ace 10. Then the Mickey Blacks hit. Not this time. 2-8 Queen.
Yeah, Matt coming in for a continue hit. this Queen High board, but Charles going to call once here with the pockets. Is this a raise?
It is.
It's 6.8.
He's got the moves, like Jagger. Nice. Charles Eel. Very nice indeed, sir. So, steady day here in Manchester with the blinds at 2-5, 63 so far.
So Jim wants to get involved with the old Jack 10 under the gun. Makes it 1k. And Midi with the pocket 3 set is all in for 9.4. So this is a 19 big blind shove here over Jim's under the gun open. And Jim just can't call here with Jack 10. Obviously, if he saw the cards, he'd make the call, but Jack 10 off here. We've opened under the gun. Midi shoved 19 big blinds. We're just never going to have Midi dominated. Best case scenario is basically what's going to happen here if we call a flip, but just cannot call and lets it go. Nice little move there from Midi, takes it down. Fours for Manuel. He shoves for 24 big blinds here, gets it through. I do think on this structure though, Tower, like open shoves shouldn't really have any off of 20 bigs here. Maybe some button shoves, smaller pairs and whatnot, but just got so much time throughout the day. Like I think it's okay to just open fours there off 24 bigs and play accordingly, but can come down to table as well. Obviously, if you're at a really, really good table and lots of good players, you can take these high variance spots, shoving for that amount of bigs with more hands. Can't get outplayed if you never go post flop.
No, true.
There's a Manuel with the sevens under the gun, makes it 1k. Another pot for Manuel with the sevens.
Here's King for Midi. Raises to 1.2. Jocking gets out of the way. Round to Manuel in the big. We're defending with the 5-4 suitor.
Oh,
we
of
should
course
be.
we are.
We are indeed. Flop of ace 3-3. 2 pair Midi. Good shot.
It's a good spot for Midi to check here, Tao. Looks like he's going to come in for a bet off of his stack size, actually.
That's 700.
Just against a big blind range. There's just so many whiffs here.
Gonna call for the gutter ball. No, he doesn't. Thought he might have just called once, but he decided against it.
Liang on the button, 5-4 off. Thinks better of it. Manual ace-6 hit. 2-500 the blinds. Going to complete for 3 more. An option on Charles with the old 8 tray in the big. Checks it. King 4 deuce. Check, check. 10 changes nothing. Check, check. And the river is another 10 as the ace high. It's going to be good for Manuel here.
Welcome to GUKPT Manchester. If you're watching on YouTube, good evening. If you're watching on Twitch, good evening.
I figured out the problem.
Have you? Good man.
I've put the commands into my Twitch channel for when if I was streaming, not the GUKPT. That's why it's not coming up. So, but I haven't actually got the right privileges at the moment.
You haven't?
No, it come
well,
up with
you
this
need to get in touch with PK then.
Get in touch with PK.
Indeed.
And then it should be sorted. Finally, it only took a year. Midi with the Cowboys makes it 1.2 to go. Matthew in the big blind here with the ace-8. Just makes a very disciplined laydown. Don't see many people muck that hand facing an open.
Ace and McGrath says, so that's the daftest red card ever, so that's something to do with Man United.
Yeah, Man United got a penalty, says Wayneo in Twitch.
Alright, okay, thanks for the updates, guys. The daftest red card ever, apparently. Keep us updated, guys. Oi, oi, the boots.
Asa.
So Yokin raises to 1.1.
Well, Middy just got no action with the kings, and Joking, no action with the aces.
So good to have you all on board, ladies and gents, watching the live stream from Manchester, live as it happens. Keep you updated with the satellite. There's going to be a lot of seats. A lot of seats.
Evening, Essa. Tune in on Twitch.
Oi, oi, Essa. Good to have you on board. Sorry, I meant Blackpool a few weeks ago. Nice to see him.
Of course we did, yeah.
Catch up. No, since then. He played one of the local comps on a Friday. I think I was in there just chilling out. Always good to see him.
It's Rich completing here in the small blind, and Kev with the Queen 8 checks his option. Heads up to the flop.
7-9-3.
A good board for Rich to come in for a lead here. We've got gut shot and backdoor diamonds and blind on blind. Talk about how wide ranges are usually. A lot of the time we're just going to get it through here. Our opponent has whiffed the flop.
$36,000 as chip leader in level number 7. 13,000 for Manuel. All folding round. Even the buttons gets out of the way, the old 8-3. We're not getting a walk. Are we getting a walk? Yeah, no. Absolutely not.
Any price you want, Tower, you don't get a walk. Kev just completes the ace king. 10-7-6 rainbow. Gut shot for Middy, backdoor diamonds.
Six, 7, 10. Middy bets 1.2. Kevin, just with the ace king, just snap folds.
Seven of diamonds on the button for Kev. Easy open once folded to us. Looks like Middy's in the small.
So maybe the Queen 10 off suit. Joking decides to jam it. GUKPT Manchester, good evening ladies and gentlemen. 7 o'clock-ish we had 64 entries. Any more now? No. No, it's been pretty steady.
Still 64?
I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all playing the side, they're all playing the satellite. It's been absolutely mental, the satellite. It's bonkers.
King Queen under the gun, Manuel. Playing 27 big blinds. Makes it 1k to go, so a little min click. And Rich Ace Jack here in the hijack will make the call. 5s for Jokin in the small blind, he's going to be calling. And Haliang will get out of the way, 7 deuce in the big 3-way action to the flop. Graphics got him down as calling, but he has most certainly mucked his hand. As the flop rolls off, King 8-5, 2 diamonds, so the King Queen is going to take the lead. Manuel. Oh, there's a set for Jokin. I've just realised that. Bottom set here. Manuel with top pair. Rich going to be getting out of the way, but could potentially see an exit here, Tower.
Manuel's raised it up as well.
Yeah, could see an exit. I can't see, off of his stack size, how Manuel's going to get out of this one.
Manuel has raised it up.
And Jokin just keeping his range wide, just flatting. A lot of the time we're just going to have a complete lock on this. 4 of clubs rolling off on the turn. It's a bit of free cake from Manuel now. And if I'm Jokin here,
I'm in.
We are all in.
I am putting Manuel all in. It's got a bit dicey. Straight in draws, double flush board. I'm making sure that Manuel pays. As we can see, drawing dead. So they're in the middle, and Manuel will be leaving us. Manuel Choi stands up because he is going to be leaving the tournament.
It was inevitable, Tower, with the that flop. It's just a bit of a cooler flop. Effective stack was less than 25 bigs to start the hand between the two opponents, and it's just one of them things you can't really do too much about. It's not nice when he shoves turn, but just got to call it off, and we're out the door.
Manuel Choi departs. Last one on the feature. Halfway through the first. Halfway through this level. Level number 7 of the day. Good to have you on board, ladies and gents. Welcome to GUKPT Manchester. Lines 2-5 with a 5. 5s again this time, Rich Kelly. Flop time. King 10-8, 2 clubs.
That's a big flop for. Oh, sorry, I thought it was ace-8 of clubs. Howling peeled there. It's ace-8 off. But Charles flopping top pair, checks through.
6 of diamonds.
for Charles, turning a top and bottom. So wants to come in for a bet now. Getting some value, snap fold from Rich. Wai Liang here with just ace-8. He's going to call once, call him once, hoping that Charles shuts down on the river. That's a king. It could be, no, it's a jack. May have had to pay off a king, but this particular river just can't see. Can't see how Halling is going to call this one off. Basically only really big flush draws now. We've got the ace of clubs in our hand, less likely. He's got one of those and makes a pretty quick fold. 2-0 United, says Awanio on Twitch.
Unbelievable takers. They've had a man sent off, haven't they? Them bruised people. Easy. You can all leave Old Trafford now and come to Birmingham.
Yeah, get your buy-ins.
Breaking the satellite?
Uh-oh. We made the break.
Yeah, we've made a break.
Good lad.
There's over 100 players in it.
It's going to end up with about 15 seats.
It's going to be at least 15 seats. I think it's going to be more because a lot more people are just registering at the break.
And you need to have the add-on.
Well, yes, because they didn't announce that now, but they did at the beginning of the... It wasn't on the website, but they announced it, so it's a double add-on. So actually the optimum way to play the satellite is to late register now but have the add-on. So you have 30k chips, and the big blind is 400 when you go back.
Oh, right.
So you've got shitload.
70 bigs.
A lot of chips.
A lot of chips, in the words of Asif.
Optimal Asif, that's what I'm going to call him.
Absolutely.
No, but if you're playing a rebuy satellite and you've got a double the add-on, it's criminal to bust out before the add-on.
Yeah, of course it is, yeah.
If you, there's any chance of you busting out before, then it's silly because you're paying 60 for another 10,000 chips.
Yeah.
Whereas you can pay 60 for 20,000 chips.
Yeah.
I mean, my young man Dara will tell you that's the optimal way to play. Look, although it's not happened here, in some satellites you have a situation where half the field could already be out by the late registration period. And so your chips are actually worth twice as much as you're paying for them in that sort of funny...
Do you know what? That's one of the books I haven't actually read. I've never read the Dara Gani. I have to get it on Audible.
No, I've got
It's coming out on Audible soon, is it?
No, it's already out.
So, yeah.
It's already out on Audible. I've got it. I mean, it's quite...
I was speaking to him last week.
But the thing is, I mean, the basic principles you sort of know, sort of know anyway. But there are things that you think, oh, you're supposed to fold here. But unfortunately, it also relies on the people that you're playing with understanding satellite strategy as well, and not calling it off with pocket threes.
Before he busted out the main event last week, in the Dublin Poker Festival, he was down to one chip.
Yeah.
He had a 25k chip, and the blinds were 20,000, 40,000.
Well, they had an event.
And he actually spun it up a little bit as well.
There was two
and laddered.
There was an event about 2 or 3 years ago, another poker company, shall we say, and they were running 2 events at the same time. And Dara was back and forth between the 2. And I remember he was folding because it was screen. You could see that he was folding ace queen, and with 7 big blinds. And then he laddered up. He did in the end come second. So he, in the end, his method works. And in the end, it's the money you want, not the. I got him with ace queen. What can I do?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I would say.
Right, we've got a hand burn here because Midi opening the pocket 10s under the gun +1. Charles coming in with the 3-bet to 4.1k with the ace queen here on the button. Midi says I'm all in. Charles will call, and we are off to the races. Who flips best?
Who flips best? We're off to the races. It's near 50-50.
How many bigs is that?
But I'll take the 10s for £1. Are you in?
Yeah, I'm in.
I'm taking the 10s as well.
There we go. There we go. 8, 2, 6, 8,
3.
Chip. Thank you.
There we go, everyone.
First one down.
You just see Tower on the street walk past the featured table when he was on the tea run half hour ago.
Yes. I think I was the last person to be on the tea run, to be fair.
Is that a call there with Ace Queen?
Against Midi, I think. Yeah,
Yes.
I think against that particular player.
Because it's quite, even though 13,500, it's still quite a lot of chips, really.
Yeah, it's 25 bigs at the end of the day, but.
This table's just got easier.
He has to make that decision before. So if he free bets, he has to already make that decision.
I think this day one is all a lot of pros here today. More than I think I've seen for a while.
Stato in the building. Table just got a little bit tougher.
Yep.
And I'm going to get some brews from the sound of it.
Good lad.
Do a quid, and then I've got to go and make the teas. Unbelievable.
Oh, he's not going for the teas, he's going for the tissues. He's just done a quid to the tower. Hey. So I was sitting in chips in the satellite, man.
Well, I've just got like just over starting, so because I wasn't going to do that thing about having to rebuy. I don't want to do another £60. So £127 to try and win a seat that's worth 10 times as much is about right.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's a good satellite, really. £125 to win a 10 times value seat is the right sort of ratio. Although 7.5 is online is the best ratio.
Yeah.
You know. Because obviously you want to get in cheap, but you don't want to like do in, a couple of £100.
Yeah.
People who have been gambling here on satellite, they just don't understand. I mean, a couple of guys have done 3 or 4 bullets, and like you've already done.
Yeah, there's always going to be some people who want to gamble in a satellite.
They've done £240, and then they've got another.
Yeah, but some
60.
people think if you spend 500 to get £1,000
well,
seat,
of course,
yeah.
If you're going to play it, if you're going to play it anyway, then obviously that's even if you get it for a tenner cheaper. It's,
So they're on a break. 5 minutes to go until the end of the break. 105 have played. 111.
There'll be a few more.
Have paid.
There's people
already
queuing up, and I think there's going to be a few alternates now.
Yeah, and then they'll count the balance and add all the rebuys up together.
It's going to be a long satellite because it's 25
Mark Fizzy
minutes
didn't
long.
make it down because it says nothing about the add-ons on the app.
Well, it doesn't, and
It's a bit of a bummer.
Even when I questioned them yesterday, they didn't mention that. They only announced that at the beginning of the tournament.
Right.
And as I said, the optimal way to play is to register at the break because the blinds are only 2 and 4.
Yeah. Man United absolutely running wild. 3-0 now. 3-0 United. Playing against 10 men, that's it. They might as well leave at half time.
Mr. Kelly as well.
Yeah, it's a great table.
Yeah.
Matthew Lewis in seat number. Here he comes. Matthew Lewis in seat 2. Kelly in 3. Midi, Stato. It's
But
a great
Kelly
team.
is such a boss though, because he's not just on live. It's also because he's a beast online as well.
Yeah. He is.
3-0 United now.
DJ Slug says he's making sense. Yeah, sometimes the CFO actually does make sense. You can normally count it on the fingers of one hand during the year, but this time he's making sense. He knows all about his satellites. He's worked it out perfectly. He travels the world for next to nothing, and he gets spending money from it as well. He knows exactly what he's doing.
And then he sells the other half of his room to people and makes money that way.
And they don't even turn up. They don't even turn up. How good is that?
He could have sold it twice.
He could have just subletted his bed.
I've done that in Prague this year. I've done that. I was meant to go to Prague in January. I had flight, hotel booked.
Okay.
Didn't go.
Yeah, didn't go.
I'm going to Bucharest in 3 weeks. I'll be in Bucharest in 3 weeks.
Beautiful.
See, this is why, if I can get in this satellite, I'll be happy. If I don't, it's fine. You play another 1K some other time.
Oh, Nightbot's just getting a little bit giddy about the emojis and the symbols.
I can never understand Twitch chat.
No, me neither.
This is a very refined version of Twitch chat you have. If you go on some of the other streams for the other main streamers who are actually streaming, I'm honest, you can't even keep up with it. It's so quick.
Really?
And it's so crazy,
We're all civilised here.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
Met chatting to a lovely young lady, Nim, I think she's called. She ran deep in a couple of tournaments. So chatty. It's so much nicer, like I said, to have ladies on the table.
Yeah.
It just is, We had 3.
Indeed.
Right, I bet.
Good luck, young man. You got starting, so you got average stack or starting
No,
stack?
so I've added on, so I'm going to have 33,000,
Okay.
big blind 400, and obviously depending on the car, if I can't win a satellite with that, you can't win it anyway. That's the way I look at it, you know? In fact, you should be able to win any satellite with, if you start with 15 big blinds.
Nice.
It really is. It's like the optimum way to play, because you shouldn't really be playing flops and playing hands. You're either shoving, folding, or re-shoving over a raise. Is that right?
So Katie Swift's eventually got to the hotel in Manchester, ready for tomorrow's day 1B. And first thing she does is put the live stream on.
Oi, oi. Evening, Katie.
Evening, Katie.
I'm not supposed to have one diet.
Evening, Katie.
I actually did a 24-hour diet on Tuesday.
What on earth is that?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, here we go.
You don't eat for 24 hours.
So you
and when you
well,
do
just
eat,
sleep then.
No, and then you eat. Then when you eat, you can eat for 1 hour, and then you don't eat for another 24 hours.
What, you mean continuously eating for an hour, or just one meal, 1 hour?
You can have 1 meal per day. So you have an hour to have that meal, and you can sort of eat reasonably anything within that meal. But if you restrict it to fats and low carbs, you will lose like a lot of weight. I don't know, and obviously it's not shown yet, but, and I'm still about 9 months here. But,
Tell me the results.
We'll see.
Text me the results.
I've made it public now.
Let me know.
I have to do. It does work.
So what meal did you have today?
So today I actually ended up having the buffet meal that you were having here, except
right.
I had it without rice and chips.
Yeah.
See, rice is like eating sugar. You've got to avoid rice. Rice is like pure sugar. Anything that converts into sugar is going to be detrimental to you. It's get converted into fat. People think that they get fat because they're eating fat. They're not. It's because fat's been converted into sugar.
Just go and play satellite.
We got a nutritionist here.
Just go and play satellite. You're upsetting me now.
How many smokers have we got in here?
Yeah. How do we get them in? Who smuggled the samosas
Good
in?
luck, Seafoot.
That was hilarious. That was like the Great Escape. It reminded me of the Great Escape. You know, people putting those sand things in their legs and having to release the sand outside.
I weren't having it as safe.
Unbelievable.
And then we did have the Gestapo here as well.
Unbelievable. Off he goes.
Off he goes.
Dr. Asif. Good man. I'm not too sure about eating once in 24 hours.
I'm not too
and
sure
then
about
not eating again. That bit I don't understand. But if it helps somebody, it helps somebody.
Why, rice is worse than sugar?
No,
Did
it's
I just
not.
hear that?
No, it's not. Rice is definitely not worse than sugar.
You do a month eating just rice, I'll do a month just eating sugar out of the bag.
See
and
what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Back to the action after the antiques of Asif.
He's going to play the satellite, and he's got 30,000 with a big blind at 400.
Got a feeling we're either going to have a happy or a sad PK later. Celtic are playing tonight as well.
Oh yeah, and the Rangers already through.
So 15 minutes left on the clock for this level, and that'll take us into level 8 of the day. Been a very, very slow day in terms of hands. There's not been too much action.
No,
I've got 0 on the highlight reel at the moment,
Yeah.
so hoping for some action.
And obviously it's not with the want of trying, it's just one of those days. If nothing happens and nothing comes off it, your biggest hand could be ace queen against kings, all in pre for 700 chips. That could be it. It's one of those days. When does late reg end on the satellite? It has just finished, Mo. It has just finished. 8:45 was the late reg. We'll give you an updated count and how many seats it has generated very soon. But it has just finished. 8:45 was late reg. Meet the mod said Celtic 0-0 at half time. Thanks for all the updates while we're sat in the void. avoiding everything.
Yeah. So Kev coming in with a 3-bet hit, facing Rich's hijack open, and gets the job done with the old A6 off. Rich going to be opening a whole host of hands from the hijack. Got the old ace blocker in there, coming in for the old 3-bet bluff. Cannot be flat in the A6 off, so if we want to continue, that is the route we have to take. Nice little pickup for Kev.
We get the buffalo chicken burger and sweet potato fries, and the buffalo chicken burger.
Ace-10 for Matthew under the gun +1.
Yeah, Stato knows what he's doing when he's folding pocket nines. He knows.
Both players catch a piece. Middle pair from Matthews. Stato flopping top pair. Checks it behind. One of the good hands to check behind. And this is going to be, it's actually really going to work out really well for Stato here, because we can go bet now, and Matthews is not going to be able to fold Ace-10. Expect Stato to bet a lot of his Queen X on the flop, so this Queen 9, very good one to check behind, especially with the backdoor hearts. So, bet 2.4. Matthew will make the call with the Ace-10. Should be making the call. If he folds here, it's sorcery.
Oh, very good. Matthew and Sheik, 2 calls for 2.4.
He's going to have to call on the Brick River as well, Tower.
Yeah. Jack of Diamonds. Not bricky, but...
yeah, this may actually save us a bit of money here as Matthew. Stato here wants to be coming in for another streak. Shouldn't really change much. Yes, Ace-King does get there, a hand that Matthew does have in his range, but there's also a whole host of hands that we can get value from. We can get value from some 10x, King 10, Ace 10, Jack, Ace Jack's in there, King Jack that didn't elect to continue, but eventually does check it behind. Obviously wary of Ace King. Pocket Jacks as well is a hand that can be in there. Only 3 combos of that though. But nice little pickup for Stato. It's close on the end there whether to go for value or not, but I think after we check back flop, maybe we can come in for another street.
Yeah, it's not the best of things. This virus that's going around, it seems to be. Up the boots. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking straight at Midi and he's got the boots on. We go 3-way to the flop.
Yeah, not sure what Jokin's up to here.
No,
A6 off on the button.
I don't know if Jokin's even in the hand, to be fair.
He's been playing very well, Tato. Like, for what I've seen, the first hour of this session seems to be doing everything correct. So, he hasn't got cards in front of him.
He ain't got cards, he's actually folded. So he checked the flop, 7 deuce 5, 10 of hearts on the turn. It's round to Charles in C1. Jockeying is not in the hand, but we will find out that when it comes round to him to call, because there's no cards. Charles is 2.4. Midi calls with the boots. Fold and a foot. So Halling gets out of the way. And the diamond, the 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, really good run out for the aces here of Midi. And Charles now checking, so Midi will be coming in for some value.
So Midi, as Charles gets out of the way.
Blind's going to be going up very shortly. We're moving into the 3,600 level. There's a Midi. Makes it 1.5k with the King 10 of spades. Over Rich's UTG limp.
So he's not confirmed yet, but £14,760 in the prize fund for the 6 seats guaranteed. £855. Here's the flop.
Any flops about, Kelly?
Any flops about, Mr. Kelly? He's only done it twice.
Quad jacks earlier. Jack's under the gun. Came in for a limp. Flop quads. Now he's just flopped the nut boat. Now comes in for a 2k lead and pass. Surprised didn't check the old aggressor there. Guess one of them. No one ever expects him to donk lead with top boat, so perhaps trying to get someone to play back at him, but it's very hard for someone to have anything there. Like, we're only really getting action from pairs.
So raised to 1.2 from Midi with ace 6 suited in early position. Jack of Hearts on the turn. There's the flop. He's check called by Rich. He's hit the 4, but he doesn't realise he's actually still in front. And the aggression from mid-it gets the best hand to fold. GUKPT Manchester, welcome one and all, whichever form you are in. Oi oi. Good evening everybody, wherever you're watching on. Let's have a quick scan on Facebook, see if we're still transmitting on there. Let's have a butcher's.
Stato with the pocket freeze under the gun +1 makes it 1.1. Likely to be the last hand of this level. As we see Ha Liang with the old 6s. Going to be difficult for Stato to get any sort of action here after flopping the set. Can't see a 6s continuing. Kevin may pill. I think if there's one club on the board, he may pill, dependent on size. 1.4k, so actually getting 4.5 to 1 on a call here to potentially hit his will, Kevin, but we're out of position to Stato. I think if there was one club, we'd see him flick it in, but no backdoor flush draw. We're literally looking for a 5 and only a 5. So it gets out of the way.
Stato. So 3-6 this next hand, 3-6 next hand. This is the last hand at 2-5. We're on 3-6 next hand.
Matthew in the cut-off here, race 8. Makes it 1.2. And Midi most certainly going to defend the old 4 deuce of spades.
7 deuce 4. Number 11. Matthew.
Stato is leaving us after joining us for a couple of minutes or so. Nick some chips and he's off.
That was short.
Cheers for that, guys.
Yeah, the table needed balancing for some reason, but we are playing 7-handed now, to be fair. Not too sure why. We had a player depart the feature, but we obviously did for a reason. They wouldn't have done it for no reason. But 7-handed is... 7-handed seems a little bit short-handed, to be fair. Not the full ring. There's Fred. I think is Fred playing the satellite? They're on a break, as you can see in the background. Give you the full rundown of the prize pool. When it comes through to us, it was 14.7 at one bit. Still 64 in the main. And the prize pool looks like 15,540 in total, but we'll confirm that very shortly. They're on 100 players from 113, and we'll let you know exactly.
Top pair for Kevin and a gut shot for the 6-5 of clubs. Rich not going to be continuing on this board. However, Kevin once checked him here. Rich has continued for 1k. 2 overs and the flush draw. Kevin with top pair and a gut shot should be making the call. Based on the turn, Rich now checks. Expect Kev to probably check this one behind. Rich is going to check a lot of his ace-X on the turn here. And 7 spades on the river, so check mark goes Kev's way. And Rich checks once more. Midi, ace king, makes it 1.5. Wai Liang with Jack 10 here in the small. Makes the call. And Charles not going to defend the 10 deuce, so heads up between Wai Liang and Midi. 7-3-3. 2 hots. Midi with the ace of hearts in his hand. Against small blind calling range, there's going to be a lot of pairs in there, but there's also obviously all the broadways like the 10 line suited. Go either way with this one. Bet of 1.2k on the flop from Midi, and Wai Liang just cannot continue here.
So blinds 3-6 with a 6. Ace Jack for Kevin in C4.
Got a bit of action here. Both players flopping very strong hands. However, this turn card probably going to kill a bit of action. Kev here turning a boat and now going to come in trying to get some value. Matthew with the king queen. Going to have to call once. Won't want to see a 10 on the river.
Will not. There's 8 of hearts.
So check from Matthew once more. Don't actually mind going small here as Kev calling out the big blind. He's going to have a lot of hands in here, Matthew. Some flush draws potentially. Queen X, Ace X. Can have a jack as well, but I think we would have heard about that by now. I think he's going to lead turn with most of his jack X here, so somewhere around half pot, 2.8, that sort of size. Even go smaller than that. Just try and get a cry call. 2.7 from Kev, half pot. Just really try and extract some value from some Queen X, and Ace X is probably going to call because they're chopping with a lot of hands. But this size is targeting the exact hand Matthew has here. A queen. Matthew lets it go. Good fold from that man. Could have lost a lot more chips in that pot, especially if Kev elected to continue flop. But understand the check. We flop trips. We're going to have a lock on the hand a lot of the time. And big blind defend range is so wide that want to let them catch up a little bit potentially.
So here's 10 for John and a King 5-5 flop. Check, check. 9 of spades on the turn. So Rich hits the front with the 0-9 deuce. The Queen of Diamonds on the river. Jocking misses all. And Rich, if we get the showdown, yeah, shows the 0-9 deuce.
9 deuce powerhouse.
The old Montana banana. Is the mini main on £100 buying in £500 legs this year? Yes, it is. I think it is.
Let's have a look. I'm on it.
I do think it is. But this is a £1,000 main event, obviously. So
let's have a look at Edinburgh. We're off to Edinburgh next, 22nd to the 29th of March. 3 weeks. Kicks off just over 3 weeks' time. Mini main in Edinburgh. Buying £225.
Really?
Yes, they must have put it up.
Wow.
Yeah, 225. Online mini main is actually running on the Saturday, and then the usual dates for it. But we're up in Edinburgh in just over 3 weeks' time.
And the main event?
The main event for Edinburgh is
560.
Should be, yeah, 560.
Huh. Well, there you go then. There you go. What do you think about that?
It's all right. Rich has run into it here.
Uh-oh.
You can never account for someone waking up with a hand behind you.
No.
And this is the worst possible spot we can be in as Rich. We've got 9% equity, and we're going to be all in against the Kings of Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Both Charles and Matthew will get out the way. And,
so King, Queen for Kelly. Does Kevin get himself into Kelly Kingdom, or is Rich Kelly?
If he gets out of this one, Tower, it's
we might as well go home.
Yeah, we'll go up, we'll give him the trophy, we'll go home, we'll pack up, and we'll come back, play the side tomorrow, Saturday. So, Rich needing help, lots of it.
What
there's one.
There's part of it.
So he's got one lady.
A 10, a Jack or a Queen would be interesting.
Oh,
there's the 10.
Jacks and Queens are needed.
A Jack or a Queen. No, can't, well, Jack would spot chip on
yeah, chop it up.
But he wouldn't be eliminated.
Oh, so wanted it to come.
And it's the 4 of spades as well.
We need a highlight reel.
We
Rooting for the Queen. Rich Kellett couldn't get out of that one. Kev had him absolutely crushed pre-flop, and he now up to just under 40k. I'm sure Rich will be back tomorrow for another bullet.
That was the wrong time to steal the lights. And I was seeing them as well. So you're going to see on TV anyway. So. I'd flush it over clubs.
Hua Liang with the King 9 suited under the gun +1. Makes it 1.3, and Charles is not all in with the 8s, just makes a 3-bet to 3.6k. This could be frustrating at a poker table. Hua Liang, he's been fairly snug, pretty tight, card dead from what I've seen, and I think the last 2 times he's opened, he's just been free bet and can be very, very frustrating. You can start peeling hands you shouldn't, but just discipline there with the King 9 can get frustrating, but have to let it go. And some of the times it feels like getting picked on, but it's not the case. It's just how the cards have fallen. It's important to keep a strong mindset. You're not winning any pots. If you're card dead, you finally get an okay hand you can open. Someone free bets you, got to fold it. You just got to go again.
I've just tried to find somebody to ask the reason why the minis have gone from 100 to 200 on a £500 main, and there's nobody there.
Logs makes a very good point though. It's more like a midi main now, isn't it? It takes the mini factor away from it because it's half the main event essentially at the at places
it's not
like
a mini
Edinburgh,
anymore. Yeah. To be fair, you shouldn't have more than one main event. We should cut the name main off. Because you can't have a mini main, a midi main, and a main event. You can't have 3 main events. There can only be one. But no, not too late to change their minds. They did it with a 5k high roller, decreased it to 3k. Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's just 200 in the mini and 500 in the main. It seems pretty reasonable. I don't know. Has the satellite prize fund been announced in total? Let's have a butchers. In the main event, there are 65. In the super satellite, the prize pool is now £16,620 in the satellite.
15 seats
and cash. And I'm not sure if it's been fully collected yet and added up. 15 seats in a 6-seater guaranteed satellite. There was a need for them.
Yeah.
There was definitely a need for them. Have a micro? Well, maybe so. Maybe.
Yeah, this man's playing well. Joaquin here with the King 6 looks like he's going to come in for another bet here on the river. Just King high and sort of targeting that part of the range you expect Matthew to have once he checks back flop. A lot of Jack X and 9X in there, maybe some pocket pairs with a spade. So
yeah, nice bet.
Takes a very nice spot there, betting the river after leading turn.
Wadey. We're here at our table. Wadey. We were down to 6th place, to be fair. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Matthew going to be all in for the rest of his chips. No, he's just raised half his stack, basically setting himself all in. He's not going to be folding. The old ace jack suited. May actually see Joaquin 3-bet this now. You'd never usually 3-bet 4s in this spot, but potentially just get heads up with someone that's sitting with, what is it, 5 big blinds for Matthew here. So I don't even mind Joaquin just making this like 5k. You can go just to get the big blind out and go heads up with Matthew. It looks like he's just made the call for 1.2. Not going to bring Huai Liang in anyway with the old 8 deuce in the big blind. And at no point in this hand will either player fold. It should just go all in on the flop no matter what the flop is. Matthew left himself 1.7k back after raising in the hijack. 10, 9, 8 rainbow. there's no one wants to put any chips in.
Not too sure why.
Unless his stack size could be wrong, but so I think the river rolled off a queen there, guys, and Matthew actually got the bluff through, leaving himself 200 behind, and really strange hand, that one. Eventually got the job done, got the fours to fold. Probably the only street that we would have got the fours to fold on was the river. Of course, Wilberman. Yeah, it was a queen on the river. It's definitely a paint card. It's a straight. So didn't even bluff the floors. Actually had the best hand, but still a strange hand. The way it played, in my opinion. Going post flop with 5 bigs.
So Kevin raised to 1.9. Midi calls with the 10s.
Charles is in with the Queen 8 suited for sure.
And Wade's got a King 6 suited.
So Matt, once again, going to call off of a sub 10 big blind stack. Ace, Queen, 4, Rainbow. Kev is going to be loving that flop. Top 2 for him, 5-way. So no need to really get trappy here as Kev, most certainly. I know it's a rainbow board, but want to start building a pot now. Want to have one of those run-outs where we can just go bet, bet, bet.
Yeah, I think Matthew's checked, hasn't he? No, he hasn't. Has he checked? Yes. On to Kevin in C4.
Yeah, Kev's going to continue, and looking at the hands out there, I can't actually see anyone continuing here.
The 10s hate it. King 6 of diamonds with the back door. Max. Charles will get out of the way. And unfortunately, nobody else has connected with anything.
Can't be calling the air as Charles. I know it's different if it's heads up, but Kevin's like shouldn't really be continuing a hand like King Jack here or Jack 10 into 4 players. So yeah, good fold from Charles there. Just letting second pair go, and big flop for Kev. Big pot.
Could we have checked?
The thing is, we can check out, but I think it's just like we can see the cards here. No one's called, but more often than not, we're going to bet into the field there, betting into 4 players, gone 5-way to the flop, and we will get usually a call. Like Ace-X just can't fold. The problem with checking the times that we do check, and it checks through, say like a 10, a jack, a king rolls off one of them Broadway cars, and pretty much every player in that pot could have had one of those Broadway holdings, and we just let those hands realise their equity, and then we're in a really gross spot later on down the streets when we get raised. So I think almost always got a bet in that spot. Yeah, Mick the Mod Stato had a table change. He got moved back.
He did.
So graced us with his presence for about
We're
20
now on
minutes.
4 tables of 8 and 32 players left. So we've just got player in seat number 3. We're on 32.
It's the quietest I've ever seen it, Tara, in the 3 years.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Honestly, I've never seen.
I think you're right, but then you've got 115 people in the satellite.
Yeah, that is true.
You know, it's weird. It's a little bit bizarre. Players may just chance their arm for a satellite, knowing they're definitely playing anyway. Try and get themselves a seat, and tomorrow will be oversubscribed.
Yep.
That's the way it could be. That's the way day ones may go if the satellite is still on the Thursday and not on the Wednesday. You never know.
So Matthew going to defend it in the big 10-10-4 rainbow flop. So overpaired to the ball for Jokin. Decides to check behind.
Queen of spades on the turn.
You do see a lot more of that nowadays, Tara, on these paired boards versus big blind calling range. Over pairs have become like they're checked a lot higher frequency than they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And all it is, the reasoning behind it, is one of them situations against the big blind where they've got a lot more 10x in this spot than we do, and we don't want to put ourselves in gross spots down the streets, and also the deception factor as well. And if your opponents know that you have those hands in your range, they're less inclined to bluff these paired boards as well. So Matthew, very short now, 3 bigs.
So over £16,000 collected and 15 seats for the satellite. We'll give you the exact number very shortly. Yeah, the satellite will be late. I'm probably thinking they weren't going to expect 115 runners.
I mean, it was just actually gambling like he's playing a table game. Head of the game, just about got ahead.
So Charles Eel pulling in a few, we're betting after raising the button.
Just over half hour left of this session, and that will bring us up to the final breaker of the day. Been a good featured table this session. See some notable names. We lost Kellett. Stato was on here but got moved. Obviously Midi in seat 5. So Wadey getting involved.
Go on, Wadey. We like to see Wadey play.
He's got chips as well.
Yeah, he's a great player, he's Wadey. He always gets chips.
Jokin.
He is a good player. Mixes it up.
Jokin is in. Unaware of his holding.
And Wadey is that, to be fair.
And Wadey as well, yeah. Jokin's got 9s. Yeah. Charles.
Yeah, Charles.
Comes in with the old free bet to 5.6k with 5-4 off. And Matt actually now folds Ace Jack suited for his last 3 bigs. Wadey's out the way.
Can I attention please, Guy Taylor? You have a seat for that line. That's Guy Taylor.
Fingers it's not a nice spot when Charles 3 bets his spot. Wadey's open, we flatted. And now he comes in with this 3 bet here, and 9's just shrivel. He's not going to 3 bet 8, you don't expect him to, so we're obviously in a flip situation unless Charles is bluffing. But how often's Charles bluffing here? It's almost never. But Jokin, 9's too strong to fold, even out of position, does make the call. We see the king at king 3 flop. It's a good flop here for Jokin. A lot better to see 2 kings than it is 1, but snap folds to the c-bet. And Charles with the 5-4 off, making moves. Don't try it at home.
Do not try this at home.
Yeah. It's just one of them things that obviously worked out in the short-term scenario, but over the long run, you don't want to be free betting 5-4 off against early position, open them flat.
Got the moves, Charles. Got the moves. 4th in his GUKPT.
Is he
2010?
Is he from Manchester, Charles?
Yeah,
is
he
Wadey from Manchester?
Wadey's from. I think Wadey lives in Birmingham.
You play in Manchester a lot.
Yeah.
Could have had some. Actually, if he knows Wadey, he can open very, very wide, and there's a dead flat in there.
Then, they'll have played each other at Dust Till Dawn as well. Because
okay.
Wadey's a Midlands player come Manchester.
Interesting to know if Charles would have ever done that if it was a different player that opened, then it probably wouldn't have been the case. Now I think about it, it may have just been an exploitable play against a certain opponent.
Three 6 with a 6. Wadey, chip leader.
Penalty for Celtic, says Mick the Mod.
I need to check it anyway.
Matthew, ace king suited in the hijack. Finally going to get his last bit of change in, 1.8k. And we've got Luke here with the sixes. 3 big blind shove should just be... Let's just let him go. Let the sixes go. Surprised to see that from Luke. 3 big blind shove from Matthew gets through. He can't have 3 bigs, can he? What is going on? How's the big blind not even called? We've got... I've got no comment on that one, guys. Very, very strange, that. Only thing I can come up with... Only thing I can come up with is... stack size is wrong. It's got to be wrong, because the big blind has to call there for another 2 bigs. The sixes have to call a 3 big blind shove.
Raise 1300.
So where the Queen 10 checks on a 2 Jack 2 board.
Blind on blind here. Wadey's going to call once with just Queen high. He's going to enjoy that turn as well. Giving him an up and down straight draw. Checking once more to Jochen, who is going to come in for a double barrel here. Obviously range is very wide. We're going to have every combination of deuce here as Jochen in this big blind. Obviously Wadey can still have a deuce here as well. He can have a jack. Very hard for him to have a king after calling flop, but we'll call with king high if he's calling with queen high. And an ace on the river.
Going to break, Dave?
And the Queen 10 of Wadey. Runner into Broadway.
He's alright, that Wadey, isn't he? He's good, and he gets a bit lucky. Penalty VAR, goal, come on, Celtic fan in the room. Yeah, that's PK, and now they're losing. Uh-oh. So around about 15 minutes left of this level, and then a new table for the final session. We were down to 32.
Well, he must still be in, otherwise he would have came in and told us.
Absolutely, he's definitely
still in.
They are still counting the money, by the way, because at this moment in time there's £17,340 in the pot for the satellite for an £1,110 seat.
I mean, there's obviously like competition.
So Midi with the jacks in the cut-off makes it 1.5. Why Liang? He's been so card-dead this session. It's been like every hand in the big blind, every hand he's dealt. I think the best hand he's seen is King 9 suited. Can't recall him having a hand all session. It can get so frustrating.
At the moment, with the price pool as it is, it's 15 seats and £620. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Raises to 1.5, does midi in the hijack. So we're down to 32. Give you an update at the break of the new table and how many players are left. I haven't had any entries or re-entries for quite a while here in Manchester for day one here.
You're at a GUKPT day one that's been down to 2 tables.
Don't think we actually have. I really don't.
Just surprised about the old turnout today. I know the satellite's absolutely booming, but a lot of people have started veering more towards playing Fridays now rather than Thursdays. A lot of people think that Thursday's a tougher day to play. There's a lot more pros in the field. So tomorrow, just hoping double, maybe triple the turnout today.
It definitely needs to be 65. We need 135 tomorrow.
Well, we got 16 from the sat.
We've got 16 from the satellites. That's good. But it's there could be a bit of value in Manchester. The side events, all the side events have been amazing. The numbers have been incredible all week. The satellite tonight just shows you how busy and players want to play the main event. But it needs a good turnout tomorrow, or there might be value here in Manchester.
Right, Matthew's been nursing this stack for such a long time. I was about to say this is probably it, but it's not. He's just going to call, leave himself 600 behind, and get there on the turn. Keeps going down to 2k, doubling, down to 2k, doubling. Obviously going to have to fade 5s, 3s, 8s and aces on the river, but definitely going to be putting it in now.
Is this stack actually correct?
That's what I thought, Tower, but I keep looking at it and it looks correct in terms of colour.
Are there not 2 yellow chips on the left hand side? You can't. Well, they are all in. I don't know what they're all in. That's for count.
Well, it's more than 3.5k. There we go, finally.
Wow, there we go. It's 3,500.
Sorry, Matthew, I've been berating you for the last hour about playing your short stack, and I've just realised your stack's been wrong this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything makes so much more sense now.
Yeah. 90% of the time, the stacks are absolutely bob on. But obviously, if some kind of error comes in, then that's a stack. And unfortunately for Matthew, his stack was really short, and we were saying, why isn't he got his one big in? So sorry about that.
Oh, and he gets sucked out on the river. The ace-8 boats up, finds a 5, and that is that for Matthew. And Yoka.
Well, we know his stack size now.
Yeah.
We know his stack size now.
Joking.
Very unlucky young man. Very unlucky. We are 10 minutes away, about 12 minutes away from the break. So we're down to 30 as we head towards the break. 12 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Yeah, Mini with the 9s makes it 1.5. Wadey going to call with the King Jack suited. And Charles is in with the old 10-8 off. Luke going to defend in the big four-way action. Jack 10-5 a rainbow. Top pair for Wadey, takes the lead. Charles has caught a piece.
Let's check. 7 of diamonds brings options for Midi and for Luke.
Even Charles picks up a gut shot to
Yeah,
go with
Charles
this middle
got
pair here.
Up and down straight draw as well. No, sorry, a gut shot.
Now Wadey does come out firing after flop checks through with his top pair. And Charles will make the call with his pair and gut shot. Both Midi and Luke get out the way. So 4 clubs on the river, changes nothing. Want to be coming in for another street here as Wadey. Nope, we're just going to check. Maybe trying to induce a bluff from Charles, but just think got to fire again there. Charles' hand looks a lot like what it is, a pair and a gut shot. Potentially get a cry call from one of them going a smaller size. Chose to check, didn't get Charles to bluff at it. No need to from his standpoint, had enough showdown value. Wadey chipping up. Suited for Charles, makes it 1.6 to go. Luke here, ace jack and the small. I don't mind 3-betting this here, facing the cut-off open. It's effective button open as well because it's a dead button this hand. So I'm going to lean more towards 3-betting here with the ace jack. Try and get the bot heads up, try and take it down now. Obviously we're going to be out of position post flop. And yeah, it does 3-bet to 5.7. Kev just can't do anything but fold the jack 9, and interesting to see what Charles does here. Deeper, we could certainly peel this hand, but offered this stack size, just gonna have to let it go, move on to the next hand, unless he wants to pull out the boss 4-bet rip, but I don't think that's gonna happen. It's just difficult when we're playing this stack. Coming back after the break, we're gonna have 30 bigs, just preserve them chips. Got an hour clock, gonna get better spots throughout the rest of the day, we hope. And it does get out of the way. Nice little pick up from Luke with the ace jack. Where's the next holiday, Tower?
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Is that your next holiday? You're not having a holiday in between legs?
Well, might do. I thought you meant holiday as in like when's the next GUKPT?
You're always off to all these places in between legs. I thought I'd ask.
Well, you might get a Snapchat of me flip flops from somewhere. You never know.
Finally got a hand. He's waited all session, and Hua Liang pocket 8s here. Makes it 1.5 to go. Kev here, king 10 in the small, may peel this some of the times, but against this opponent who literally has been folding for 2 hours, has been card dead from what we can see, but like perceived image at the table is probably one of the tightest at the moment. Obviously you can't help being card dead, but probably would lean more towards folding against a tighter range in the small here with king 10. But now that he's in, Midi is going to be in as well, getting this price on a call and 3-way action to the flop.
Ace, Queen, Deuce, Rainbow.
So Kev with a gut shot and Midi with a gut shot as well. Broadway for Kev, Will for Midi, and Hua Liang 2 overcards to his pocket 8s, but in terms of range we want to have lots of bets on this board. Ace, Queen, Deuce, Rainbow, so expect to see a continuation bet still, and it looks like he is coming in for that continue. Bet of 1.5k. Kev, I'm going to call once here. With his gut shot. And Midi now, Tal, he's actually getting 7.5 to 1 on the call here, so we can actually call this profitably here with our 5-4 to try and snag a 3. Looking for one of them really good turns.
And that's not it, the 9 of diamonds.
And now this is a turn that should check through. Once we've been called in 2 spots here as Huai Liang, it's very difficult to come in for a double barrel. Like, we're not getting ace-x to fold. We're going to basically only going to be targeting queen x and the straight draws. But Kev, ideas. This is like, it's very well timed out. That's the best way to put this. This lead against Huai Liang, the way he's been playing, he's continued on this board ace high. Like, we're just very, very lucky as Kev that Huai Liang actually has the hand he has, unless we've got some sort of read.
Yeah, Midi's already out in the hand.
And
so it's over to Huai Liang.
It's like long term, this play, like, we're just going to get called by Huai Liang, but he's actually got one of the few hands here that we're going to get a fold. But
well played, Kevin.
It's that one just well timed. Shouldn't be leading that turn almost ever.
Last 4 or 5 minutes of this session, and then a break, and more of the same for the final 2 levels of the day.
Queen Jack for Luke in the cut-off, makes it 1.2. Wadey 8-5 suited, gonna defend in the big, easy defend for him. Heads up.
4-4-3.
Yeah, not much going on here for either player. Going to be that scenario of the C-better. Just going to take this one down. I know Wadey can get fruity sometimes, but not even a spade on that board, so let's the 8 high go.
Two or 3 minutes to go.
Pay attention, please, James McCarthy. Make your way to both of us as James McCarthy is ready.
So under the gun, we're going to be raising it up. Aliang. All in. Oh no, he ain't. 1500. I thought you said all in. I'm all in. No, 1500. Charles gets out of the way.
Wadey's in.
Midi's folded. Really calls those sixes.
Yeah, Jokin not folded in the old age, do suited here. Makes the call.
Flop time. Four, 6, 10. The old Mickey Blacks.
Yeah, set
Wadey
sixes.
checked all the way around. Now that gets a bit wet. 7 of hearts. Now Wadey has to come out firing, but we know that should be the end of the hand anyway. So one more to go until the end of the session. Another great Day, nice and steady, we know that. Not been one of the fireworky days, but all about making day 2.
Need some highlight hands this last session, Tower.
Yeah, there's been absolutely none of it. It's just been pretty standard ABC.
We'll have to put you up on doing the weather for the highlights. Put that back on Facebook.
Where did that even come from?
I don't know. I think it must have been Boovy's idea.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was definitely Boothie's idea, but I don't know why it came up on a highlight. Oh, it was. I was looking through last year's blog. Or the blog from 2 years ago. Yeah. Is PK away in the corner crying? Well, he ain't in this room anymore. We've not seen him. We need to check for high bridges and and the likes of. How did Man United end up? Was it 3-0?
Kev, last hand before the break, wants to open the ace-9 in the hijack. And midi, Queen Jack suited here.
Raise it up.
Incoming a 3-bet, and that will be that, Tower, unless someone wakes up the hand in the blinds. Nope. And Kev just can't continue here. Can't be playing 3-bet pots against a
and that is
player
it.
out of position, and that is that. We are on a 15-minute break. We'll see you at 10:15.
Right.
3 drinks on this table, whatever you want. 3 drinks, 3 free. Yeah, it's like...
Celtic.
The other getting beat 3-1, so they're going to get knocked out. They're going to get a goal in the last few minutes. That's a shocker. Arsenal getting beat at home.
So they get knocked out.
Oh, well,
Arsenal was 1-0.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, they're losing 1-0.
Oh, man, Sevilla are getting beat at home. So they'll be out.
United now 4-0.
Yeah.
Who scored the 4?
So we are just about to start the final session of the evening. A very, very steady day here on GUKPT duty.
One of them, Tar, they happen every now and again.
Of course, 4-8. 800 big blind Nancy. 2 levels to go. Finish the live stream around about 12:15.
God, where is everyone? Everyone's having a little delayed break.
There's been a 9-darter in the darts today. Michael Smith thrown a 9-darter.
Yeah.
And the cameraman went down to double 10 instead of double 12, and they missed it. True story. True story. You can watch it on. You can re-watch it if you type in Michael Smith 9-darter.
So, I'm going to run you through who we got, guys, who is going to be taking their seats at least. In 1's going to be Athir Ali. In 3 will be Tim Hicklin. In 4, Warbs is back, Steve Warburton. In 5 is Nicholas Falone. In 6 is Kevin Greenough. And in 9 is Tony Ringe.
You don't very often get half the field missing for a start
just
of
after the break.
What's happened there?
Where are they all gone?
Well, we're not 3-handed. We're actually only 6-handed. I don't know what we're short-handed again.
Well, the 3 players we are missing are the 3 chip leaders at the table, so...
Not too sure why we're 6-handed on this table. Something must have happened somewhere.
And Tony gets there on the river with the Jack 9 suited. At 4.5k. And Nicholas makes the call, gets the bad news. Front door flush completed, and here they come. There's Tim, there's Steve.
Well, they'll have been on the break together. Tim and Steve, busy mates. I think Steve used to stake Tim. Play a lot of cash together as well. Very good buddies, Tim Hicklin and Steve Warburton. Athir will be on the march very shortly into seat 1. Where's his chips? He might have moved into another table. Nick Filoni on the feature in disguise. Oh, Nick from Stoke.
Told the missus he was popping out to get some milk.
Absolutely, because you don't get young kids wearing hoodies and glasses anymore. Nick Filoni's as old as me. He can play the seniors, Nick Filoni. And he's got the hoodie up, he's got the glasses on. Just been out for some milk, love. Shall be long. 10 levels later.
Comes back with a milk and a bag. Bagged up. So last session of the day. Athir just coming to take his seat. Warbs is back. Tony Ringe regular on the circuit. He's in his usual seat 9. So blind on blind, Wolves coming in for a complete. Nicholas just shoves with the ace 3.
So Thea comes to the table. So we've got Tony Ringe, AA, the old boots.
What do you expect me to do in short time? No, I didn't even look there. No, you don't need to look. What do you expect me to do? Twice you've done it and he's gone on all these. Next time we'll let you listen. Last time I can't. I've got no news, have I? Yeah, you know what I mean? I need a few more chips.
King 10 for Nicholas on the button. Raises to 5.9. Gets it through. Blind on blind here, folded round to Tony in the small with the 10-5, just lets it go, walk for a Thea.
So the final session is upon us. You're just tuning in. Good evening. Very steady day here on GUKPT duties. 65 runners. Needing a big turnout tomorrow.
That satellite, like, so many faces in it, Tower. Like everyone
yes.
that's going to be playing the main anyway are in it. As
Yeah,
I was
totally
looking on the break.
Totally agree there. And that just could be the way it's going, with satellites on the Thursday and everything going to play the Friday.
Chan just came to the table. Looks like he's just bought in as well. Exactly 20k. Going to call the open from Warbs under the gun.
5, 6, 4, 5, 7.
So check from Warps. Chan with just Queen High here. Looks like he's going to fire. And you should see a pretty quick fold from Steve here. Jambo in the old chat box. Good evening.
Oi, oi, I'm in. Jambo, he'll be on his way. Passport winner.
Ah, he's in the satellite.
Ah. Well, why not? You've already got a seat tomorrow. Play the satellite and win another one. You've got a chance of 2 bullets.
Well, I'm guessing that's what he means when he says I'm in. After I mentioned the satellite, I think he might be out there sitting watching the old live stream while he tries to nick a seat.
Yep. Good luck if you're in. So the final session. Prize pool has been confirmed in the satellite, which is just incredible. Just incredible.
You are a star, thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Love it. Thank you.
Satellite money in 17,000. £17,520. There are 79 players left. Fantastic turnout for the satellites. In the main event, 67 have played. So 67, 133 needed. 133 needed tomorrow to hit the guarantee. It's going to need a big day. I think we'll do it, but you don't want shallow days like these thinking you need 133 tomorrow. But 16 seats, or 15 seats and 600 quid. Yeah, it is going to be really big tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of runners playing day 1Bs for the Friday. Enjoy the day tomorrow, Jambo. Fingers crossed you can. Ace of clubs on the river. Mathia with the check mark gets there. Sugar check. Mathia only shows yes. I got there, he says, I got there.
calling you eight or
You're red, that was black.
yeah, I know that, but I'm not going to just fall to a bit.
You got red then?
Yeah, what's that? What's he calling you eight with? Huh? Yeah,
You have red
yeah.
and black.
Yeah, colorblind, like you said.
Easy game. You have red.
Colorblind. Something waits for me.
Thought somebody that was a streamer. I was just looking down then, thought it was all disappeared. No, it's not.
I know that. I'm definitely expecting that. What's that? Which one?
So here's 10 for Chant, raises to 1.9 with the blinds at 4.8.
You guys are overthinking it. It's as simple as this. You had red, it came black. That's what I'm as far as you get. You have black. You had red, what are you doing?
Make the mod. Says Arsenal are out. Arsenal are out. Oh dear.
The fact is I've played you 3 times and 3 times I've won it now. So that is a fact of it.
NBA.
King 8-3 is the flop. There's 10 for Chan. King 8-3 flop. Bottom set for Nick Filoni. Nick's the one in the hoods and the hoodie and the glasses. I have to ask him why. I have to ask him why. Jack of Hearts on the turn as Nick check calls. Still pretty dry. Don't mind a check again. Which he does. All in from Chan and a call. Nick Filoni says a 7. He can only lose with a queen. Nick Filoni up to 41,000. Chan up to 40. Chan down to 3.9. Nick on 41. So Nick's still stacking his chips up. So Champ down to 2 bigs. He is on the big blind as well. No, he's on the small blind now. Tim Icklin with the King Jack. Was he just called? No, he's raised to 1.8. Nick Filoni. With the 8s, calls. Chan gets out of the way. Tony at range raises with the snow, not
the old big slick, Ace King.
Big slick.
They've got to be pumping it up here as Tony.
Tim gets out of the way. And Nick, who's just got up to 40,000. Does he want to see a flop? I'm not sure he sees a flop, to be fair.
He's actually chosen a pretty small size in here, Tony. Want to be going a bit larger, open and a call. We're in the blinds here. Open to 1.8 is that tower?
Yes.
Yeah, so with Tony, I think prefer closer to the 7k mark, maybe just pinch over 7k. But Nicholas looks like he's going to peel with the 8s, try and flop a set. Heads up to the flop we go.
We are going. Don't know. Not too sure whether we are call, but he decided to call.
Flop of 9, 7, 7. Check from Tony. Eights, a check behind Queen.
Yep, Queen of Clubs on the turn.
Now,
yeah,
he's coming in for the delayed c-bet now.
6,000. Tony's thinking, have I let him get there?
It's like that. It's the thing is, as Nicholas here as 8s, we've got to be aware.
Right, go on then. Right, off you go.
Yeah.
Off you go.
With 8s, we have to be aware that Tony can have overpairs in his range once he checks that flop in a 3-bet pot. As we spoke about it earlier, these sort of rainbow paired boards in 3-bet pots, overpairs are a lot more likely to check in these spots now than to continue. But it's an optimistic jam at that. But yeah,
it's a line you don't see very often.
It's a line, yeah. It's one of I can't even explain it, Tower. I don't know what's gone. Maybe just a rush of blood, snap fold from Tony. Like, it's for chunks as well. It was like what, 40k effective. What did Tony have back?
About the same.
Break that one down. Oh, Nicholas is going to put on a show for us by the looks of it, Tower. Coming in with the old limp with the old 4 tray and the hijack.
Yep, Nick Filoni. Here's King 8. Well within his range to bet. Raising in the hijack. Was getting called by Tony. And now Nick will put the brakes on.
Well, we might not. After what we just saw the hand previous to this one.
and the king on the river. Yeah, snapfold. Logs 98. Do you guys like the UEFA Nations League? Never heard of it.
Do you think that they're just filling the time between the World Cup and the Euros for a summer? Remember we played in it?
No.
England played in it.
Did they?
Yeah.
When?
Remember we had Spain in it. We were in the top, I think it was League One or Group A or something like that, like the best one. We were in it with Spain and Holland.
When's that going to take place?
It's every 2 years, I think, but it's on an odd year, so it's not going to be this year. Well, obviously it's not this year, we got the Euros, but I think next time it'll be 2021 Nations League.
So next year?
Yeah, so next year.
So basically don't give the footballers a rest at all?
Yeah, it's just...
Excellent.
It's
no, I don't like it.
Money, ain't it, at the end of the day?
Money speaks volumes in sport. Volumes.
Yeah, I don't know like what you get for winning it, but I remember we played Spain and Holland, I think, in our group. Or Switzerland, it might have been.
I don't know. 9-9 deuce, the latest flop.
Tony's going to take that one with the continuation.
So the final two levels of the day. Live stream finishes between 12:15 and 12:30.
Tim in the small comes in for the complete. Wolves. Jack 7 suited in the big blind, checks his option, heads up.
10-8-4. Tim checks.
Yeah, Wolves probably going to have a stab at this tower. We've got a gut shot, backdoor diamonds, but Tim should be calling once here with ace high. Blind on blind, Steve capable of betting pretty much any two cards here, but out of position. Obviously,
hello, Midi.
We can't stand the heat of further barrels, and Midi comes to join the table.
I think that's a re-entry by looking at that. What he's got in his hand?
Yeah.
Looks like a re-entry.
Yeah, Kev, I remember playing Spain and Croatia now you've mentioned it, and I thought we played Holland as well. But I have no idea like what you get for winning it, what it does, or...
No idea. Didn't the winner of it all get into the Euros or something? I don't know. Paul will know. Well, that Nations League, is it? Second Chance Saloon.
So Nicholas asking for a count. It is an 11 big blind shove here. Queen 10 just not going to perform well against the hands Kev should be shoving. Gets it through, picks up blinds and ante.
Oh, balancing yet again.
So I'm guessing four tables of 8.
Nope. Have another guess.
3 tables of 8?
Nope. Try 4 tables of 7.
4 tables of 7.
Well, it's 28. We'll get 3 tables of 9 when it's 27.
Couldn't even count the players around the table, Tower, including the dealer.
Kev says it's a feeder for the Euros and getting higher ranks, so you're a top seed in your groups. So Nick's getting giddy. Raises to 1.6 under the gun.
Big size in here from Midi.
Midi's not in the hand.
Ah.
Midi's not 3-bet. 100% is not 3-bet. So that means the Midi's stack will be wrong.
So Tony opened. I think. No, I can't see Midi just folded. I have no idea. Next hand, guessing it was open flat and then a 3-bet squeeze with the A7 off from Nicholas. Nicholas has the chips in front of him from that pot, and he had A7 off. We didn't see a flop, so obviously squeezed out the big, got the King Queen and the Jack 10 to fold.
Here under the gun, gets out of the way. Midi gets out of the way. He has got a starting stack of 20,000. Nick Filoni up to 56. Chip leader on the table.
Yeah, going to be playing this hand as well. Pocket 8s on the button. Makes it 1.6. And Chan is all in his last 4k, just under.
Does Nick take it all?
It's a coin flip.
Ace 10 is good at the minute for a double.
Yeah, just got a fade an 8.
Yeah.
Wire.
Still got a fade an 8. Man does.
So Chan with the double, back to just sub 10k now. Most certainly going to have some fold equity with shoves now. There's the clock. Creeps up half hour to go for this level, taking us into the final level of the day. Players will be bagging and tagging.
Oh, you're ready for some triple barrel bluffs tomorrow, Jay and Tower. Ariane Kashani is going to be doing it for hashtag Jorge. Hashtag George. Is David Hay playing any events in 2020? I've been told he's playing the Goliath. Not too sure about anything else. He was over in Vegas for the boxing, wasn't he? As part of the Sky team. Or the BT team, or whoever streamed it. Don't know if he's still playing tournament poker. I've not seen him at the tables. Not heard he's been at the tables, but doesn't mean he doesn't still play. So we'll find out. But we have heard he's playing Goliath again.
So this is good from Chan here. It's just unfortunate that Fears woke up with ace 10 behind, but I don't think that Fear can even call this, 12 big blind shove. Warbs is open mid-possession, Chan shoved over the top.
Oh.
Yeah, he can't call that Tower with Warbs behind. He's got to let that one go. Now Steve just can't call it Queen 9. It's another 10 bigs to call. Just rarely going to have our opponent in a dominated spot. We're more likely to be the one in the dominated spot here. If he could see the cards, he'd most certainly call Steve, but did just see this opponent shove, had ace 10. But good to see Chan taking this spot over an open from a player that can fold, like will be opening hands like he has here, and we can just take it down there uncontested. The times we are called pre-flop.
Back up to 13,000.
He's on the surge. Wainio says, is that old guy with the glasses the one that got to the last 3 tables at the Goliath?
No, Nick Filoni did not get to the last 3 tables. He's not that old. He's 51.
There was quite a few old guys
He's
with
very
glasses,
young.
weren't there?
He's very young, Nick Filoni. And he's a good-looking dude. I don't know why he's got the hoodie and the head down and the glasses on.
It must be.
It's got to be, I'm going out for some milk, darling.
Yeah.
Can't be anything else.
Just pop into the shops. And Chan's all in again. This time it's 16 big blinds.
But next time he plays an event near you, you can always ask him, what on earth were you doing on the feature table at the GUKPT? Please. Then let me know.
Ah, Tony Ringe, yes, Tony Ringe did come have a deep run in the Goliath. We're talking about the man in seat 9.
Oh, Tony Ringe.
Yeah,
yes,
he did. He came 20-something, I believe.
Yes, good player. His brother's got a bracelet.
Yeah, Gerald got the old bracelet, not in Hold'em either.
All in again.
4 hands in a row.
You're only supposed to be able to do it 3. But he gets it through, and he's near starting stack. Gamble.
Shove there's fine with 4s. Got very, very good table now, that sort of that back corner. So just taking the higher variance approach off of that stack size. Happy to just shove the small pair. Don't have to go post flop.
Finished 20th last year, did Tony, in seat 9.
So Nicholas opening the ace jack under the gun makes it 1.6. Tony calls with the ace 9. That's going to bring a Thea in, and Midi not going to be going anywhere with the king queen. He's actually going to move all in. And once again, it's about taking these spots. Nicholas been very active at the table. Not going to be having any of it, but I think Midi might be favourite here, Tao, with 3 aces. It's going to be close. Yeah, it's basically nearly a coin flip here with 2 aces going into the muck there. But Midi just squeezing here with a king queen for what's 22 big blinds. Perfectly fine over this opponent. It's going to be opening wide, needing to find a king or a queen now though.
And second clubs has got even more outs.
Yeah, not a
it
good
doesn't
flop.
need him.
That's it. We
Drawing
are
deed.
dead. And Midi, who just bought back in, is going to be
Out
heading
again.
to the rail again.
And Nick Filoni is on 75,000. Midi sticks him in, and out he goes.
This is what we were saying. It would be awful now if you get knocked out. Go to the car park. Yesterday, day before.
Every day they've had
Well, the kids coming and doing every single day. So the area's all right. All right. So they're going to make the car from there. Don't park on the left-hand side. On the left-hand side, I should mark the... Oh, yeah. So you're not parking near the main road?
So I wonder if Middy's going to buy back in tonight. I doubt he'll buy back in today. Should come back for day 1B. 68 I think it was the last time we saw. Indeed it is 68. So 132 needed tomorrow. They are down to 67 in the satellite with 15 seats and a chunk of money.
Nicholas checks his option here with a 4 deuce. And we go to the flop, check.
Chickity chick.
King on the turn. King on the river, just a boat for Steve. So about 900, like the small sizing. Very, very difficult for Nicholas to have something here. We want to at least have the chance of inducing something from him, but shows the 4 deuce. Steve shows him the king 10.
So we're 600 on our feature. We need some players. We need some players. We'll be getting some very shortly when we get down to 27. When we get to 27 you'll see all empty seats filled. It won't be long.
It's actually Warbs opening here, guys. Tim hasn't opened the 4 deuce.
Nope. Tim has definitely not opened the 4 deuce. So that needs rectifying because Warbs is in a hand.
Nicholas is in with a king 3 and the big blind's in with the queen 9. And Nicholas flopping a flush draw here and Chan flopping a double gutter. Warbs checks behind, 8 on the turn, so nothing changes here. The ace-queen still actually out in front here, but can't see how this turn's going to get checked through. Nicholas been very active. Guessing we're down to 3 tables as seats are being filled.
Yeah.
Nicholas is going to come in for a lead on this 8 turn, about 1.6k. Don't expect Chan to fold with his double gut shot here, getting this price.
Wade is back in the same seat.
And Chan actually comes in for a raise here. This is actually really nice by him. As long as he's willing to unload the clip on the river, this could potentially work. It's not going to work here on the turn, but if the river bricks and he does unload the clip, obviously Nicholas will have to fold. But we can credibly rep a lot of 8x here, calling out the big blind. We're going to have a whole host of hands on this board for value, so It's actually a very nice spot to do it here as Chan. Looking for jacks and sevens. In his mind, looking for bricks potentially to move all in. Oh,
the jack of diamonds on the river.
Or just snag the jack.
Chan is going to get back well over starting stake now from what, 2,000? 2,500?
Yep. Raised the turn as a bluff. Pings it on the river. Unfortunately for him, Nick just sitting there with king high. Not going to be putting another penny in this pot.
Anyone waiting for 2 yellow cash game, table 8, more good is now on.
Before you called our little book. Just thought,
That Chan, 26,500 from 2.3.
4 all-ins in a row.
And 4 all-ins in a row. Don't show your cards. Boom, thanks for coming. Well in the game. He has a stack. And it's a decent one. So about 10 minutes to go until the end of this level, and then one more level to go. We are on 27 players, day 1A.
Ace Queen for Charles here makes it 2.2.
About 20 or so. 22, sorry, 22.
Chan makes the call with a king queen. Is a dominated spot. Ten, 8, 9, 2 spades. Like to see a lead here potentially from Charles here in the small blind. Obviously this is a very good board for us calling out the small. We're going to have 9s, 8s, 10s in there, Jack Queen, obviously Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited, Ace 10. It's just a board that favours us so much more than it does Charles, and gets Charles off the best hand. Just then come in, target them ace high hands. Got to be wary, there can still be overpairs in there that check the flop. But a lot of the time, just see a snap fold from our opponent. And Chan is on the move tower.
Oh no!
He is like on the not on the move,
I
like
thought he meant
on the move in terms of chips.
I thought he meant he was on the move. Want to see him carrying on. Want to see him chip leader. "27 players, 3 tables and 9. GUKPT day 1A.
Yeah, we've only actually got 10 minutes left of this level, and already we're in the final level of the day. Tim going to come in for the open here with the King Jack under the gun +1. Huai Liang's back.
I can't believe that stack in front of her. Brilliant.
And Chan going to be getting involved again, this time with the Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Tony's heard about the old students. He's in with the 5 tray.
Yes.
And
go on, son.
A Thea 8-7 suited.
8, 9 deuce, 2 diamonds. Whiffs everybody. Channel C there, won't he?
Tim's the pre-flop aggressor here, so he's going to come in for the continue. And Chan 2 overs to the board, backdoor diamonds and position. As Tim has gone half pot here. Where's a fierce hand gone? Did he fold? Must have folded 8-7 suited pre. And Tim takes that one down with just king high.
Raise it up. Folding, folding, folding all the way down to the cut-off. He's not going to fold one, is he? No. Whoa! Hey, write it down. Highlight reel. Highlight reel. He's folded one.
Chan plays 9 hands on the spin, then folds one. Charles is about to say he could take the shove spot against a button open. You'd see most players in this field just shove here with pocket fours, but Charles is just going to make the call. And Tony flops best. The raise coming in. What is going on here?
All the fours on an ace queen 5 board.
Problem is, like, there's not much value tower and there's not many bluffs either. Like, a set of 5 should just be flat in almost always here versus button open. Wow, and it actually gets Tony to pass the ace 10. So Charles turning the 4s into a bluff gets the job done.
Tell you what, well done, Charles.
I don't think he was trying to fold out like an ace-x type hand, but
all folding round in turn. Charles quite active as he comes back to the table.
Tim's going to be in.
1.4. Tim completes. Ace 3 king.
A Broadway draw, backdoor flush draw for Charles. A Thea with a top pair. Although it's one of them top pairs that can always be a good check back. But looks like he's going to try and start extracting some value now. And Charles here, backdoor flush draw, Broadway draw. Out the way, and Tim out the way as well with the deuces. And if they're going to take that one.
So you've been watching GUKPT Day 1A. Day 1B will start again tomorrow at 12:30 in the club. 12:30 on the stream, 12 o'clock in the club. Expecting a very busy one. 132 players needed at the moment to hit the guarantee. We don't think it'll be an issue, but just keep your eyes open on the website and social media if it does start to get a bit of a worry, but I don't think it will be. Day one, but as Jay said earlier, a lot of people seem to be playing the satellites and then turning tomorrow into their day one, and 16 seats in the satellite just about. Just shows how many people are playing the satellites.
Jack 10 suited for Nick this time, under the gun. And Wadey with the old Jack 9 suited. Puff of the cheeks there from Hua Liang. Still been card dead since he got back to the feature. Can't seem to find a hand, that man. And Tony. Cards are in the box, but not showing. I think he's going to be continuing here, Tony. Don't know what his hand is, but usually when he
in Dreamland, he's thinking about his bed. He's thinking about putting his head in his pillow, and Steve Warren says, "You do know it's on you, don't you, Tony?" He went, maybe not.
Long day, long day. I was just about to say, usually when Tony takes a bit of time, he's going to be continuing here, but he had no idea it was on him. And Charles involved again, this time ace 10 on the button, and Tim, king queen, in the small, gets out of the way. And Steve follows suit in the big. 3-way to the flop. Battle of the suited jacks here.
King 3-4. 2 diamonds. Wadey.
Yeah. Wadey kind of flop. Flush draw for him. Expect Nicholas to continue here though. King high. Got some nice backdoors, but does come in for a check. And that leaves the door open for Wadey to fire and takes it down with the worst of it. Did have a flush draw, of course. But nice little pick up from him.
Winston Walsh, thank you very much. 27 players left in.
Wadey opening under the gun. Chan flat in the 4s. Brings Charles along. Ah!
Oh, Tim.
Charles, yeah. With the old... Ah, it weren't Charles at 3-bet. He called, and now Tim has squeezed with the queens.
So the 3-bet is good. The button has moved.
Evening, Jules. Yeah, thanks, Mick the mod on it. It is 11, 10 buy-in, 200k guaranteed.
Thank you very much indeed. We are just about on the last level.
Yeah, blind should be up. Chan finds the kings. Charles makes the call with the 4s. Nicholas makes the call. Wadey going to call as well. 10, 8, 4, 2 diamonds. Chan has got that stack back up to over starting, and now he's going to be halfway out the door. Bottom set here for Charles, and Chan going to do very, very well to get away from this one. 9k in the middle already. Probably going to have to size up to around 4 or 5k here on the flop for Way.
5,000 is the bet.
Yeah, and Charles is just going to shove.
Yeah, it's very wet. You've got a jam for 18. And they're in.
Yeah, oh, sorry, he's actually got him covered there, Chan, so Chan won't be out the door.
He will not.
But Charles most certainly going to be on his way to a double. Just looking to fade kings or running diamonds. But Chan just can never fold this spots out. It's a snap call.
Yep, we'll do a snap call.
Gets
on
the
your
bad
backs,
news.
please. King, set of 4s. The all-in player is... It's not Wadey who's in the hand. Why is Wadey even in the hand?
5 on the turn, 3 on the river. We did quickly catch a glimpse of that, but Charles is going to double up. Winston asks, has the standard open been 2x, not 2.1/2.2? Give or take. No one's really been opening bigger than 2.2x. Basically, last level, people opening to 1700, 1800, 816. So, nothing bigger than that, as Chan is now all in for what is his last 7 big blinds, just under, with the 8-5 suited. And Wadey with the King 10, going to ask for a count, and then once he gets a count he will make the call, closing the action. Oh, he's not even in the big blind here, Wadey, he's in the small. Still makes the call, and then action on Huai Liang here with the ace queen, and now Huai's going to jam, and Wadey's going to have to call this off with 8-5 suited. King 10, sorry, he's going to have to call this off with King 10. He just can't fold now. Oh wow, we've got three-way all in here, guys. Wadey cannot fold once he gets a count, assuming Huai Liang stacks correct. Wadey going to have to put it in with King 10. We're just getting too good a price here. And there's the call. We just can't fold now. And at King 10 versus Ace Queen versus 8-5. The King 10 for Wadey has both players covered. Both stand up in unison, Chan and Huai Liang. So three-way all in. Back end of the day here, day 1, GUKPT Manchester. Ace Queen of Huai Liang in front, three-way all in. Nine,
3, 4, 2, diamonds.
Yeah, good so far for the Ace Queen. Fading 8s, 5s, kings and 10s. Oh, king on the turn. Wadey looking for a double knockout here. Now needing to fade a diamond or an ace. And we lose 2. Just like that. And it's an 8 on the river. So Wadey with the double knockout. We lose Huai Liang and Chan from the tournament. Back end of the day here in Manchester. And Wadey, probably the chip leader in the room, over 100k now. It's been a fairly quiet day 1, so that's going to be a good stack to bag up at the end of the day.
A double knockout for Wadey. Delicious, he says. So the final hour of the day. King Queen for a Thea under the gun. Raises it up to 2.2.
Charles going to pill the Jack 10 suited here.
Big blind is Tony in seat number 9. Defending with the old 7 deuce.
The old suited 7 boost. 8-1 on a call. Why not?
The whip.
Won't want to see the old clubbies though. Oh! Don't mind a bit of that though.
That's why you defend with the whip. Waiting for the bet coming in. Charles decides to lead out 3.4. Looks like a call from Wadey, and there's a call from Mr. Inge.
I like the call from Tony Tower, I really like it. Raising this board, we just can't really have a bluff here unless it's an air ball, so our hand just becomes pretty face up if we raise.
Well, Wade's more worried about Tony Ringe,
Yeah, of
so
course
he
he is.
decides
The overcall is so scary, and Tony on this river, whatever it is,
that's a great river for him. A great river card if you think somebody is playing in this.
like he just has to have it here, Tower. He can't not have it. Like once it's gone 4-way, there's been a bet, a call, and we overcall out of position here. Like we have to fold some 10x there, and
Charles does that.
Like worst hand Tony's ever got on this spot here is ace 10. That is the very worst hand he's going to show up with on this river.
Have you got ace deuce? It's nowhere near that good.
We just need, for us to call here as Wadey, so many things to happen and be right about it. We need Tony to float out of position as an overcall with an air ball and then decide to bluff river. And Wadey, after some deliberation, lets it go.
Yeah. Winston Walsh has a standard open been 2x and not 2.1 or 2.2.
Covered it.
I think it's right, isn't it? Yeah. You defend with the whip and you get rewarded. What can you say?
Wadey 6-4 suited in the cut-off, raises to 2k. Flop goes check check on 9-8 deuce 2 spades. 8 rolls off on the turn. Wadey now decides to come in for delay continue. Gets a quick fold.
Dursun Veli, Salam. Salam to you too. And welcome to the live stream of the GUKPT. He's in Istanbul by the looks of the Dursun Veli. Love Turkey. Favourite hotspot. Can't beat a bit of Ishmael in the sun. Oh no.
A bit of what?
Ishmael. That's a place. Beautiful place, Ishmael. Last level of the night. Live stream concludes when the last hand is dealt tonight and back tomorrow at 12:30. 16 seats near on in the satellite. That'll be going on for hours. And then back tomorrow for more of the same.
Just 10 times busier.
Oh, I can't read a good bit of ball rap.
Crimea River on Twitch, yes, 12:30 start on stream tomorrow. If you are coming down to play though and want to get in from the start, it starts at 12 in the club. But we are on a half-hour delay as always, so if you are wanting to tune into the live stream tomorrow, it will kick off at 12:30. Twitch, Facebook, YouTube and the GUKPT website. Plenty of places to watch. Nicholas with the pocket jacks. Tone things down the last half hour or so since a few new players came to the table. He was very active to start the session. And Tony with the deuces, going to call in the cut-off. It's going to bring Charles in with the king 10 in the small, and Tim got an easy defend here, 6-5 suited in the big blind.
Nine, 4, 9.
So jacks for Nick, still out in front. Obviously a bit wary about that paired board. But 4-way here. Still going to have to bet this one. Heads up. Can mix in some checks. Just equity denial purposes. Hands with overcards, so our jacks don't want to let him have a free one, so bet a 3.5 a K. And Charles comes in with another one of these raises, Tower. We've seen him do this a few times now today. Obviously, he can incredibly rep a 9, I guess, out the small blind, but we're only really going to be peeling our suited 9s here, so it does reduce the combinations. Shouldn't really have no offsuit 9 peels in the small, facing under the gun +1 open. So it's really only hands like 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited, Jack-9 suited maybe in there, Ace-9 suited. 2 combos of each, only probably about 10 combos of hands that contain a 9 out the small.
Charles hits the front with the king of hearts on the turn, and he goes check, check. And we'll get there. We'll have to come out firing. And the jacks might get away from this.
It looks a lot like a flush draw now, Tower. And just,
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, that size
to see
as well.
the bad news of the king 10.
Raised flop as a bluff, got there on the turn, checked it, and then got his value.
Still shaking his head. The king got there. Is that going to tilt him? He's still shaking his head. Weighed it, looks down at the queens, raises to 4,000 after initial under the gun limp. So he's going to be limp calling. I feel a bit of tiltage from Filoni. If he slightly connects with this, we could have problems. So that's as wide as you can get for the 8-9 suited. King 4-4. Check fold. Likely to be 10-handed tomorrow. I hope not. I don't think it has been today, but obviously the numbers were relatively small today. I'd like to think it was 9-handed all the way through. If they need to go 10-handed, they try and make it the last option.
What's the? I don't know if you'll know this actually, Tower, because I don't know the answer to it. But let's say, for example, we're down to 24 players.
Yeah.
We're playing last 6 hands.
Yeah.
There's a double bust out on one hand,
Yeah.
and they need to break the tables. But this table's only got 1 hand left to play, and this
Yeah.
table's got 5 hands left to play. What's the ruling on that?
They won't break the table.
Won't break the table.
They don't transfer players.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I've never
They
seen it
don't
happen.
transfer players during the last certain number of hands on any table, anywhere. So if you lose 6 players in one hand,
And
you'll
your head's
play
up.
3-handed.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you do. They will not break tables in a certain number of hands.
Yeah, I learned something new today.
Yeah, I agree about a 10-hander poker. It's so last year, isn't it? But it does sometime happen, unfortunately. 8-hander poker is best. It is. It's certainly better for the players. It makes the game a little bit quicker as well.
It's just the room as well. It's a big thing. I like the
yeah,
room.
Yeah, you got the room, but
Yeah, I think 8-handed.
nothing GUKPT has ever done is be 8-handed. I think, to be fair, you only ever get 8-handed tournaments at Dustledome. I don't think you get them unless it's a specific 8-handed game that's actually advertised an 8-handed game. I think it's only DTD that actually do it. I don't think anybody else, whether it be Grosvenor or anybody else.
Tony going to just come in for a limp here with the King Jack suited.
Tight players like myself who don't play any hands every hour want a 10-handed table because my chips last longer. 8-handed tables do speed the game up.
So Tim coming in for ISO here over Tony's limp. And I'm going to get a call from Nick in the small blind here. Once it comes back round to Tony, he's not going to be limp folding the King Jack suited, so he'll make the call. 3 to the flop.
Queen, King, 5.
It's both Tony and Nick flopping top pair here. And Tony actually going to come in for a donk here for 4k. Just means we can get out of the way here as Tim. Nick not going to be going anywhere though. We'll make the call.
So 5 of hearts on the turn. Check bet call.
Should see the same here on the turn tower. Check bet call.
Oh, what about the lot? Drop down to 20,000 as Tony. Sorry, Nick. He's on 30,000. He was up to 75.
So Nick might just think he's, because of Tony's donk lead on the flop here, like Tony shouldn't really have no limp calls early position with any 5x here. So maybe Nick's just trying to do exactly what he's doing, get Tony off of a chop here. Looks exactly like a king, donk the flop and then coming in for another bet on the turn. He's never got ace king because obviously he wouldn't limp call that. If he's going to limp, he's going to come in for the back raise. So if Nick has actually deducted this right and knows Tony's got a king, it's just
get cool.
Yeah,
We're going to chop it up.
Just get him off the chop and both sit back down.
Sits back down. So they'll chop up the middle. Taking your money back, we'll chop it up. But Nick, who was up to 75,000, beats himself up a little bit too much probably, and puts himself on a little bit of inner tilt, and he's on 36,000. Yeah, they used to have 6-match tournaments on the GUKPT side events. There used to be a 6-match every week, but they disappeared. Obviously,
used to enjoy the 6-match.
Yeah, the 6-match is
used
very
to
good.
be on the Wednesday.
It's a bit of a skillful game because you've got to be a lot quicker.
Yeah.
You've got to be. your openings have got to be wider, and you've got to be able to certainly work out the table, but a lot quicker.
Obviously, the less handed you get, the more hands you have to play. It's as simple as that. You need to be involved in more pots. Blind's going to come around quicker. You're going to be losing more chips on average per hour in terms of blinds. Can't just sit there for 10 hands, pay your big blind and ante once around,
well,
and
exactly,
then sit there for another 10 hands.
That's exactly, yeah, that's what exactly quite a few people do, to be fair. It's just one of those things, as like I said, quite a few people love the old 10-handed. Some like the 6-max. 6-max is a bit of speciality, to be fair.
How's the Thief doing? Town needs some banter before close. He's probably still in.
Yeah.
If he hasn't
come back to Seals, he's definitely still in. Three to a flop.
King 10-3, 2 diamonds, top pair for Xiao.
King 10-3. What's Tony got? Nick's got a gut shot and bets out. What a turn card for Nick. Nick Filoni bets out on the flop. He needs a gutter ball. Boom, it's a gutter ball. Top pair still for Shout. Nick looked like, is that a raise? No, it's just a call. So the check mark is on Nick Filoni. Oh, that's a terrible, terrible river card. King Jack. Terrible river card for Nick to get paid. He's never getting paid. Alright, it's the bottom end of it. But if the ace is there, if the ace and puts him on an ace, then Shout won't pay him off, and I don't think he can.
It's actually a really interesting spot this for Xiao, because Nicholas, once he goes bet, like, you don't expect like his ace king on this queen turn to go for another bet, probably check and bet river. Same with ace queen and ace 10. So like hands that you're supposed to have, it's only really ace jack, the turn straight, that's going to actually make sense here.
Does he make that call? Are you thinking he's going to make the call with a 9? Oh.
It's really, I can't fault him for calling here, Shao, because it's one of them things. It's like, how's he got straight here when he's gone bet? It's basically only the turned Broadway that makes sense. Maybe Ace-X of Diamonds, that's definitely another candidate in there actually. Ace-X of Diamonds makes sense as well. So guys, we are into probably the last 35 minutes of the day, finishing up around the past mark. We expect. Been a quiet day here in Manchester in terms of hands on the feature table. We haven't really had much action, but obviously plenty still to come over the weekend. 3 days of coverage left. We are live again here from 12:30 on stream tomorrow. If you're coming down to play, it all kicks off at 12 in the club. There's Wadey with the pocket freeze. Looks like he's going to open in the calf, makes it 2.2.
Available for Osman on Peter's choice.
Athea with the Queen Jack and the small raises it up. Tim gets out of the way with the 4 deuce. Nine-7 suited for Tony in the cut-off.
Must be frozen in here, you know?
That's we've got this one.
Don't want to see you that one.
What's been happening?
Not much. Raise and take.
Just had a quick chat live to myself.
These are 2.3k with the pocket 5s in the calf.
Six max is just 9 max with the first 3 seats auto folding. If you look at it that way, that's true.
Sophia going to take that one with the 5s.